Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face, the only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy spat was discussing, it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye-bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. We built this land from dust and tears for 100 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize all we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We help me say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundational Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the scars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we reclaim our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what I see it is.
We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man. You did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Telling my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic Shills, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a pool face. The agent type, the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones, cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. Point made. No edit. No edit. No care. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There was never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. You know, from the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Front Line Blacc News. I'm your host, Chan Crewman. I think I'm going to be solo dolo tonight. So, crew, I guess if you want to join me, I'll drop the link for you so you can come up. And on this season 6, episode 24, part 3, continuation, part 2 of the Frontline Blacc News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3, continuation, part 1. I do apologize. I did pass out last night. This show just kept running. It ended up running for 9 hours. It was ridiculous. But hopefully we don't have a repeat of that. Why do leftist podcasters suddenly like Tucker Carlson? Democratic Shills are upset with Michael Renner for promoting black voters to get registered to vote. I thought that's what y'all wanted us to do. Oh, it's because we're not voting for the Democrats. Trump administration sues New York Times over discrimination against white people. The caudacity. Hey, Astarte Jones, thank you for tapping in. Sister, much appreciated. Are you tired of being accused of things that never happened? I know I am. Let's talk about it. Is the U.S. being cut off from global markets? I think so. Allies, trade, and economic shifts explained. And then finally, what I've been trying to get to for the past week or so, the unhoused neighbor news, the illegal migrant news, and the local Denver/Aurora news. And crew already alluded to it. Our city's in trouble with the DOJ behind them not wanting to overturn the assault weapons ban. So we're going to cover all that this morning. Now it's morning because it's after midnight here, almost 1 o'clock. We're going to cover all of that. So I'm going to start off with Professor, but first I got to go through the intro. So we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a Front Line and Blacc First perspective. We are a part of the new Blacc Media and also the signal boosters of the new Blacc Media. We have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and we have several platforms that are part of the Front Line campaign. Front Line Blacc News being one of the first, which we started back in 2020, 2021. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which we're going to have Grand Rising tomorrow. Yeah, because it's Thursday now. So Friday morning, we'll have Grand Rising with Shabaka in the Chase. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 11 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also a part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Blacc News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including Frontline Blacc News. Frontline Blacc News 2, our backup channel. I really need y'all to sub to the backup channel because if they try to take Frontline Blacc News down again, we have backup. So I'm going to put that link in the chat so y'all can sub up to that channel as well because they love to strike Frontline Blacc News. We already got 2 strikes, and you know what happens in baseball, 3 strikes and you're out. So we can't have that. So we got backup just in case they try to take the platform down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Paris, aka Chan Kruma. Make sure y'all sub up to that so y'all be updated on what's happening here in Denver with the city council and the local Denver events, Black events in Denver and Aurora, and the city council in Aurora as well. Sometimes I'll stream that too. And then we got, and I do the food bank too every Sunday. I've been doing that for the past 10 years, providing free healthy food to the people in my building and the buildings that my family has lived in. So make sure y'all sub to that Frontline Blacc News 2 YouTube channel. And then make sure y'all sub to Seduction Doll's backup channel. Lady Chase Seduction Doll backup channel. Seduction Doll 5991. The link is also in the description. Then we got her main channel, the RBA. Make sure y'all sub to that. The Revolutionary Agenda. She usually be covering topics that we don't normally get to on Frontline Blacc News and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. So make sure y'all check her out. The link to her channel is also in the description. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to that so Shabaka can start going live on YouTube. Then we got our cousin, our local star out the Bay Area, to be exact, Fairfield and San Francisco. Jay Militant. Make sure y'all sub to his channel as well. What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. Then we got our brother Kukizi, who was with us last night. Ended up passing out too, so I just put him on mute because I didn't think I want to hear him snoring. So shout out to Kukizi. I appreciate him joining us last night. Make sure you sub to his channel, Kukizi 5100. Then we got our brother out of VA, Virginia, Breeze Omega. We talked this briefly yesterday. Amaru, I guess you want to be on camera now. What are you doing, Amaru? Okay. Breeze Omega out of VA, Virginia, by way of New York. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. He just surpassed 1,000 subscribers. So salute to Breeze. Then we got our brother Church of Black Power, who is originally from Watts, California, the Jordan Downs to be exact, and is now in Houston, Texas. And our brother was live earlier. He shouted us out. So shout out to Church of Black Power. He'd be over here sometimes. Make sure y'all check him out. He's heavy with the content. The link to his channel is also in the description. He just surpassed 3,000 subscribers. So salute to the church. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who actually I learned recently put Lisa Cabrera on. So shout out to Torian Rain Reloaded. The link to his channel is also in the description. And then last but not least, we got our brother Black Truth United, who's been on hiatus, but he did come up with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses alike. And the link to submit your business to the Rolodex for FBA businesses is in the description, and the link to the Rolodex itself is in the description. Then we got Council the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got our sister Brooke out of New York, her call to action. Make sure y'all submit those emails, some letters to the state assembly out there so they can get that Freedmen's Bureau off the ground and get specific reparations for New York freedmen. And the link to that is also in the description. Then we got Support Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got the 103-year-old elders on the verge of losing our home almost 40 years in South Central Los Angeles. The link to her GoFundMe is also in the description. And as you can tell from the background, I am a candidate for office here in the state of Colorado for House District 8, a historically Black district, mind you. It's been historically Black for as long as I can remember, up until recently, when they allowed a colonizer to take that spot. So I'm here to take that colonizer spot and do specifically for our people in this state and in this city. And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. Hey, what up? That's Compton's in the house. We got Big E in the building. Salute, Big E. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is, if you win, I'm coming to Colorado. Okay, I got you, Big E, for sure. Let's make that happen. If you don't understand racism and white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else you think you understand will only confuse you in all 9 areas of human or people activity. And that is economics, that is education, that is entertainment, that is labor, that is law, that is politics, that is religion, that is sex, and that is war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity. And that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned exactly a year ago, a little over a year ago now, at the age of 95, producejustice.com. And you know what? Shout out to our brother Black Voltron Reloaded, who passed away exactly a year ago, I believe. He's the one that brought these quotes up to my attention because I was in Sincere Love to God's chat one day, and I chopped it up with him and Sincere Love to God. And he was putting all this information in the chat, and I was like, oh, you know what? I need to copy that down and put that on my platform. So that's what I did. So shout out to Black Voltron Reloaded. May he rest in power. And shout out to Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. May he also rest in power for putting us on code and giving us a code concept book for victims of racism and white supremacy, which I have right here. The compensatory code, the United Independent Compensatory Code Concept for Victims of Racism and White Supremacy, text with workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism and white supremacy. So shout out to the elder. And when you are, so producejustice.com, work to produce justice, Black family. We got to replace this wicked, vile system, this evil system with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner. And when you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Neely Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And last but certainly not least, we got racism and white supremacy. It's conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late, great Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80. She passed here in Colorado, as a matter of fact. And shout out to our FBA brother out of Los Angeles, Tariq Nasheed, for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, I'm going to start it off with the professor. Professor going to give us an update on why these leftist podcasters are all of a sudden liking Tucker the sucker, as I call him, but Tucker Carlson.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Talk about sympathy for the devil. Apparently, some commentators on the white left and a number of people in their orbit have decided that they've taken it upon themselves to rehabilitate the image of Tucker Carlson, of all people. Now, of course, none of these people who are doing it are going to say, yeah, that's right, we're trying to clean up his image. We're trying to bring this guy into respectable society. We're trying to get people to forget about all the dirt this guy has done. But that's exactly what it is that they're doing. These people have conveniently forgotten that Tucker Carlson was the guy who used his Fox News show to lie about the murder of George Floyd and to repeat the lie that Mr. Floyd died of a drug overdose. All of this without a lick of evidence, in total contravention of the actual facts as established by the medical examiners. And while he spent all of his time demonizing the murder victim, Mr. Floyd, he of course conveniently neglected to mention that Derek Chauvin, who murdered Mr. Floyd, had a number of citizen complaints against him, had been involved in a number of violent incidents, and had also been involved in at least one other murder of a citizen before he went on to kill George Floyd. But then again, these newfound supporters of his on the left, they seem to have forgotten about all of that too. Very convenient. Tucker was also whining about how the cops, oh my mistake, I mean former cops who murdered George Floyd were falsely convicted, as he put it. This is what Tucker Carlson was posting less than a year ago. And of course, Facebook never penalized his account for spreading disinformation like this, for doing what Alex Jones and so many others did, lying about the circumstances of a murder victim, ignoring the facts reported in the media to push lies and white supremacist conspiracies. Remember, you got these social media companies who have this little informal agreement amongst themselves that, well, you're not supposed to be disagreeing with whatever the official line is from the white media. That's disinformation. And yet Tucker Carlson is immune from that. So they're deliberately platforming the racist lies and his intentional disinformation. And these white leftist podcasters and some of their non-white counterparts, white society is a house of cards, and like any fragile fake edifice, the people who are propping it up need to be frequently reassured that the house of cards isn't in danger of falling, at least not today. And because they know this house that they're living in is based on lies, they need to be reassured tomorrow and the day after and the day after. And this is where the unpunished murders of Black people comes in, because that is the best evidence that white supremacy is still standing and that the people who count in the society are on board to make sure that this behavior continues. Tucker Carlson also complained about the public outcry over the murder of Tyree Nichols. He dismissed Mr. Nichols' murder as being nothing more than propaganda meant to cause social unrest. When it came out that the thugs with badges who murdered Mr. Nichols were Black, and at least one of them an immigrant, Tucker Carlson said that they were all affirmative action hires. That was his response. This piece of trash is not some intelligent and conscientious commentator. He's a Twitter troll with a TV show. At least he had one. But we got a number of white leftists and some Negro fellow travelers of theirs silly enough to go along with it, who are only too ready to overlook all of that. Less than a year ago, Tucker Carlson was still repeating his lies about George Floyd's murder, still lying and saying that Mr. Floyd died of a drug overdose, just like Ben Shapiro repeats the same lie. They've also forgotten that Tucker Carlson used his TV show to mainstream the white replacement theory talking points, which was rhetoric that's been used by white supremacist groups all over the world. And these newfound fans of Tucker Carlson also forget that when he had his Fox News show, his top writer got exposed for having an anonymous account where he posted all kinds of anti-Black racist filth. And instead of Tucker Carlson condemning this racist, because he doesn't like racism, right? Instead, he openly defended the guy boldly. And the same Tucker Carlson who wants us to think that he's so concerned about human life and suffering, he didn't condemn that racist. Instead, he boldly defended him. And of course, Tucker used his show to encourage the racist governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, to misuse his pardon powers to release a convicted murderer, Daniel Perry, from prison after he was convicted of killing a white BLM activist in cold blood. That was Tucker Carlson's doing. Greg Abbott didn't have the nerve to attempt it until he saw that the most watched right-wing nut on television was calling for it. Then all of a sudden, Greg Abbott decided, hey, I can be a hero to the Fox News crowd, at least for a day. And why did Tucker Carlson want a cold-blooded racist murderer to be let out of prison? Because he was butthurt that his boy Derek Chauvin was convicted, and he knew that there was no red state racist in Minnesota who were going to let him out. So he wanted Daniel Perry released basically as a consolation prize, as a way to prove that as a white man, you can still ignore the law and get away with it. This is what the white supremacists are compelled to do whenever they take an L. They then need to engage in some act of over-the-top racism and violence to prove to themselves that white privilege and white power is still standing, and that they still have their racial immunity from the law, and that the L they took didn't mean that much. Now, you have white podcasters on the left and a number of right-wing nuts who are disaffected with Trump because he won't put them on the payroll. And you even got some Negroes silly enough to think that they're just so above it all that they've decided to let all of Tucker Carlson's career of anti-Black racism fall down the memory hole simply because he's criticizing Israel today. First of all, Tucker Carlson's criticism of Israel isn't that deep. So let's stop pretending like he's the second coming of Louis Farrakhan, because he's not. Also, when Tucker Carlson got cut from Fox News, he was back in the wilderness for a while and looking for a new benefactor. And he found them in the Middle East, but not in Israel, rather in the Arab world. So he's getting in good with those guys. The international money laundering scheme that the Zionists began 60 years ago is on increasingly shaky ground. This is what Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens recognized earlier than the other right-wing grifters. No matter what Tucker Carlson or his newfound left-wing boosters may try to tell you, his criticism of Israel and the Iran war is not some act of conscience on his part. He's a two-bit racist who's been exposed too many times for people to actually believe that he has a conscience. Tucker Carlson's criticism of Israel is not based on moral principle. It's nothing more than political expediency. He's just doing what's in his interest. When he was selling the soap for Zionism on Fox News and he was getting paid for it, it was in his interest. And when it stopped paying, now he's criticizing Israel because there's other people who are willing to give him some money for it. And he doesn't have to worry about the racist reprobates who have listened to him all these years abandoning him, because their big issue was never Israel. And in fact, the weakening of the Zionist lobby means that Tucker's traditional audience can now just stop pretending that they were ever anything other than anti-Semites. And Tucker is able to solidify his ties with those Arabs that he wants to get in good with. There's those on the left and center who are basically one-issue mouthpieces, and their one issue is war, or so they say. And because of that, they oppose any and all military actions by the U.S. As long as Tucker appears to be criticizing the Iran war, these guys are going to be saying how much they love him. And they'll also forget about his open, blatant anti-Black racism, because these white leftists also have nothing but contempt for Black life. And Tucker Carlson's sudden discovery that Donald Trump is a bad politician and a bad leader and a bad guy, they're also the exact same people who are going to love that too, but for different reasons, mainly because of the fact that they're not going to get anything from the orange man. So Tucker Carlson could go ahead and criticize Trump all the livelong day. That's the actual thought process of these newfound cheerleaders for Tucker Carlson. It makes all the sense in the world, though, that the people most interested in rehabilitating the reputation and public image of a racist are also people who claim to be so concerned about stopping wars. As the old saying goes, in war, truth is the first casualty. You sound stupid as hell, though, if you try to palm Tucker Carlson, the Klansman, off as some sort of moral voice who's concerned about human life, when this guy went on TV for many years and advocated for a racist governor to ignore the law and for an unquestionably fair and honest verdict to be ignored to release a convicted murderer from prison, not because there was any evidence to justify it, but instead, as Tucker Carlson himself admitted, it needed to be done to send a political message, nothing more. And it was Tucker Carlson's successful effort to get the murderer Daniel Perry released that encouraged another anti-Black racist, Ben Shapiro, to publicly request that Donald Trump, who was returning back to the White House, pardon another anti-Black racist, Derek Chauvin. Of course, Ben Shapiro was just trying to raise his own profile. With the problems he's had with the Daily Wire seeming to go under, we all see why. But it was Tucker Carlson who got that particular train rolling. And the people who are sitting here trying to cheerlead for him, they're just ignoring all of this. They're just overlooking all of that. What does that tell you? Tucker Carlson cannot be redeemed for what he's done any more than Charlie Kirk could be. And the people who are online trying to rehabilitate Tucker Carlson's image, they know exactly who and what he is. They understand precisely the kind of anti-Black racism they're trying to bestow credibility on. Even if you are someone who's concerned about the war in Iran or obsessed with stopping the American empire from engaging in wars of choice, well, I guess you can obsess over what you want, but you can't call yourself a moral person when you cheerlead for walking trash like Tucker Carlson. Well, that is, unless you think that Iranian lives in the Middle East are more important than Black lives in the U.S. If white leftists think that Charlie Kirk was racist, and he was, then how is Tucker Carlson any better? Answer, he's not. We see this going on in Congress too, these people on the so-called left who claim to be so moral and so anti-racist, and yet they're the first ones to be yucking it up with these anti-Black racists on the right. They can't wait to break bread with them. As I've told you, these people will be classmates with these racists, go to university with them, be part of the same social clubs, churches, secret societies, and in many cases, they even marry these people. Anti-Black racism is not a problem to these white podcasters on the left. Common sense and common decency ought to tell anyone that Tucker Carlson is not a spokesperson for any moral cause because he's not a moral man. Is this creep really the best person that these white podcasters on the left can point to for their pet issue of the war in Iran? Apparently so. Well, that means that they didn't have many moral people on their side to begin with then. The people who are loving Tucker Carlson all of a sudden, they're trying to help normalize him. And that means that they're trying to make it respectable for people who are not right-wing racists to have a right-wing racist like Tucker Carlson around, to give him entree to decent society. And they also understand that this means normalizing and getting people to not call out his many years of anti-Black racism. They know that that goes along with it too. Short of personally killing someone, Tucker Carlson has literally done everything he could to embolden, make excuses for, and encourage as many murders of Black people as he could. He lied to protect race killers. He ranted and raved to get race killers released from prison. He employed anti-Black racists, and when he got caught doing it, he doubled down and defended them instead of condemning them. Anyone who tries to lionize that is because they're knowingly giving a wink and a nod to the vile anti-Black racism he represents, because it's the same thing they agree with. A number of these leftist podcasters who are so eager to give Tucker Carlson a pat on the back, they're also the same ones who pretended to be concerned about the Supreme Court killing the Voting Rights Act. And yet they're totally prepared to forget about white racists who kill Black people. And the bigot Tucker Carlson, who used his show to defend those murders and to defame and smear the victims. When someone chooses to overlook a career racist who praises those who carry out murders, then those people aren't concerned about stopping war at all. They're just trying to keep peace in the family of white supremacy. Nobody should be going out of their way to make room for trash like Tucker Carlson. When they do, it's because normalizing his racism serves their own personal agenda. These people trying to sanitize this creep, they're not anti-war at all. They're the biggest warmongers on the planet. And the reason they're so eager to ally themselves with Tucker Carlson is because they both have the same enemy: Black people. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Mark Brown, Jesquella Portman, Vernon Travis, Nicholas Moore, and LB. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Yeah, to hell with Tucker the Sucker. Like I said, to hell with him, and to hell with them left-wing podcasters that's siding with him. Like Professor said, they got one enemy, and that is black people, both left and right. That's why we don't pick a side on any one of these parties, because they don't mean us no well. They're meant for our demise. So we're not beholden to none of these parties, none of these political ideologies. They don't mean us no good. We black first, and we are FBA first. And if they're not that, then they're not no friend of ours. So the hell with Tucker the Sucker and anybody that supports that white supremacist. So moving along, these damn Democrats are losing their minds. It's election season, so you know they're losing their minds. They're trying to get us to get our souls and booties to the polls again. For what, I don't know, because they're not offering us nothing tangible. But they're getting upset with Michael Renner for promoting black voters to get registered to vote. Why are you getting upset about that? I thought that's what you wanted us to do, was to get registered to vote. Oh, because we're not registering to vote for you. So Uncle Phil's going to give us an update on that.
Very upset by this. You would think they would be excited by this, but they upset. Tonight, we got to talk about your boy, Michael Render, a.k.a., Killer Mike. We got to talk about him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the Shills are upset with him because he is now promoting to...
Oh, yeah. I covered this yesterday, but let's get Uncle Phil's take on it. I forgot that was his government name, Michael Renner. He talking about Killer Mike. Okay, got you.
Get registered to vote and show up in the midterms. And the Shills are very upset by this. You would think they would be excited by this, but they're upset by it. But that's not really the story that I'm definitely going on that aspect. But there's a twist to this that we should be looking into and concerned about, who Killer Mike is actually working with to do this initiative. Even though the initiative sounds good on the surface, but who you're working with, brother, is the issue. So we're going to talk about that tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Also, real quick, let me give a shout out to hold on. Let me pull up this person. Give me a second. Come on now. Don't take all day. Here on the program. Now, let's go ahead and get into it because we got a lot to talk about, and we got two parts to get into with this. Make sure to get my information up on the screen. All right, so Killer Mike, we know that he has been one that has been very outspoken politically. He has definitely some respect out there in ATL, and shout out to him and his family. But there are some Shills that have not liked his political stance. They didn't like that he was, kind of meeting with Brian Kemp, which is the governor of Georgia, when he had the re-election campaign. Some of them was upset that he did not, support Stacey Abrams and her run for governor. They didn't like some of his stance about, at the time, Vice President Kamala Harris. So the 2024 election went down, and then we know the results. Now he's come out with a video that got the Shills upset because now he's promoting getting registered to vote and actually voting in the midterms. And they are very upset by this particular video. And I'm gonna play the video in its entirety so you can listen to it yourself, or you may not have seen it. And let's get into it because there's so many variables. And I'm going to give y'all some numbers tonight because I'm so sick of the Shills with that blaming black people who, quote unquote, sat it out for the reason of the chaos. Well, let's go ahead on and get this up on the screen and play this real quick.
Hey, what's up? Onyx Impact, Black Male Initiative. This is Killer Mike, also known as Michael Render. 1965 Voters' Rights Act just got gutted. They gutted it. They literally eviscerated it, and it's now trying to make it easier or allowed it to be easier for states to redraw district lines to annex those most in need out. This is not just Black people and African Americans. This is poor people. So based on where you are, the more poor people are, they can chop you up. They can make sure you aren't voting on the behalf of the poor and the interest. They can make sure that it affects your school. They can make sure it affects your jobs. They can make sure it affects every part of your life. So right now, you need to be putting pressure on our local politicians and local municipalities not to do this. You need to be putting pressure to make sure that those like you and like your neighbors still have the ability to exercise the full constitutional rights of voting, and it being effectively not eviscerated and us being taken back to Jim Crow. So we're going to start the largest voter initiative possible this fall. We're going to get people out to the polls. We're going to beat up those midterms, and going forward, we're going to do more than just march and protest. We're going to go to the polls. We're going to change people who are in office. We're going to get those laws back in favor of people. This is Michael Render. Stay tuned. We're going to do something. Plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize. Be next.
Okay. So a lot of Shills was very upset by that video. Some were saying, well, that is the right message, but wrong messenger. Some were saying, why was he preaching this in 2024? Why wasn't he doing all that? Okay. I want to give you a different, excuse me. I want to give you a different angle. Do you want him to continue to do what he was doing before? I'm just calling, if I were you, wouldn't you be like, you know what? Well, I'm glad he kind of promoting this now. Why mess it up? And see, let me tell you something what I've learned about life. When you see somebody make a change about anything they're saying or doing, for whatever the reason, sometimes you just need to keep your mouth shut and just watch what they do and don't even bring up a bone about what they used to do. Leave them alone. That's like a person that's like trying to get on their health journey or something. And they used to be eating all the fat back and the hog maw. And now you see them eating right, exercising, whatever. And then you want to come up like, well, why are you doing that now? Why are you trying to lose weight now? Why you didn't do it before? Every time I saw you was eating triple meat hamburger and hog maw. Like, well, what's going on? Like, it don't matter. It don't matter what they did in the past, as long as it's not nothing too bad, right? They doing it right now. That's how I am. Like, okay, well, at least you're doing it. I'm a firm believer of better late than never. I'm a firm believer of that, because with human beings, you can find every human being. There's not one of you have done things right from the beginning of your life to now. Every last one of us have made mistakes, have thought the wrong thing, have said the wrong thing. We really thought we were doing right, but it may have been, not good all the way. Every last one of us. Ain't now one of you here listening or not listening can say you haven't made changes. I've made plenty of changes in my life. I made changes in my thinking, and I wish I would have changed it sooner. But hey, thank God I finally changed, because some people don't change or whatever. And I'm not saying he's changed on a lot of things, but he didn't promote a political party. I didn't hear that. He was actually talking about getting registered to vote and voting. I didn't really hear him promote a party. So that's number one, Shills. He didn't promote Democrat. He was promoting getting registered to vote and go and vote in the midterms. Now, I'm going to say this, Shills. There are some people who, no matter what political party they're part of, they actually believe in the Voting Rights Act. I know it's hard to believe that in your world, but not every person who's of different parties believe in the MAGA wing of the party. Just like they got Democrats that don't believe in the progressive wing of the party. Same thing. MAGA and the progressives are considered the extremes of the party. I'm according to what they say, not what I say. Okay? So there's people who are not part of the MAGA wing of the conservative party, or conservatives. And they think the Voting Rights Act is a good thing. They think the Civil Rights Act is a good thing. Only the extremes like MAGA, those who are in that bunch want to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, want to get rid of the Civil Rights Act. They want to get rid of every kind of progress. Okay? That's that. Just because he did not agree with Kamala Harris at the time doesn't mean he didn't support the Voting Rights Act. I don't understand. So if you don't support a candidate who was literally rushed into position, she did not even get to do a primary. She didn't even get to do a primary. You know what I'm saying? She only had 100 days to campaign. Donald Trump had been campaigning way before she started campaigning. I'm going to say this much. She had so many vultures around her trying to get that money from her, pulling her here, there. Within 100 days, when she first announced, she wouldn't even hardly talk at first. If I had 100 days to do anything, I got to be talking every day because I got to make up lost time. That whole campaign wasn't even normal. But some of you Democrats, Shills, want to condemn black people, and then what you condemning black people for was saying, wait a minute, we want you to do something for us. Well, did you talk to the Republicans? No. Why? One, we don't vote for them. What are we going to get out of them? For one, we don't vote for them. As a collective of people, we don't vote for Republicans. Two, the Democrats owe us. So, yeah, you're going to talk to Democrats. Yeah, you're going to press Democrats about it. Sure. Now, I always said this. If the Republicans wanted to actually destroy the Democrat Party, but they would have to put down their racism to do it, though. But if they really wanted to destroy the Democrat Party, all they have to do is reparations in the form of cash payments. And you trust me, Democrats, you're done. If they was to do that, you're done. Trust me, you'll have every black American voting Republican until. That's how black Americans voted for Democrat. They didn't start voting for Democrat like that until they did the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act. Those three bills right there is what got black people voting Democrats. So basically, Democrats, you gave a tangible, right? With the Congress, Lyndon Johnson, etc. Those were tangibles that was given to FBA. So because you gave a tangible and say, oh, we're going to vote for Democrats because we received tangibles through the Democrat Party. Well, those tangibles you gave that generation has run its course, and now you have a new generation of black people who need a tangible once again. And this time, you don't want to give a tangible. You want to say, no, not right now, wait. Then you're watching, and then you're funneling resources to people that just got here yesterday. When you could have been saying, hey, we're going to do reparations in the form of cash payments. We're going to do this for Black America. We're going to do that and this and the third. You could have solidified your power to the point that Republicans couldn't even win in this country anymore. But due to racism, it's why you won't do it. Because let me tell you something. I told all y'all this. The Democrat Party and Republican Party both agree on one thing. We want to maintain white supremacy. We just have two different ways of doing it. One party says, yes, we want to maintain white supremacy, but we need them to participate in the system so they won't rise up and revolt. We need them to participate. We need to give them some symbolic positions. But these positions can only be token positions. Exactly. It can't be any changes that can be done in Black America through these positions. We'll give them a face that we cultivated, that we rose up, and then they are going to stay, not rise up against us because, hey, it seems like they kind of made it because they see this. The other side say, no, I don't want that. They need to stay in their place. They are at the bottom for a reason. And the few I may have here and there, I'm even getting rid of them right now. I don't want none of them. And then the liberal will say, well, but see, when you keep doing that, they're going to rise up against you because they're going to realize what you're doing and you're making things harsh. Let we do it in a softer way. We make them think we're their friend. We agree with you. Everything you say, Republicans, we agree, actually. We agree. This is why we're not fighting against you about the Voting Rights Act. We give lip service. We're not fighting against you. We're actually cool with that. But I think you're gonna take it too far though with the districts. I don't like that part. You got to at least give us some districts now in the South, because if you take it that far, then it's gonna go a different place. You know, so that's their argument they have. But they both agree that they want to maintain the status quo and white supremacy. Period. This is why the Democrats and the Republicans could get funded by AIPAC. Both of them get funded by AIPAC equally. All of the special interest groups, they both fund them. Because they the same.
Yep.
So you're not like winning anything when you talking about you're a hardcore Democrat. You're just part of the system too. And also in politics, it's supposed to be no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interest. Give me an example. You see Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's coming around going at Trump, doing this and that and the third, right? Somebody say, oh, she did this for Trump, and she campaigned, she was nasty. Okay. In the world of politics, if she's on your side, then you accept her on your side. You ain't bringing her to your house, but you accept her on your side because she's speaking your language now. Remember, no permanent friends, no permanent enemies, just permanent interests. So if I'm using her name, if a Marjorie Taylor Greene all of a sudden start promoting reparations, then you okay, cool. I'm cool with that because now you're promoting my interest. I'm not being a friend to nobody. I'm only aligned with the interests of Black America. Understand? So Shills, if you were smart, you would actually welcome him saying that. You would say, cool, now let's come on, Mike, let's get together, come to some events, let's help us run this thing up so we can win in 2028. That's what you're supposed to do, but you're so emotional. And I'm telling y'all, listen to me. My level of patience with emotionalism is like, I'm at the bottom with emotionalism. One thing I can tell you about emotionalism with Black people, and this is global, so this is not just Black America. Oh, it's global. It's global. You get so much into emotionalism that it literally paralyzes you. It clouds your judgment, make you say things that you probably wouldn't have said because of emotionalism. I believe emotionalism is one of the greatest Achilles heel of Black people. You're too emotional. You respond too emotional. You think too emotional. Yes, emotions are human, but at times it is what I'm looking for. It's a stumbling block. It's a stumbling block. And it hasn't produced anything. That's my issue with emotion. Like, don't bring me emotions. I don't want to hear emotions. I don't want to hear emotional arguments. It's like the moment I start hearing emotion, it's like my mind now tunes it out. And I don't even hear nothing you say no more because you're being emotional. Just bring me the facts. Bring me the study. Bring me that. Something I can take as tangible at the time. And even if I'm wrong, bring me to where I'm wrong at. Show me where I'm wrong. Don't bring me no emotion. Don't cry. Just show me where I'm wrong, or maybe help me to see things a little expanded. Don't cry. Don't get mad. Because the moment you do all that emotional stuff, I get turned off. I'm telling you, I'm so over emotion. Now, when we come back, those of you Democrat Shills, emotional, that don't stick to the factual realm, we're going to talk about the 2024 election. We're going to talk about eligible voters versus how many people actually voted in the 2024 election, right? We're going to talk about that, broken down by race. And I got a couple of things to say to the Shills, and then we're going to get back on Mike himself, because something that he said something that we need to look into, and I got a lot of questions about. So let me go ahead on and cue this up, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back.
Grandma, do you want to hear a song?
Yeah, baby. Yeah, let me hear that.
Because of who you are, I give it glory.
I heard how this church does things.
Because of who you are, I give you praise.
And the challenges we're about to face require ruthlessness. I just need to know you can act accordingly when the time comes.
Because of who you are, I will lift my voice and say, but I worship you because of who you are. Lord, I worship you because of who you are.
Okay, Sundays after church.
It's the Unity Reunion Parade, Cookout, Line Dance Party, Backyard, Barbecue, Fish Fry, Vegan Soul, Black Business, Food Truck, Networking, Outdoor, Concert, Music Festival, Celebration of the Year. Featuring Loose Ends, Dead Prez, Rashad, Taking the Bankers, Rhapsody,
I can back Astro.
October London.
I wanna get away.
Get tickets at OhioBlackExpo.com. That's OhioBlackExpo.com.
Uh-oh, you see Amanda Searles.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you come see us at the Ohio Blacc Expo in Columbus, Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, on Memorial Day weekend, we'll be out there on the 23rd on the empowerment stage. Come check us out. It'd be good to meet some of you. All right, so let's get back into what we're talking about here. Oh, the Shills. Let's get into some facts. Not crying, not whining, not I'm mad. No. That you being mad, like my grandma used to say, you getting mad and don't even equal a hill of beans. And that's really what it is. You always mad, you always fussing, and you don't get nothing done. That's all you do. Now, let's take emotion out of it. So in the 2024, let's talk about eligible voters. Okay. So you had 152 million eligible white voters, 34 million eligible black voters, 36 million eligible Hispanic voters. You had 15 million eligible Asian voters. You had 4 million Native American eligible voters. And then they say multiracial or other 11 million. Now, let's get to who actually voted. So in 2024, 105 million white people voted out of the 152 million that's registered to vote, letting you know, okay? Which white people voted the most out of everybody. They about 70% of the vote. Black people voted, it was 21 million black people had voted in the 2024 election out of the 34 million that was eligible to vote, okay? Hispanics, 19 million voted in the 2024 election out of the 36 million that was eligible to vote. So there's actually more registered Hispanic voters, about 2 million votes than black people, just letting you know. Asian Americans voted, 9 million people voted that was Asian out of 15 million, okay? Native American, approximately who voted, 2 million of them voted out of the 4 million. And then the multiracial other, it says 6 million voted out of the 11 million. Translation, there's millions of people who sat out the election. But yet, if you listen to the Shills, it's been all black people. So if you look at the white people, they way more of them sat it out than black people. Okay, you had 152 million of them that was registered to vote, and only 105 million voted. Okay, so 47 million white people sat out the election. 47 million, but you don't hear the Democrat Shills telling white people, y'all caused this, because 47 million of y'all sat it out. Okay? So you'll focus on black people. Hold on, let me get black people. You'll focus on the 13 million black people who sat it out and not focus on the 47 million white folks that sat it out. How is it that you're so angry and mad that 13 million black people, but 47 million white people sat out the 2024 election? If anybody you should be blaming white people for the 2024 election, because they sat it out.
That part, Uncle Phil, but they'll never do that. They'll always blame us.
They sat it out. 13 million black people sat it out. Yeah, they did. Okay. But this is the number that trips me out. And it was even worse. And who had more to lose in that election? Hold on. So there was more Hispanics that set out the election than black folk. So out of 36 million Hispanics that was registered to vote, only 19 million voted, which they had a lot more to lose with Trump and him talking about mass deportation. Mass deportation didn't affect us. We ain't got nothing to do with deportation. Nobody in our family is immigrants, unless you married one. But nobody in our family is immigrants. But yet the people that would have been affected the most, 17 million of them sat it out. And yet I don't hear Boulay Martin, Joy Reid, Angela Rye, none of them talking about the 17 million Hispanic voters who sat out the 2024 election. All I hear about from you bootlicks and shines is about black people. Y'all sat it out. Oh, we going through this chaos because of black people, No, you're going through this because of white people. You're going through this because of Hispanics. That's why. If Hispanics would have voted, right, the same way black people would have voted, even though they sat it out. Look, more black people voted in the 2024 election than Hispanics. They got more registered voters than black people. They got 36 million registered, black people 34 million. But yet only 19 million voted in the election and 21 million voted in 2024. Hispanics had way more to lose with that election than black people, and black people still outvoted them. And then the ones that did vote, they voted split with Republicans. So why don't you tell Democrat Shills, go tell the Latinos, why did y'all sit out the election? It's your fault why we got all this chaos. We always being, see, when you take emotion out of this stuff and you start bringing evidence, like in the court of the law, they don't go off of just you arguing. They say, no, bring your exhibits. Bring your evidence. Let's see what it is. Is it true what he did? Is it not true? Bring your evidence. Don't y'all sit here and let these Democrat shills argue with you and put it on your feet that everything that's going wrong in the country is your fault. Oh, it's you black people that's talking about tangibles, just y'all fault. Man, you a lie and the truth is not in you. You a lie.
That's right, Uncle Phil. Tell them.
17 million Hispanics sat it out. Go play it on their feet. Tell them this is their fault. Go tell them white folks this is their fault too. 47 million of them sat it out. Go tell it to them. Asians. Let me get back to Asians. Asians had 15 million registered voters and only 9 million. Only 9 million voted. So 6 million Asians sat it out. Why ain't you told Asians why 6 million of y'all sat it out? Shills. But people that demand tangibles, y'all the reason why Trump is in it. Y'all help Trump. No. So you mean, yeah, y'all told people not to vote. Oh, so 6 million Asians listens to black people? Because they'll tell me that too. You helped them. Like, okay, so 6 million Asians listen to me. 17 million Hispanics, they all listen to me. Man, if I had 17 million Hispanics listening to me, shoot, man, we have our app numbers and everything else going, right? That's a lot of people. I'm just saying. Those 13 million black people, if they all listen to me, man, my pages would be a lot bigger. They clearly wasn't listening to me. You know, they love to say this term, you just loud and wrong. That's them. No, you're the loud and wrong one because you don't even want to read how many people was actually eligible to vote and how many actual people voted. And notice they never bring you that. They always bring you some emotionalism. I told you, it's y'all fault why the Voting Rights Act got messed up. It's y'all, you tangibles people. Oh my God. It's always the sky's falling. Oh my God, the world's going to end. It's y'all fault. So what is the solution, sir? Don't ask for anything. Just be quiet. Just go with the flow. That's that the solution? We shouldn't ask for anything? Well, if that's the case, well, what about during the civil rights era?
Right.
They had people that felt the same way. Don't rock the boat. Mm-hmm. Don't ask for anything. And they're like, no, we got to get what we need. So, but today we got to get what we need. Okay? Do not let these people use that emotionalism. If I can teach you anything this year, I want you to remove emotion from everything you do. When you deal with your job, no emotion. When you deal with your finance, definitely your finances. Please take emotion out your finances. I'll tell you from personal experience, take it out, because you won't impulse buy. You won't do things that you probably should not do. You know what I'm saying? Nothing you buy everything you do should bring you peace. Everything, including what you buy. If it doesn't bring you peace, and if it's going to bring you pressure down the line, maybe not that day, but down the line, if it's going to bring you pressure, you don't buy. If it brings you peace, then you buy. And then buy with cash. Don't use their credit. Whatever you do, leave their credit alone. Because when you buy with cash, it's yours. You don't owe no payments. You don't owe no interest. You don't owe nothing. We got to take emotions out of our eating, because we put a lot of emotions there too. People are emotional eat. We got to remove emotion out of our life a lot, because it's too dominant with the Black people. Even I'm not really talking about them tonight, but even a lot of the South Africans too, they're so emotional. So emotional. And it doesn't even solve their problem either. Like I said, but it's not a South African issue, it's not an FBA issue. It's a global Black issue. I know is Black people are just too emotional. And when you bring facts to them, the first thing they try to do is find dismissive language, like, you must be getting paid. That's a dismissive tactic, because they can't deal with the truth when you bring it to them. They don't have nothing to rebut. So they try to do something to dismiss. Or, you think you're better than me. The person didn't say that, but that's emotion once again, because you can't give an account of what's being said about you at the time to factually counter what that person's saying. So you go, once again, get back into emotion. And so when you're emotionally arguing, it lets you know you kind of lost a little bit, right? Okay, cool. Now, yes, being overly emotional is dangerous. Yes, it is dangerous. You can be passionate, but don't be overly emotional, okay? Now, let's get back to Killer Mike himself, okay? Real quick. Let's play something he said, because they actually harping on the wrong thing. Well, they're not going to harp on what I'm going to harp on. But let me get back to this. Hold on. Let me see. Trinity to the bone says, we agree with your feel. Just me speaking for myself. I'm tired of everyone yelling at us of how much we should do better. We are tired, feel of the... Yeah. Trinity to the bone. Shout out to Trinidad. I'm not listening to him. It's not. No, you can't tell me nothing. All that emotionalism. Like I said, I'm so tuned out. I'm so tuned out of emotionalism, because it don't get us nowhere. Trust me, if emotion was capital, when I mean money, oh man, we'd be trillionaires, all of us. We such emotional people. And that's how these people keep us down, is because we so freaking emotional. Now let's get back to what he said in the video. I won't stop it at one point, because he said something and I looked into it. Hold on.
Hey, what's up? Onyx Impact, Black Male Initiative. This is Killer Mike, also known as Michael Render. 1965 Voters' Rights Act just got gutted. They gutted it. They literally eviscerated it, and it's now trying to... Hey, what's up? Onyx Impact, Black Male Initiative. This is Killer Mike, also known as Michael Render.
He said Onyx Impact, Black Male Initiative. So I said, okay, all right. So let's go look into that, what he was talking about. So let me get that let me switch screens so we can go look at the site he's talking about. And I'm looking at this site. Give me a second. Let me get so y'all can join me here. Boom, there we go. Okay, so this is what he's talking about, Onyx Impact. I said, okay. I said, what is this organization? So as I'm looking, I'm saying, okay, empowering Black communities, building digital power, defending truth. So, okay, so far, nice looking website. And then it got a digital green book, Integrity Lab, AI2, Aisha. Okay, Aisha is cool. It's your digital ally. And then what we do, and then they talk about their nonprofit research, media, and technology organization dedicated to amplifying Black voice and protecting Black communities in the era of propaganda. Bad actors have made the digital world a battleground. Black communities are targeted by their lies, digital manipulation, and online harm at alarming rates. To change this, we turn to data-driven research into innovative strategies that create resilient digital spaces where Black people are empowered, protected, and heard. So when I read that, I'm like, that language is very interesting. So then, they show them, people here, some AI is coming for Black communities. I don't know why the fear mongering with that. It's here. Either you innovate, learn, get certified, get educated, or you will be left behind. I'm telling all Black people that please get a certification or something in this. They say the digital landscape, and they mentioned about 42% of online traffic is bad bots spreading fake news. 64% of Black audiences still turn to Black-owned outlets. So that means definitely more than half. 60% of Black users are more likely to have social media accounts removed often and unfairly. And then they talk about follow us, invest in Black, okay, cool. And then when I say, so what I did, I say, well, read our report. I say, man, something about this is kind of fishy. And then this is what I clicked on, and we were all reported on this during that time. Do y'all remember this report? Do y'all remember that report?
Yes. I remember that report. We covered that on Front Line Blacc News. Yep.
A lot of you probably remember this report because a lot of us covered and reported on this, ladies and gentlemen. And I say, wait a minute, hold on. I've seen this before. I say, I know that's not the same report I covered. So I say, honest impact. And I kept going through here, and I was looking at, and what caught my attention was, where's that part at? Where is it at? Where is it at? The Black extreme nativist and separatist and all this foreign health skeptic. I'm just looking, I said, wait a minute, Black manosphere, far-right actors and media outlets, including Black and non-Black extremists who target Black audiences with inauthentic persuasion campaigns to promote anti-Black, anti-immigrant, anti-LGBTQ plus revisionist histories and other disinformation narrative. And I'm like, wait. I know I covered this before. So then I'm going through this thing. I'm looking, okay? I'm looking at all this stuff. I'm saying, wait a minute. Hold on. I'm looking at all this. And then as I scroll down, I said, I think I remember who's behind this. And then I get down to the bottom and I say, oh, there she is. I remember her because everybody was flaming her when this report came out. Killer Mike, you mean to tell me you joined with the lady talking about the Black disinformation campaign, brother? To me, that's more of an issue.
Right.
Not what the Shills talking about. This is an issue. Why are you joining with this lady?
Right.
Who had all this stuff to say about some disinformation about Black people?
Tether alert.
Black people for the first time have a chance to speak their mind and how they feel without media gatekeepers. And then when they do have a chance to do that, all of a sudden everything is disinformation.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? And I remember, boy, everybody was going at this woman so much that she had privated her social media. Yep. Boy, everybody was cooking this woman for this. For putting that out here. And if y'all remember this report,
she should have been cooked.
Let's get back, expose and discredit key bad actors. You know what I'm saying? We was talking about, man, that sounds like some old COINTELPRO language. I remember saying that at the time, that we cannot allow bad actors to spread of disinformation to millions of Black Americans to continue to go and check. Honest Impact focus group showed that when Black voters are shown examples of clear deception, they become motivated to demand change. Creating strategies to expose key bad actors will be critical in 2024. Y'all remember this?
Yep, I remember.
And talking about the trusted messenger thing, you remember that? Like trusted, like the people decide who's trusted and the people decide who's not trusted.
Right.
The market decide. not a focus group, not a group tied to the system.
Right.
All y'all. I know y'all remember this.
Yep, I definitely remember it.
This, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on, brother. Come on. Killer Mike? Did you actually go read this, brother?
No.
If somebody know Killer Mike, please tell him to go to their actual website and read this and say, do you stand by this? Because technically, based off of what they say in this report, you fit the description, brother.
Mm-hmm.
You fit that. You would be considered part of, according to them, the disinformation campaign, brother. So either you didn't read it at all. You thought maybe because they could approach you a certain way in Atlanta. You were like, oh man, that's a good idea. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, black woman come and holler at you about it. You're like, okay, yeah, sister, yeah, I got it. I hope it's that. I hope you just didn't look into it. That you thought she was genuine and, you know, you want to work with black people being genuine. Okay, maybe you didn't know about this report. Just maybe you didn't. But since we are reminding you, brother, that this report was not nothing good toward the black community. Basically, what that report is saying, if you don't go through CNN, MSNBC, or MS Now, all the other gatekeepers, then you're not trusted, or you're not part of the boule crowd.
Yeah.
Then you're not trusted. Then we need to discredit everybody because how they feel is this. They don't like people like myself and others to have a microphone.
Right. They don't like us.
They feel that only certain people should have a microphone because they went to the right college, they went to the right fraternity, went to the right sorority, they know the right people, they interned at the Hill, they did this, they did that. So they should be the people that everybody listen to because they put in the time. And we live in a time period, it don't matter about your time. Sorry, the old system is dying.
Right.
The new system has arrived. And the new system is about speed, scale, attention, watch time.
Mm-hmm.
That's the new thing. It's not about I did this for 20 years, so I should be. That's not the way influence works today. Sorry. It doesn't work that way. I know it's hard for you. The music industry too. They're having a hard time with that too. The speed of people using AI tools to make music and all of that and actually sounding good and not sounding janky. Some of it do sound janky. I ain't gonna lie. Some of it sound horrible. But the ones that actually know what they're doing, the ones that actually writing music, the ones that know it have some sort of musical background, yeah, they're not liking that either because once again, they feel the same way. Well, we're the record labels and we've been doing this for 100 years. And how are you going to show up and do this, you know, within 15 minutes and now everybody listening to your... It's the same thing. They have a thing in America, this gatekeeper system, and all the gatekeepers are having a problem right now.
Yep.
They're losing it. And I love every minute of it. Y'all know I'm a disruptor. I love disrupting. I love turning systems over on his head and body slamming it in the middle of the ring.
Right.
I love it.
I love it too.
I love it. Because the old system, my people didn't benefit. That's why I want the old system to be turned upside down. Right. But black people don't benefit. Maybe the little plantation flunkies do, but I want my people to have just a fair shot. And no way you have a fair shot unless you overturn the system.
Right. That's right, Uncle Phil.
Yeah. Eric said that even the gatekeepers are going on to the next life. That too.
Yeah.
That too. And the greatest gatekeepers of all is the baby boomers. They the greatest gatekeepers.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said something about Clarence Thomas that was so cold the other day. They said Clarence Thomas, it say all the laws and opportunities he got because of his race, he's making sure to destroy them all and close the door behind him due to his race.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wow. I said, that's a bar.
Mm-hmm.
I said, and it's not just Clarence Thomas, it's that whole generation. It's just not him. That whole generation did that. I'm talking about in general. I'm not talking about just Clarence Thomas. I'm just not talking about black. I'm talking about even the white kids literally feel the same way. Like, I can't live. I can't afford anything. I went to college. I did this. And you hear a bunch. I saw MS Now. They had a panel of white kids.
Oh yeah.
And they you would think you would listen to black kids talk. What's the craziest thing ever to me? You would really think that was black kids talking. I can't afford to live. I can't even get a house. I can't afford to live out my this. I can't afford that. And I'm sitting like, wow, I never thought I'd hear white folks talking like this. Interesting times we living in. Interesting times. Now, real quick, how many of y'all have is going to join us out in Toronto in July? That's coming up. Come join us in Toronto. If those of you on the border, New York, Buffalo, I know y'all in Buffalo, come over, but come check us out.
Toronto, July 25th. The Narrative Power Summit is landing in the 6. This is about ownership. This is about controlling our story. If you're serious about narrative power, strategy, and ownership, this is the room you need to be in. To get your tickets, go to africandiasporanews.org/Canada. I'll see you in Toronto.
Yes, come join us out there in Toronto, Canada, africandiasporanews.org/Canada. You can get your tickets. Ladies and gentlemen, come on through. You know, we had a great event in 2018, and we met a lot of you. And it'd be good to meet a lot of you again out there in Toronto, Canada, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Somebody said we got an email. Well, all right. Beautiful. I just got a good email. I like them kind of emails. Anyway, so if you don't remember anything else tonight, ladies and gentlemen, look into the organizations that's reaching out to you. Even if they sound good, research them because you don't want to be tied to something else. Number 2, do not allow anyone to put at your feet for you demanding tangibles that is your fault while Trump is causing all the things that he's doing. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. If you want to lay it on the feet of anybody, lay it on the feet of Hispanics and white people. Right. Hispanics had a lot more to lose in this election, and they chose 17 million of them chose to sit out the election. Go talk to them. Go talk to those 47 million of white people that sat out the election. Right. Go talk to them. Leave us alone. Black people always show up in elections, even when we're not even getting benefits. We still showing up in elections and voting. Okay? We always show up to vote and get nothing out the deal.
Nothing.
Hispanics had 36 million people registered to vote. Only 19 million of them showed up. So Boulay, go holler at the Hispanic community. Holler at them. Because that's called what it is. Most of the immigrants came from Latin America that the Democrats was prioritizing. So like I said before, Democrats, see, what you wanted to do, Democrats, is you wanted to prioritize, thank you, Fishing with Rick. You wanted to prioritize the other communities, and you see in the end, you got burned. Because on paper, it looks good, though. Say, man, it's 36 million registered Hispanics versus 34 million black people. That 34 million black people, I got to give them something. So let me go ahead on and try to push towards the 36 million Hispanic people. And you see what happens. And the 19 million that did show up to vote, that vote was split.
Yep.
Because a lot of them vote Republican.
Yep. That part.
Versus the black vote, that's a whole block vote. Y'all are so silly. You Democrat Party is the most, I'm sorry, y'all got all this education, but y'all don't have education.
Right.
Because it'll be a no-brainer. I promise you, if you gave reparations in the form of cash payments to FBA, I promise you just about you would get 34 million votes. Hands down. Matter of fact, Democrats, I would be the biggest cheerleader for you. I'll be the biggest Democrat at that point. I say, hey, man, shoot. Man, shout out to the Democrats. I would be all Democrated up if you gave us our reparations in the form of cash payments. That's the only way I promote you. But I ain't gonna do that and you ain't do nothing for us. Hell no.
Right.
No. Y'all did all this stuff for the immigration and all of that, and then when the rubber meets the road, the people who are here, who are legally can vote, they don't show up for you.
Yep.
Well, look what y'all did for the Asian community, Democrats.
Mm-hmm.
And yet 6 million of them sat it out. All 6 million of them should have showed up.
Mm-hmm.
Because y'all did do something for Asians. And see how they still messed you over?
Yeah.
But you never want to hold them accountable. You always want to hold us accountable, telling us about what we don't do. Man, forget that.
Right. I agree.
Yeah, Eric, yeah, congratulations, you played yourself.
Right.
That's what they do all the time, the Democrats. They play themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you hold them to account, here comes the emotionalism. You must be a Republican. Emotion. No facts, no nothing. I mean, prove it. You must be getting paid. Okay, prove it. Well, go look in the FEC report and see if I got paid. Candidates have to report. Go look.
Yep.
I mean, all this money people say I'm getting, I ain't got it. You know, I mean, man, how many, let me see, hold on, y'all. Let me go through everybody that's supposed to be sending me checks. Hold on. So Trump was supposed to pay me. I didn't get paid. The U.S. government is supposed to be paying me, I guess, to try to destabilize South Africa. I don't see how I can do that.
Oh, yeah.
Even though I'm paying the government because I pay taxes.
Right.
So the government's not paying me a dime. Some people said that the Democrats are paying me at times too. And I'm like, Act Blue has never paid me a dime. And if how much money they should have paid me so I can go send an invoice so I can get my check. I wish I was getting some of the money y'all talking about. Your boy Boulay Martin got $350K from the Democrats. I don't need that much. Well, shoot, I'll run me my check too, I guess. When y'all say somebody getting paid, it lets you know that you don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You assume somebody's getting paid because low vibrational listeners will run with that instead of saying, okay, if you're getting paid, just prove it. Where's the reports? Because when you're getting paid like that by those entities, they got to report it. It can't be underneath the table.
Right.
Or they'll get in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's right.
Hold on, you say Phil got multiple M's? Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I'm a multi-millionaire. I'm like, where? I mean, if I was a multi-millionaire, oh, man, shoot. If I was a multi-millionaire, I can hire a lot more people. You know, I can go for the best people I want. Oh, yeah, it's a lot of things I can do to be a multi-millionaire. I'm not there yet. I say yet. Yeah, but I'm super rich. But hey, you know what? I take that. I take that as a prophecy because you seeing something that I don't see, and I will take that as a word from the Lord that He called me to have multi-million dollars, not for me to go trick it off, not for me to go jet setting, but to change the lives of people throughout the world. Period. That's what I believe He'll give it to me for, not to trick off, because I don't need millions of dollars to do that. That's very easy to do.
Right.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming and joining us tonight. We greatly appreciate it. Make sure you go check out LaSherrick on AfroWire AI. Go subscribe to her. And
make sure y'all like and subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. You know, you goddamn Democratic Shills. You got some damn nerve. To hell with y'all and how you feel. Nothing that you say is going to get us to get our booties to the polls or souls to the polls. Unless, like Uncle Phil said, y'all cut the goddamn check for reparations. That's it. And that's all. So moving along to the next topic. Pull this back up. News. I think it is the Trump administration. I think it's the Trump administration is suing The New York Times over discrimination of white people. Let's see if that's what it is. Oh, baby. Little Panther kitty is on my leg. Yeah. The Trump administration is suing New York Times over discrimination against white men. The audacity. So Dr. Rashad Ritchie is going to give us an update on that.
Trump administration admits racism is real, it is active, it is in the workplace, and the federal government must get involved. So they have decided to sue the New York Times on behalf of a white man that the New York Times discriminated against. Here it is.
I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies.
Or any talk of, because they lost opportunity, they lost income, any kind of compensation fund.
Well, there's talk about that. We have a lot of people talk about it. A lot of the people that are in government now talk about it because a lot of the people in government really like that group of people. They were patriots as far as I was concerned.
I'm Andrea Lucas, chair of the U.S. Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. Are you a white male who's experienced discrimination at work based on your race or sex? You may have a claim to recover money under federal civil rights laws. Contact the EOC as soon as possible. Time limits are typically strict for filing a claim. The EOC is the federal agency charged with enforcing federal anti-discrimination law against businesses and other private sector employers. The EOC is committed to identifying, attacking, and eliminating all forms of race and sex discrimination, including against white male applicants and employees.
There's so much discrimination with white men that the chair of the Equal Employment Opportunity Agency has to explain what it stands for, so they will be educated that it exists, because they've never called the number before until they have been told they must. Put it up for mass. Trump is like the reverse Uno version of Dr. King. He's attempting to literally be a champion for those who have always had the privilege and the courtesy and opportunity of power. The Trump administration is now targeting the New York Times, claiming that the newspaper discriminates against white men. The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission sued the newspaper in federal court Tuesday on behalf of a white man who alleged his race and his sex were factors in being denied a promotion, violating the Civil Rights Act. According to the Times, the white employee filed his complaint in July 2025 with the EEOC office in New York. But the office later transferred the complaint to an Alabama investigator. Since then, the commission had been investigating the Times, with the two sides sending information back and forth. The two were briefly engaged in a voluntary mediation process known as conciliation. That's according to the paper, which usually takes place after the EEOC finds, quote, reasonable cause that discrimination has occurred. If conciliation fails, which is akin to a form of mediation, then the EEOC decides whether to file a lawsuit. Now, keep in mind, typically, if you have a discrimination case, you take it to the EEOC to get the stamp of approval. And basically, that stamp of approval is the prerequisite for a private attorney to take the case if they choose to, knowing that the EEOC has at least validated the bare minimum requirement for a potential case. In this situation, you have an interesting idea emerging from the administration. This administration has told you that racism really doesn't exist. We need to stop with our diversity and inclusion programs, methodology of integration in a workplace, because we are in a post-racial society. And anyone who may experience some level of discrimination, they have the courts that they can utilize in order to make their case. But it should not be the federal government calling the strikes or the balls in this, well, corporate game. Now you have the administration admitting racism is real. You have the administration admitting that a person has been limited in their forward mobility promotion based on race and also gender.
Lord have mercy.
So if you believe in principle that a white male can be discriminated against because of his white maleness, why would you not believe in principle that a black male cannot be discriminated against, or a black female, or a brown female, et cetera, et cetera? You see, this is an interesting hypocritical idea being presented by the administration. There's more. According to the Times, the white employee filed this back in July 2025. They transferred it to the Alabama office, as I said. Alabama office gets it. They start to investigate. The New York Times. Of course, the fact that this is a media company plays into the narrative. While the complaint began as a general look at the newspaper's hiring and promotions, the case, personally handled by EEOC Chair Andrea Lucas, soon became a specific question over whether the white employee did not get a deputy editor job. So on April 21st, the EEOC told the newspaper that the case had been referred to the agency's legal unit. It's the latest attack by the Trump administration against media outlets that criticize the president. And it's not the first time they have invoked diversity, equity, and inclusion in the process. The FCC, Federal Communications Commission, is currently investigating NBC's parent company, Comcast, over alleged DEI practices. And last month, Commissioner Brandon Carr announced an investigation into DEI practices at Disney, ABC's parent company. Why is Trump utilizing the head of agency in order to directly investigate these matters? Because those are the individuals he controls directly. And he will utilize his control of those handful of individuals who run very important and sometimes very rigorous agencies, because people who work there give a damn. And they are career professionals. So you can't manipulate, typically, a career professional in the same way you can manipulate a career crony.
Right.
And that's the reason. Now, it was also the Trump administration's mass cut in public sector that disproportionately affected Black women. Remember that? We talked about it. Here's your update. Last year, Black women lost 319,000 jobs between the month of the year to the month of July. The only major female demographic to experience significant job losses during this 5-month period. White men saw the largest job increase, 365,000 among groups. Remember, on day one, I said the Trump administration has created a litany of policies without having to say the word Black, but their policies disproportionately impact people of color. Starting with the Department of Education, which is the only agency in the federal government where the Black population is overrepresented compared to the per capita population of America. And I'm taking away opportunities for higher education. Black women were the fastest growing demographic for both higher education in general and graduate level higher education training. In addition to that, you rip away the debt relief programs implemented by Biden, which should have been permanent, and you eliminate the opportunity for deferment for paying back such debt relief, which is the number one contributor for people not buying a home, which becomes the largest capital investment 99.1% of Americans will make. Just follow the policies one by one. So if you are a Republican, especially if you happen to be a Black conservative who still supports this madness, you used to come on this show and you would tell me about these great business policies and how the proclamation of these business policies will help Black men and help Black women. Black women are losing. What do you say today? White men winning based on the right now data, not based on proclamation or trajectory, based on evidence, information. Trump has long hated the Times for how it has covered him over the years, especially recently, filing a $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the paper last year and calling the paper, quote, the failing New York Times, end quote, for at least a decade. Now he's using the power of his office against them. And just a reminder about something called the Constitution. You have the freedom of speech. You have the freedom of political speech, which simply means that the government cannot utilize your freedom of speech and punish you because it disagrees with said speech. There's more. The New York Times spokesperson, Daniel Rose, has issued a statement, quote, the New York Times categorically rejects the meritless and politically motivated allegations that the Trump administration's EEOC is pursuing against us, end quote. Our employment practices are merit-based and focused on recruiting and promoting the best talent in the world, end quote. So let the games begin. Senator, thoughts here?
Yeah, Doc, I mean, this is disturbing in so many ways. I mean, never did I think I would live to see how the Civil Rights Act, other civil rights laws that were meant to give Black people, and then by extension, other people, liberty, being used against Black people in such a vicious way. They have really turned these amendments upside down, the acts upside down. And if we are not careful, you know, we definitely are backtracking as a nation, for sure. The notion that white men are discriminated to such a level that the EEOC has to get involved is maddening to me. The data that you showed, that the number of Black women who lost their jobs, and then you flip that, the same level, a greater level of white men increased their jobs. That should tell us almost everything that we need to know about this country. And I was just thinking about, people don't understand what systemic racism, systemic anti-Blackness is. This is not about one individual's biases. This is about a whole system that operates in a way to advantage one group of people over another over time. And there is no way Black people enslaved for almost 250 years, chattel slavery, we're talking about generation after generation. And then you have Jim and Jane Crow for another 100 years. I mean, when you add all of that up, it's almost 400 years worth of Black people scraping and crawling and dying to achieve just a little bit. And when you look at what the United States Supreme Court has done to the Voting Rights Act, as one of my dear friends and colleagues, and I'm sure you know him, Doc, Attorney Gerald Griggs, labels it, that the Voting Rights Act is on life support. He said it's very important for us to say that because there's a window there. He talked about how he read Justice Alito's findings, opinion for the majority. And there's some weaving that we got to do, but it is on life support. But how cynical is it to have not only the Supreme Court of the United States, but also this administration use the very laws that are on the books now to hurt Black people and by extension others. And so when the president said the guise of equality, that is stunning to me. And I got to smile just to stop from cussing. That is the guise of equality, as if this nation was formed perfectly.
Right.
I think the framers said to form a more perfect union, because they knew they were wrong from the beginning too. Several of the first early presidents, as you and I know, and many of our viewers, I'm sure, understand the history, they owned slaves. Yeah. You know, even some of the most famous founders, founding fathers, as they are called. Thomas Jefferson, you know, rapes slave.
Yep.
Had a whole relationship with Sally Hemings by force, and he wasn't the only one. So it's just curious to me that they forget all of that history and they lean in to some type of grievance that white men have. What's the grievance, Doc? Maybe I missed something. I don't understand what the grievance is. And your point about racism doesn't exist. So racism doesn't exist when it comes to Black people, but this president is making sure that he flips what racism is. Now he is bastardizing the term racism. You don't understand what systemic racism is. And then my final point here, well, man, I can make so many points. There's a book, How to Be Less Stupid About Race, written by Dr. Crystal Fleming. It is an easy guide for people who really, truly want to understand what the term racism and anti-Blackness really means, not this knee-jerk reaction. And when does leveling the playing field or fighting for equality and equity become a burden on other folks? They're saying that they're being put upon because these laws that the president is bemoaning and that he's using the full force and weight of the federal government to reverse. Think about why they were put in place in the first place. Right. They were put in place because Black people were discriminated against. Black people were violated. When I say Black people were discriminated against, that's putting it lightly. Black people were violated and terrorized in this country. Remnants even until the 60s, 70s, and 80s, still trying to clean this mess up. And we still have remnants today. So when did leveling the playing field become something that's wrong? And anybody who buys into this, Black, white, or other, there's something wrong with them, Doc. And we just got to call this foolishness out. And this is ridiculous.
That's right. Very well said. And I want to remind everyone, this is not about your party affiliation. If you happen to be a conservative, I want you to be a conservative. I appreciate the fact that we have individuals willing to hold all political parties accountable. So you being a conservative, be that. Have your conservative policies. We can debate those policies, but at least The good faith idea is that the debate is for the betterment of humanity, in particular, humanity in the United States of America. So we can argue and debate over the methodology, but the goals have to be the same. And if the outcome is not, let's just say, a good faith argument, that means that there's no true debate between us. So you have to debate your own conservatives, just like I have to debate individuals on the left, because the outcome is the most important element. And never forget that you have the power. You have the power. These individuals are simply men and women. They are not immortal. They will not live forever. They will not hold power forever. Get ready to lead if you're not leading right now. Put yourself in the position to know the mantle will be passed to you. And what we do with that mantle at that point will determine the future direction for this country, because this will pass. And I will leave you with this final point, and Senator Turner, I know you'll back it. The irony for me when I look at this is the fact that the founding fathers, as they are called, of this nation, as steeped in the enterprise of slavery as they were, many of them were self-reflective enough to write in their own journals and make public proclamation about the great moral irony, lack of ethical character that slavery is. Some of them in their later years talked about their own moral dilemma when it comes to slavery. So in a way, those who were the originators of the enterprise have more clarity than those who are the proclaimers of political power today. And I find that to be insanely ironic.
Stole the whole country have no business talking about stealing to anybody. Okay? You have no business in anybody's face talking about killing and violence and stealing. You are the last ones that should have your mouth open talking about that. So it should not surprise you that their offspring do the same thing. They make a lot of accusations that are unfounded. So we are the ones that are more likely to be accused of stealing. And these people swear up and down they seen us took something. And then, of course, when it's all said and done, they don't find a damn thing. Well, that is a problem. But y'all, what I'm saying to you, don't let that stuff slide. I don't care how minor it seems to you. You go after them legally when you know you've been wrongly accused of something and nothing is found. You know, if it was up to me, I would have laws on the book. If you accuse someone and you are certain and you witness something and something is found, that's one thing. But if nothing is found after you make an accusation, that should be an automatic job termination. It should also be an automatic job termination for the cop that came on the scene and jumped on the accuser side that was wrong without doing a thorough investigation, because these cops tend to do that. They're very biased, and whoever looks like them on the scene, that's who they will side with, whether they have full details of the story or not. We know this, we've seen it, and it continues to happen to this very day. But if you make a serious accusation against a person and it turns out to be nothing, that should be an automatic termination. You should be fired at that point. You know, and the stores that you're in should get rid of you, because if they got melanated customers and that person is still there, that might be a problem. So we're going to see this in these, you know, in a series of videos I'm about to show you. And it's a shame that these things go on, but we got to also look at the nature of these people that are running things. Then it should not shock you so much that they are the ones always making the accusations. And 9 times out of 10, it's a great chance they are not even correct in what they're saying. There is no mistake about us being the most exonerated. It really, to me, I know it's a deliberate act. When they accuse us of something and it's not true, it's a deliberate act. These things aren't innocent at all. If they think their word can get you in a lot of trouble, oh yeah, they're real gleeful about that. So make no mistake, they're not sorry when they do this to you, but you should always legally go after them if what they're saying is unfounded. Nothing is found on you. Cops arrive, you got to get interrogated by the cops just for them to end up finding nothing. No, you slap them lawsuits on them. Slap those lawsuits on the store, the employee, and the police department. Go after all of them. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Listen, man, it's pretty simple. You can empty your pockets. We can pat you down.
Watches a man shopping in a boutique is falsely accused of stealing by the store owner, who claims he slipped something into his pocket. 2 cops show up and back the accusation, but this man knows his rights. He refuses to be searched, standing firm on his Fourth Amendment protection against unlawful searches. When it's all said and done, they find nothing in his pockets, and the truth is clear. This is how you shut down false claims with the law on your side.
I need to pat you down.
Everybody's safe. Everybody's safe, man.
You have any weapons on you?
Have any weapons? Do I look like I have weapons?
Well, before my partner here pats you down, I want to make sure if he's safe.
You can't pat me down at all.
Why not?
You can't pat me down. Without suspicion, you can't pat me down. And I ain't commit no crime, so you can't pat me down.
If you have no weapons and you didn't steal anything, then you wouldn't mind consenting to it.
I do not consent.
Well, let's just say we're suspicious. So now you said we got to be suspicious, right? There's nothing suspicious. We find this a bit suspicious. Lady doesn't call us in here for nothing. No disrespect, ma'am.
What did you call?
Because I know you stole something.
If she knows you stole, then we can just deal with it, right?
Yeah. I didn't steal anything. I don't know what she saw. She probably wasn't watching. Said it's probably something in her eyes, something like that.
Don't attack her.
Don't attack her. She's attacking me right now, accusing me of stealing. Go watch the cameras first and get back to me because I didn't do anything wrong.
She's not accusing you. She witnessed something.
She witnessed.
So she's a witness.
Proof that I did something.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, you have to get to that.
In the meantime, if he could pat you down, right? Until then, let him pat.
Consent to that. I don't consent to that.
You're not going to cooperate with us. What did you
If you have
take?
nothing to hide, then why worry about it?
I think like a necklace and like a bracelet.
He's just jamming stuff into his top.
Why are you accusing me of that?
Because look at you. Why are you in here?
What you mean?
Why are you in here, sir? Respectfully, why are you in here?
First off, I don't have to tell you why I'm in here for. I'm doing a little shopping.
For who?
It's none of your business.
None of these clothes fit you, sir.
It's none of your business.
And this isn't the profile of someone you'd be dating anyway. We both know that.
How do you know that?
We both know that.
Listen, you don't even know where I come from, my background, or anything about me.
I know that there's no one else that has your appearance in the store besides you. And
did you hear what that bitch said? Oh my God. Y'all, shop Blacc.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me now. Shop Blacc.
Yep.
You don't have to go in their boutiques.
Right.
Why would you want to even buy anything from a person that said that to you? I wouldn't be in there. She can have that shit. I'm just looking at the clothes and everything. I don't see anything in there that's steal worthy. Okay, I don't see nothing that's worth stealing up in her little raggedy ass store. But for real, you took something, you took a bracelet and this, I think. What do you mean, I think? Either you know he took something or you know he didn't.
Coincidentally, none of those people are being being accused, as you want to put it. Don't worry about my partner, bro.
6 feet.
You're good right there. I'm good right here.
Back up.
He's gonna be a lot closer.
Back up. He can be closer.
He's gonna be closer if he has to pat you down. So that's why we need to know if you have any weapons. Do you have ID? Are you gonna be compliant? Before you start rattling off a bunch of questions, you're gonna answer questions for us.
I don't have to answer anything. I have ID. I didn't do anything wrong. She accused me of stealing. You need to go check the cameras before you make a big mistake now.
So you've already admitted you have an ID. So go ahead and present that.
Turn out your pockets right now.
Yeah. Go ahead and pop your ID out.
And you know what's funny? When I came inside here, I thought she was a nice lady, said hello and everything like that. For you to come out to be like that was kind
And
of
then
crazy.
you started hovering over the jewelry section way too long.
Right.
The other girls in the store that were shopping felt uncomfortable. They left.
And I wonder, yeah,
I'm very picky.
What you want, right? You're hovering over the jewelry, trying to figure out what you want. That sounds like you were casing the joint, right? You're just explaining to us what you were doing. Go ahead, keep on telling us what you were doing, because you're going to write this. This is all going on camera, and it's all going to make the case open and shut.
Listen, if you need a notepad, I'll go to 99-cent store and go get you.
You aren't going anywhere until you get patted down. We're good.
Back up.
We're good right here.
We are good.
You're good.
And you see all the trouble that you put me through, and I'm just shopping.
Look at all the trouble that
I'm
you
gonna spend
Oh, you're a victim now.
so much money in the store for you to treat me like that.
Sir.
So much money in the store.
Sir.
Now I have to go make a post. This is the reason why you should come.
Ma'am, let him be a victim. Go ahead. Cry those tears. Cry those crocodile tears, sir.
Sir, can I say something, please?
Go ahead and say, because everybody's
You won't even let me say
I know, it's so disrespectful.
Okay.
This is what we expect.
Is it my turn?
I apologize.
Thank you so much. All I'm trying to say is if you have nothing to hide, there should be no problem in consenting to a pat down. And then we clear this whole thing up and you can buy whatever you would like.
I know the Lord, and he doesn't have to search me. I just know that. He doesn't have
I don't have to, but I also didn't have to find out that you were stealing.
Asking for my ID, and he doesn't have to do the same thing to you. If you feel like giving it to him, you're more than welcome to open up your
He's not asking for my
Nobody needs to see your ID. She's an upstanding business owner. You're a guy in a shop where you don't belong, doing things you don't
belong in this store.
Because you're doing things that are creating a chaos. You're creating chaos and a disturbance.
That has nothing to do with anything.
You asked me a question. I'm asking you a question. Have somebody ever bought you something?
I didn't ask you a question.
Okay.
What does that have to do with you hovering over the jewelry, casing the joint?
Now you're being mean to me again.
Oh, now you're a victim again. No, let him be a victim. You're a victim. Right.
Easily clear your name if you listen to a pat down.
Listen, I just asked you a simple question. Have somebody ever bought you something? This yes or no? This yes or no?
That seems completely irrelevant to the situation right now.
How is it irrelevant? I'm trying to explain to you what I'm doing in the store.
Let's stay conducive to the matter. And right now, you're just trying to deflect.
I'm trying to talk to the lady.
Let's stay on the matter at hand, sir.
I'm trying to understand.
Do you have anything on your person?
If you have any type of love life, she will understand why.
That's not your business, sir.
Okay, that's why I'm in the store. Because I'm trying to buy something from somebody that I appreciate. And that's what it is.
Well, we appreciate if you go to a store where there's something for you. There's nothing for you in this store, which is probably why you decided to hover and then steal. And we don't like that in our community.
Hovering is not.
We don't want to make this.
Loitering is not a crime. Loitering is not a crime because I'm in here going to conduct business. If y'all let me
She doesn't have any business with you. She doesn't want to do business with you.
That's true.
No, I would love your business as long as you're not stealing.
I'm not stealing.
Stealing isn't business.
That as soon as you let him pat you down, then we can continue on with our
But you
day.
saying it like you knew that I was. Listen, that's crazy, man. I literally take everything out of my pocket.
Finally.
Thank you.
That's all we ever asked for.
And that's all I have. I don't have anything else.
That's all you have in your pockets.
You turn them inside out? Like,
Yeah, let's see your pockets, bro.
because I don't believe. Oh.
Yeah, turn around.
I got lint coming out the pocket.
Where are you hiding it? I know you have whatever you were hiding.
Oh.
I'm not hiding anything. I don't have anything.
Your camera saw him take something though?
No, I didn't say that.
Can you say sorry? Because I didn't take anything.
Yes, sir.
Like,
I am sorry.
you were so sweet to me, so sweet. If you would accuse me, and you got all this commotion here and everything.
Sir, let's not make this into something it's not. We obviously didn't expect you to have any business in here. You can understand why we would have made this mistake.
I didn't like how you was walking up.
It doesn't matter what you like, sir.
I didn't like that. Imagine some
Sir, just be happy that you didn't actually take anything this time.
I will never take anything.
Okay, well, obviously we feel some kind of way differently, and so if you could just exit the property, that'd be great. Because I appreciate that you emptied your pockets.
I want to finish doing what I was doing peacefully, and you guys could.
Ma'am, is he allowed to finish shopping in here?
Yes, of course.
He's not. You're not going to be a disturbance.
You better give me a discount. For all the trouble that you put me through, you better give me a discount.
Just let us know if he's. Don't give her any attitude. Let's go, Johnny.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you
If he gives you any, if he doesn't even.
And then you got a card too with your name because we had asked the lady as far as us not receiving an apology, and she just turned her back and was very rude to us.
Yeah,
and I felt
she has her recording, so she didn't want to be on the video.
but she could have apologized. We wasn't recording at first, but she could have apologized. That's cool.
I apologize. I made a mistake. All right. My name's David. I'm the asset protection manager here. Okay. I was watching you on camera. It looked like there was no red trigger when you guys were scanning things, so I took that as underringing. Okay. I approached you once you passed the last point of sale, which at that point I can legally approach you.
Okay.
My mistake. You guys came willingly. You allowed me to go through your bags.
Yeah.
So there's no illegal search or seizure. Okay. You guys are recording. Let me get a piece of it.
But do you,
like y'all are recording.
and just and you see what our kids have to go through this. And we,
yep.
Yep. Now she turning it off. Yep.
This is in the back. This is right as far as the press people still.
Yep. Right on here. Yep. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. No, do not touch. No, she touched my phone. Yes, she did.
Are you guys together?
Check the receipts.
So, what is the problem with showing your receipt and then just walking out?
Because I don't want to show no receipt.
You don't have to
show no receipt.
You don't have to show
It's
receipt.
not right by me showing no receipt to them.
You don't have
show
to.
no receipt after I pay for this stuff.
No.
That's not the law.
Check your policy.
And I done seen it on
Check your
YouTube
policy.
many times.
Check
I'm
your policy.
suing y'all. No, I don't got to show nothing.
Check your policy.
Check y'all's policy. I don't got to show y'all nothing. Yeah, he pulled a knife out on me. Yeah, yes, you did. You pulled your knife out on me. Yeah, I'm suing y'all. I show him. Yeah, I'm trying to get out. I don't have to show y'all no receipt.
A customer came in. He was about to walk in.
All that stuff. Because some of it was out of the back. You got to this is wrong. Oh, this is wrong. What? I don't got that. I'm here shop. Listen. Hey man, get that video to my phone. Get my phone too.
Hey, officer, I need your contact card. I need you as the officer.
Did you see anything? You're not gonna help us? Thanks.
I need a contact card. You guys haven't even told why you guys detained that guy.
We just showed up after the fact, so we'll let you know when we know.
But y'all didn't tell him why you detained him.
We don't have to tell them immediately.
Right. You have to have probable cause, right? Hey, officer, excuse me, Corporal, I need your contact card. Ma'am, I need your contact card.
All right, you got everything. They need to get so stupid, brother. You got everything?
What? You want to go together later? Who you want to go together? Hey, calm down.
You made me.
I'm not making you, but
It's not everything is on the receipt, sir, so we're If I leave, I will not step it out. Can you tell me that? That's all I want to know. Where's it up there? Where's it up there?
She got a receipt.
She got a receipt.
And they checked it, so why they won't let me take it out? Why is she still?
She told me she was on the camera.
What happened to you, little girl? What did she do?
This lady right here, when she was walking down the steps, I was walking down behind her. She stopped us and said, "Where's my nails and my earrings at?" And then that's when she made us dump out our bag. I dumped out my bag, and that's when we both said, "We don't have your stuff." She took us down there to go look for it, and then that's when we proved her that we didn't have her stuff, and she said, "Get the H out my store. You're not welcome back."
She's lucky I don't fucking
She
spit
said
on her right
don't
now.
say that.
They're going to accuse them of stealing.
Did you talk to the
No,
manager?
she's going to get a prejudiced ass cop, somebody who's on her team, and they're going to try to make me look like the belligerent one. But she accused my baby of stealing.
Did you ask to speak to the manager?
No, I didn't. I wanted to talk to her because look, these little girls are window shopping. It's a nice day. It's the first nice day. They're window shopping. So they came looking for some nails. When they seen the nails were too expensive here, they said, we'll go to Family Dollar. As they're walking out, this woman takes them down the steps, make them come back up, look through their bag, make them empty their bag, ask them, where's my merchandise at? They had to walk around the store looking like two little thieves, found the merchandise, and did she apologize for finding the merchandise somewhere? No, she told them don't come the hell back. We put too much money into Target for her to treat them like that. She takes her job way too serious for her to treat kids like that. Not once did she ask, where's your mom? Where's your dad? Do you even have money to be in this store? Nothing.
So what you should do is try to speak to a manager. But I have this, and I have her on camera too, who it was.
Yeah.
So
and take one thing out of this store. I shop in this store all the time. My name is Belita Spellman. I am the CEO of Positive Queens. I have over 100,000 women followers that I uplift every day. I'm shopping in the store. No, I'm shopping in the store for women. I deal with women who have cancer. No. Watch my bags, please. Can you hold the camera down so they won't accuse me of putting anything in my bag? Everybody black don't steal. Everybody black don't steal. Some of us have God in our lives and believe in the Lord. Today is the Lord's day. And I came here as a black woman to shop. To shop, not steal. And they're accusing me. No, I don't want anything from you, sir. Everybody black don't steal. See this man right here have accused me of stealing. Accused me of stealing. No. You asked me to empty the contents of my bag, and I did. No. You have no, but you have the right to ask me, but you don't.
I know some of you may remember that last one. I remember when I did the original video on this particular incident with this sister that was up in this Asian shop and got accused of taking something, but they realized she didn't steal anything. See, this happens to us way, way too often. Now, if you are certain that we are the ones doing all the stealing, then what happened in all these cases where they didn't find nothing? We don't set out to go in stores to steal. The average one of us, we don't do that. If we got money or we just got paid, we can cover whatever we want. We don't need to steal nothing out of your stores. And the vast majority, I know y'all don't want to hear this, but the vast majority of us in our community don't even have a police record. The majority of us don't even have a police record. And that small percentage that do, that's what they are. It's just a small percentage among our group that may get in trouble. But most of us, when we have the money, or maybe you have a good charge card that you use, we ain't trying to steal nothing. Many of you don't even have nothing up in them stores that's worth stealing. For real, you really don't. But you get tired of seeing this. You get tired of seeing this. And the reason why I did this story is because recently I was out and it was a young teenager that was being accused of stealing. And I don't think it amounted to nothing because I saw him walking around maybe like a few days after that. But yeah, somebody got hosed up around here being accused. And of course, it was some white woman up in a store making the accusation, and they didn't find a thing on this young kid. They didn't find nothing on him. But the audacity of these folks, and acting like their people don't go in the store stealing. I have been in stores and seen white people stealing. I have seen it with my own two eyes. So please don't try to act like y'all don't steal. Y'all steal all the time. Okay, all the time. I have seen y'all steal. Got a lot of nerve, for real. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'll never forget. And this is when my son was still a toddler. We were in the supermarket and I was in the aisle, just getting some rice. Well, straight ahead was the meat department. And I turned and I looked, and it was a white woman with a big black oversized purse. I saw her pick up a roast and put it inside her purse and zip it up. So please stop acting like y'all don't go in these stores stealing. I witnessed it and saw it with my own two eyes. According to them, they ain't hardly commit. Y'all are the ones more likely to steal. You know why? Because when you go in the store, nobody's going to watch a white person. But if we walk in there the whole time we're up in the store, y'all going to be watching and following us and watching us on the cameras and everything. Because I know y'all do that.
No,
I know y'all do that.
Not steal. She said everybody black does not steal.
Mm-hmm. No, no, you don't. When they make an accusation against you and it's false, don't you buy a thing out of that store.
Right.
Don't you buy anything from that store. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just another woman. You damn right. They're the biggest. They stole the whole damn country. Mm. Okay. And they worried about us stealing some trinkets up in a store.
I'm sorry.
Are you for real?
Yeah.
So y'all, I am going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. And we'll definitely come back together and do this all over again. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will start posting about my upcoming 2nd anniversary sale on more than likely Thursday.
Okay, Lisa. It's gonna take that long. Okay, so the next topic is the U.S. being cut off from global markets, allies, trade, and economic shifts explained.
What's up, world? Let me tell you about this beard growth oil I got from 12 tribes on Earth. 8 ounces of oily goodness with a nozzle that prevents sprays and spills, and soft ingredients.
Venezuela.
Okay.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. Yep. Well, it's happening, y'all. And I think it's been happening for a while. But the U.S. is being cut off from a lot of things now. I know the EU had a meeting a few weeks ago, and they purposely went out of their way not to invite the U.S. And a lot of companies, and I told y'all this a few months ago, stop doing business with the US over those tariffs. When Donald Trump came out with those tariffs in 2025, when he first came in office, a lot of nations cut ties with spending for US goods. That's why US goods are no longer moving. Nobody is buying them. So Donald Trump, Stephen Miller, and them figure, okay, well, nobody's buying. What can we do? That's when they decided to invade Venezuela. And now they are still eyeing Cuba. You ain't gonna believe what they're doing to them Cubans. I might have to do an update. They are still going through blackout. The only thing they are allowed is 3 hours a day of electricity. 3 hours a day. That's it. So they got to do everything they possibly can in that 3 hour period before the power goes out. And yes, Donald Trump is still talking about taking over Cuba. So there are a few updates on that. That's a disgrace. I don't think I could make it on 3 hours a day with all the things I do on a regular basis. Yeah, that would be next to impossible. But this is what he's doing to them. So a lot of allies are no longer interested in trading with the US. They're not interested in doing any deals with the US. And we're pretty much cut off, y'all. So this situation is about to get worse. We are just seeing part of it with these high prices and the war going on, but it's about to get worse as the world continues to shut the US out. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen.
Get down, Khalifa. Khalifa, get your ass down from here. Come on, bro. Get out of there.
Thank you.
The world teams up to defeat Trump. Oh my God. 40 nations are currently in.
40 nations are currently in talks to basically cut the United States, because of Donald Trump, out of global trade. There are 195 recognized nations/countries on planet Earth. 195. 40 of them, led by Canada, banding together to just cut out the United States. So more than 1/5 of the planet working on a way to not have to deal with the United States anymore. This includes our neighbors to the north, Canada, our neighbors to the south, Mexico. This includes the European Union and the United Kingdom. This includes major Asian countries like Japan. According to these reports, and again, this is kind of all being, spearheaded by Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, what they're trying to do is avoid all of the tariffs that Donald Trump has put in place on everybody. And then, of course, they have typically had to do reciprocal tariffs. So everything for them gets more expensive because they're dealing with the United States. So all of these nations have gotten together and said, wow, dealing with the United States is expensive and it's costing us business. How do we get around that? And their solution is, well, what if we all just trade with each other and not these idiots? And that is currently what they're working on. So instead of relying on the US market to sell their goods, they're going to just start selling to each other and open up new markets that previously hadn't been there. They will grow. They will expand. They will see this financial boom from doing business and trading with everybody in this new coalition. And we, those of us here in the United States, will lose everything. Oh, sure, we'll still have to buy their goods because we depend upon them, and Trump will still have the tariffs, so we'll still pay a higher cost for that. But our goods here in the United States that are already having a hard time selling overseas, just ask any farmer, we will lose those markets. Farmers who are already facing financial ruin, which is exactly what they told Congress about 3 weeks ago, they're going to go under. They will lose everything. Manufacturing here in the United States will go extinct virtually. Because sure, we'll still need to make some things to sell to us here in America, but we're not going to have other countries coming to us, knocking on our door saying, hey, can we buy all this stuff from you? Foreign companies that have invested in the United States, or at least pledged, as Trump says, they'll pull out. They'll go with their new trading partners. They'll move their plants to Canada. Maybe they'll move them to Japan or Europe or anywhere else in Asia, or perhaps Mexico. The United States, if this coalition does, do what they're hoping to be able to do, the
U.S. used to be the undisputed center of world trade, not anymore. And for global trade as a whole, that might be a good thing. Let's talk about Trump real quick. America's trade decline started long before he took office, but his protectionist policies, especially in his second term, have only accelerated the U.S. fall. U.S. trade with the rest of the world fell more in the third quarter of 2025 than it did from 2014 to 2024. And U.S. container imports are down since Trump took office the second time. But the rest of the world didn't follow Trump's protectionist lead. Nations reacted by trading more with each other. Trump's tariffs against Beijing in 2018 pushed Chinese exporters to target other markets in Southeast Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America. As a result, China's trade surplus only continues to grow, even with Trump's new round of tariffs. What's even more interesting is how many other countries are now trading record amounts beyond the U.S., like Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. And countries are trading more with their regional neighbors as they slowly diversify away from an unreliable U.S. You can see here that since 2000, regional trade agreements between countries around the world have more than quadrupled, but only a few involve the U.S. The U.S. is still a massive economy, and some countries, like Mexico and Canada, remain highly integrated. But the shift is a big deal, and growth in global trade now relies heavily on economies in East Asia and Africa, not the U.S. When countries diversify their supply chains away from the U.S., they're less susceptible to shocks, and commercial ties historically reduce the risk of armed conflict. But for the U.S., the shift means less global influence, lower defenses against local economic shocks, and a poorer nation in the long term. Trump and current U.S. trade policy might be good for the rest of the world in the long run, just not the U.S. itself.
But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country.
This week, we are having our first formal negotiations with Mexico on the USMCA.
The American government has indicated to the world that they are having a lot of difficulty negotiating with the Canadian government because the Canadian government refuses to sit down with them, or at least understand that they are outmatched.
It would cause a massive disruption. There would be a disruption in stock markets, almost certainly, if he were to do that. This would be a huge blow to the Canadian economy.
Canada is in a complete shock as the U.S. and Mexico move forward with their trade talks, leaving Canada in the dust while Mark Carney's leadership fails to make any real progress. As the U.S. demands unilateral concessions and forces Canadian companies to shift operations south, Carney's ego-driven approach to global trade risks marginalizing Canada on the world stage. If Canada doesn't wake up and act fast, it will find itself irrelevant in North America's economic future, sidelined and powerless in the most crucial negotiations of the decade.
Trump's latest move in the conflict with the Liberal government shows once and for all that Carney is completely outmatched. Now the United States of America is having a great negotiation with Mexico, And by all accounts, they will have a bilateral trade agreement well and locked in place long before the upcoming renegotiation of the CUSMA or the USMCA.
While Ottawa was busy hosting grand summits and churning out feel-good press releases, Washington and Mexico City were quietly finalizing a deal that changes it all. U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer has officially confirmed that U.S.-Mexico trade talks are advancing at a serious, structured pace, while Canada's negotiations remain stuck in neutral. So this isn't political gossip. It's a public admission from the highest American trade official that Canada is falling behind, losing ground every day, and its neighbors accelerate without it.
We saw President Trump's directive to the American negotiators last fall to suspend negotiations with Canada. We were in the process of advancing, we thought, in a positive way on the sectoral tariffs. That is the discussion that Mr. Trump suspended.
The U.S. and Mexico are not waiting for Canada to figure itself out. They are building a bilateral trade architecture that serves their interests. And if Canada can't keep up, they will simply lock in agreements that leave Canadian businesses on the outside looking in. This is a nightmare scenario that Canadian economists have been warning about for months. And now it's no longer a warning. It's a reality.
The Canadian government, led by Mark Carney and Mark Carney's ego, and all of the people that surround Mark Carney's ego, seem to think that they are superior intellectually to not only Donald Trump, but all of the negotiating team.
Foundations of the international order, the order which Canada helped to build and from which we have long benefited, that order is crumbling. And many of our former strengths, built on our close ties to the United States, have become our weaknesses. The U.S. has changed. That's their right. And we are responding. That is our imperative. We are responding with speed and ambition, focusing on what we can control, which is to build our strength at home and diversify our partnerships abroad. Abroad, we've secured more than 20 economic and security partnerships across 4 continents in less than a year. We're re-engaging with global giants like India, China, and Brazil. And we're deepening our partnerships with our closest allies, including the European Union, the Nordic countries, and Australia. As a result, we're attracting the strongest investment in the G7. And we're on track to double our non-US exports within a decade.
Now, if you just glance at the tone, because Mark Carney is very polite, and I don't want to stereotype Canadians as polite, although they've always been very polite to me, and I will be back in Canada within just a couple of weeks, and they're going to be polite again. They always are. This is pretty serious. It turns out that having an untrustworthy president as a partner tells you we've got to diversify. And when he says we've doubled non-US imports, that means we are increasingly getting more and more stuff from someone else. This relationship with Canada has been a foundation of Western alliances for decades. And Mark Carney now says it's kind of a liability. The US has changed. Now, this is, of course, their right to change their forward-going economic decisions. And he is also correct that the partnerships with the United States when Trump is president aren't super reliable. They're not super consistent. They're not, they're like an on-again, off-again girlfriend where you never know, is she interested today or isn't she? Is she going to be nice today or is she going to be mean? I don't know. Maybe it's not a good analogy. But the point is that the United States has changed. And so he says, well, let's do more with the European Union. Let's do more with the Nordic countries. Let's do more with Australia. Steadier negotiating partners, steadier trade partners. And so this is a major recalibration of these sorts of alliances. And it's not a complicated reason. I've said it before as it applies to Iran and with other parts of the world. If you are a foreign government and you want to plan long-term policy, long-term trade, long-term intelligence sharing, you need predictable partners. You need to know if we get into an agreement, it's going to hold. It's not going to be 10% tariff today and 50% tomorrow, and then we're done next week.
I know it's late, but President Trump posted late tonight that he is cutting off all trade negotiations with Canada because of their quote unquote egregious behavior. What could be so egregious, you say? Well, it's this advertisement. So that's just part of the ad. The basic gist is they are using the voice of former President Ronald Reagan, who was notoriously a free trader and not a real big fan of tariffs. And they are using Reagan's speech from 1987 to sort of push back against President Trump's tariff policy, which, you know, the Canadians and the United States have been fighting over recently. Well, in a Truth Social post tonight. So is it fake? Did Reagan actually say that? Well, I found the actual speech from April of 1987, and I'm going to just play you the full context of what former President Reagan said about tariffs back then. You get to be the judge.
What they have done is engaged in this act of economic terrorism against the entire world. They basically threatened any ship that's moving through the Straits of Hormuz. Well, as the President of the United States showed, two can play at that game. And if the Iranians are going to try to engage in economic terrorism, we're going to abide by a simple principle that no Iranian ships are getting out either. We know that's a big deal to them. We know that applies additional economic leverage. And again, Brett.
Bro, if you want to talk about economic terrorists, I'm pretty sure Iran is not the one that started this war. Iran is not the one that drops like sanctions all over the world, preventing other countries to access the worldwide network, financial network. I'm pretty sure Iran is not the one that tells other countries who they can trade with. I'm pretty sure Iran is not the one that's like strangling Cuba to death. These are just a few things that's on top of my head. One of these days, I hope they realize that they are the villain of the world right now, and they need to learn to start taking responsibility or just own it. Just own it. Like those MAGA pastors, they literally saying it out loud that we need to take people's rights away.
Imagine waking up to find the world has shut its doors. 30 countries, from Canada to Germany to India, just cut off business with the United States overnight. Cargo ships are stranded mid-ocean. Postal warehouses are overflowing with packages that will never reach their destination. And on stage, Donald Trump pounds his fist before a roaring crowd. But behind that curtain, America faces an economic revolt unlike anything seen in a century. The dollar is slipping, factories are stalling, and one by one, even U.S. allies are turning their backs. This isn't a trade dispute, it's a global shutdown. And the question hanging over Washington tonight is chilling. What happens to the world's biggest economy when the world walks away? Subscribe to my channel for daily updates. The spark came from Washington itself. In August 2025, President Donald Trump reinstated steep tariffs on imports from Europe, Asia, and North America. The U.S. International Trade Commission confirmed the average tariff rate soared to 18.6%, the highest level since the infamous Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930. Swiss goods were hit with duties as high as 39%, while the European Union faced blanket tariffs of 15% on consumer and industrial products alike. According to the World Trade Organization's September report, these new measures added more than $90 billion in import costs in just 1 month. The impact was immediate, and it hit the smallest items first. Data from U.S. Customs and Border Protection showed that nearly 1.4 billion small packages entered the U.S. last year under the de minimis threshold, exempt from tariffs if valued under $800. But once those exemptions disappeared, 30 foreign postal authorities announced they would no longer process U.S.-bound shipments. Germany's Deutsche Post said compliance costs had become impossible. India Post blamed customs bottlenecks that would cripple delivery times. Mexico's Correos de Mexico called the new system unworkable. And just like that, a blackout fell over everyday consumer goods, from books to electronics, clothing to imported foods. For the average American household, it wasn't theory anymore, it was personal. The Tax Foundation in Washington estimated that existing tariffs had already cost families about $1,300 a year, but that was before the postal suspension. Economists at the Peterson Institute warned the burden could climb by another $600 per household as shortages pushed prices even higher. What began as a debate over trade balances had arrived at America's kitchen tables. Abroad, anger turned political. In Canada, Prime Minister Mark Carney publicly endorsed a Buy Canadian movement. An Angus Reid poll showed 85% of Canadians had replaced at least one American product with a domestic brand since Trump's tariffs began. Cross-border tourism collapsed. Statistics Canada reported a 23% drop in United States travel, stripping nearly 3 billion Canadian dollars in revenue from American businesses. In Europe, the backlash was no softer. Surveys by the Danish Chamber of Commerce revealed that half of Danish consumers were avoiding American brands altogether. In Sweden, 70% said they were considering a boycott, and 10% had already stopped buying.
We have some pretty major news right now. Donald Trump has successfully alienated America's allies in a way no American president has in recent history. Europe, which has historically been an ally of the United States, has come out today and rebuked the President of the United States of America. And at the same time, countries like Canada, which have historically been America's allies, are cozying up to countries like China, executing new trade deals. China and Russia, America's adversaries, are having a field day this evening. It is a major shift in the world order. Trump is actively alienating his stance and America's stance among critical allies in Europe, breaking apart alliances like NATO in the process, potentially soon, all while allowing our allies to go closer with our adversaries like Russia and China. We are seeing a major shift on the world stage as we speak. And it is urgent that everyone, especially those in America, know what is happening. Make sure to spread the word and follow for more.
Burden that we don't have any real growth in the future. Our entire economy goes to pay off the debt at this point. We've become a schizophrenic superpower. And it's not that Europe, it's not that the global South wanted the destruction of the United States, not that it wanted to deny the United States access to their trade. It's simply that they were pushed to it. And that's why after 25 years, this has just been pushed through. It's out of necessity. And that's what the world's been doing. It's been acting out of necessity to safeguard its own nations in middle powers from the abuses of a superpower like the United States. Because the thing is, nations within the EU, nations within Mercosur, they really had no other choice but to be backed or but to choose a side with a superpower. But in 2026, there's really been a movement against that. The unipolar global order is over. And the weaponization of trade policies, the weaponization of trade markets to safeguard smaller middle nations from the superpowers. Like I said, this is something that's really been building this year with Mark Carney announcing that at the World Economic Forum. You've seen a lot of momentum, I gather, especially in Barcelona a couple weeks ago with President Luna coming from Brazil, really saying that this needs to happen and this needs to happen now, not just for financial protection of these nations, but for a kind of representation and fairness the middle powers haven't had in the past. So instead of looking to China, looking to Russia, looking to the United States and saying that we have to follow one of these superpowers, they decided, no, we're building a third option. And that's going to give the kind of strategic autonomy that especially the EU has been looking for with a lot of the threats that have been coming from the United States. We have to remember that all throughout South America, all throughout the global South, for my entire lifetime, the US has been operating in a way to destabilize governments. So we used to overthrow governments just to keep bananas cheap. Now we're calling countries in South America and they're not answering because they're too busy talking to the French. That's the reality, and that's only going to continue as the benefits from trade deals like these closed loop trade deals that exclude the United States really have their effect on the global economy in the middle powers within these trade deals. And the EU looked at America and looked at its leadership and has essentially said that, listen, every 4 years, the pendulum swings and we just cannot keep up with it. We need stable trade actors in which we can build relationships on solid foundations, not something that changes every 4 years with the TikTok algorithm. And they're right. They're right to do so because that is exactly the point. And even the domestic economy in America can't decide what it's going to do. And that's why we've had this period of a stagnant economy where we can point to growth, but at the same time, it doesn't align with inflation. It doesn't align with wage growth. And that's why lifestyle in America, the standard of living of the average America,
Yep. So y'all, this is going to get worse. And the sad part is it's going to get worse on us because, you know, nobody is doing business like they were before with the United States. So they're going to pass everything that's being lost onto the consumer. And you can see Donald Trump don't care how overwhelmed the people are. There are people crying on videos because they got to pay more money for gas and more money to pay their bills, and their rent is going up, and they're in tears, y'all. And Donald Trump don't care. He doesn't care, but this is going to be our burden to bear because the politicians are going to put this on us. Yes, they are. Loveline, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you again for your super chat. Shalom to everyone in the chat, and shalom to you, and thank you for your support. Audacity Comics, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, Lisa, for always providing such impactful, timely, and thought-provoking stories. Well, thank you for your support. I deeply appreciate it. You know, and that's what I'm not looking forward to. As we get through this year, y'all, it is going to be horrific by the time we get to the end. And I don't know if any of you heard, we know Spirit Airlines has gone under, and Delta is following right in their footsteps right now. Delta is about to go under. It's going to be several airlines that are going to permanently go under, just like Spirit. So this is turning out to be a really interesting year, but you know, they said JetBlue is not doing so well. Delta has canceled hundreds of flights, and there are other airlines that they said they are looking at that are in the red. So you may actually see several of them that's been around for a long time that will permanently close their doors, you know,
They've been
permanently.
They've been in Denver for decades.
So, yes, absolutely. Stay prayed up.
Flew to Florida.
Yes, Delta. Delta has been canceled over the last several days. They've been canceling all kinds of flights, and that's what Spirit did before they announced they were closing.
Oh, okay.
So Delta is showing all the same signs. So y'all, yeah, I mean, we're in some very interesting times.
Yes.
We are.
All the major airports.
But we must stay prayed up.
Got the third busiest.
And stay focused. You know, yeah, some of the things are going to be shocking, but we have an agenda with the Most High, and we must stick with it no matter what happens to this country. So, y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for.
All right, Lisa, thank you for that update. So we'll keep y'all updated. The U.S. being cut off the global markets. All right. So now I believe I am down to the unhoused neighbor news, the illegal migrant news, and the local Denver and Aurora news. So I'm going to go with the migrant. So this damn Mexican is upset because something we said. So he decided to crash out. So the hell with this Mexican and what the hell he talking about with our brother Chase McGee going to give us an update on that.
This is for my Black community and, you know, other minority communities, but I need to say this because it's really been bothering me and I really feel like it needs to be said. But there's a small group of young minority men, and I've seen some Black and I've seen some Asian, and of course you're going to see the palm-colored ones, right? But they're on here talking about these minorities, these illegals. They need to get. Why are they waving the Mexican flag, and why are they protesting and rioting? If you don't like the American flag, why don't you just go back to Mexico? See, there's no deportation without representation. Okay.
What? No deportation without representation.
What? What? There's no deportation without representation.
Oh God.
No, family, you got that mixed up. See, if you want representation, you have to come here legally. The people who are being deported, 99% of the people who are being deported, of course, there's always this 1%. They're here illegally. Okay, you can't be here illegally. You can't sneak past the paperwork. You can't sneak past the dues that you're supposed to pay and then say, I want representation.
Right.
That makes 0 sense, family. That makes 0 sense. He's trying to piggyback off the American Revolution, saying that there's no taxation without representation, and he's just gonna put his own little spin to it. That makes 0 sense, though. You dig? If you want to be represented, you have to come here legally. You have to pay your dues, and you have to do it the proper way.
That's right.
You dig? That's the reality of the situation. That's the reality in any other country, not just America. Okay, when you go to even places like Africa, there's foundational Black Americans over there in Africa. When they want to start a business, when they want voting rights, X, Y, and Z, they be making them put like 100,000 in the bank.
Yep.
They have all these little standards and things that they have to do in order to invest in the country to show that they are really loyal to the country. The same thing goes for you, but I'll let you continue.
Okay, and secondly, this fucking country is a melting pot of culture, races, nationalities. There's no fucking American race, okay? This fucking country was founded by immigrants, and it stands on fucking stolen land. And furthermore, okay, when you motherfuckers are sitting here, why don't you go back? Okay, you're only saying that now because when it's convenient, they forced you to come here on a fucking boat, right?
Oh, Lord.
We were already.
Oh, Lord, boy, these Latinos, we need a rage meter on this one, family. We need a rage meter. Number one, most people who are telling y'all to go back to your country are white people. But again, y'all never really have the smoke for them. Notice how he started off talking about, oh, it's all these different groups. But now he's starting to get on Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. They always like to aim the smoke at us, the people who do the most for them. Now, for the foundational Black Americans who are questioning y'all about waving your flag, we're just making an observation. We're saying, hey, you're out here protesting about being deported to Mexico while waving a Mexican flag and claiming to have all this pride for Mexico. So if you have all this pride for Mexico, if you're truly not ashamed of your homeland, well, why don't you go back to your land?
Right.
Okay, because you have a lot of Mexicans saying, hey, man, America ain't SHIT. It ain't nothing. It ain't this. It ain't that. We're mistreated over here. Mexico, Mexico, Mexico. I'm proud to be a Mexican. Man, the moment you have to go back, you're kicking and screaming. You're kicking and screaming. So we're making an observation, family. See, that's the difference between us and you. See, when we protest against America, when we go battle the powers that be, the Americans, we stand as being an American. Let's be clear. We're protesting from an American point of view. We are foundational Black Americans. We're not sitting around here protesting America while waving a Ghana flag, while waving a Nigerian flag. And I'm talking about foundational Black Americans. You dig? So a lot of people are making an observation like, hey, why are you waving a Mexican flag? Okay, but you're claiming that you want to stay in America. So that's the observation. The other thing, when he says we were forced here on a boat, you know, that sounds like a shot at foundational Black Americans in our lineage. Number one, let's be clear. Let's go ahead and set the record straight right here, family. And I want y'all to save this video. I want you to share this video.
Yes, set the record.
We were here before the boat.
That's right.
Okay, we were here before the slave ship. Foundational Black Americans have an indigenous tie to this land that we call America. Right. You don't have to believe me. We can pull up your Mexican scholars who talk about Black people being some of the first inhabitants of the Americas.
Right.
For example, you have Dr. Nicholas Leon. Okay. This is one of the premier Mexican scholars of his time who made notable contributions in anthropology, archaeology, ethnology, and more. In 1900, Dr. Leon joined the staff of the National Museum in Mexico City, where he headed the Department of Anthropology. He is the founder and founded the Department of Mexico Ethnology and was the first in Mexico to give instructions in this branch of science. Now, he has a book called The General History of Mexico from Prehistoric Times to the Present Day. In that book, he quoted this: "The oldest inhabitant of Mexico, according to some, is the Black man. The existence of Black men and giants is a common belief in almost all of the races of our soil. And in their various languages, they have words to designate them." Okay, we were here before the boat, but wait, there's more.
Right.
We have Dr. Carlos Marquez. Okay, let's give some Mexican history, real Mexican history for the people who talk about the slave boat. That's a part of our history. But a lot of Mexicans like this, who are anti-Black, they like to ignore us and our indigenous presence in this land before the slave ships. Here you have Dr. Carlos Marquez. Now, he was a Colombian scholar, historian, and more who was widely considered by many of his peers of his time as a multi-genius during the mid and early 19th and 20th century. Historian, scholar, well respected for his time. He wrote a work called Archaeological and Ethnographic Studies, Prehistory in American Travels. In that work, Carlos Marquez said, and I quote, as you can see on the screen, a large part of America was occupied by an inferior race of the Negro type. Pause. Notice the anti-Black sentiment from a lot of these Latinos even back then. Notice he put inferior on that, but I'll continue. The conquerors found scattered throughout the New World small tribes that from the first moment were considered as belonging to the Black race. Such were, for example, the Otomi of Mexico. All right? These are your Latino scholars of their time, people who were considered multi-genius, people who started departments of history in Mexico. You dig? And I can go on and on. I'll give you one more, though, because a lot of Mexicans like yourself, when we point out the Olmec heads, and if people don't know the Olmec heads down in Tres Zapotes, these are giant, colossal 10-foot heads that clearly depict Black people or Black men. The man who discovered it was a man by the name of Jose Miguel Serrano. Okay, Jose Miguel Serrano said this when he discovered it in 1862. What astonished me was the Ethiopic type which it represents. I reflected that there had undoubtedly been Blacks in this country. You dig? So let's be clear, family. We were here before the ship. Now, let's talk about the ship, because I don't want you to think there's a false equivalence, because they love to compare themselves as immigrants to us coming over the ship. The lineage that came on the ship were not immigrants. Immigrants are people who willingly go to a place. You dig? Those were forced inhabitants who were forced to come here and forced to work. We also didn't immigrate to this country. We also didn't come to a country. The United States did not exist when those people were put on a ship and forced to come here.
That's right.
Let's be clear. Those inhabitants that came at 1526 or another popular date is 1619 on slave ships, there was no place called the United States. It wasn't nothing but grass, brush, and trees and shrubs. You dig? Let's be clear. We built this country from the ground up.
That's
You
right.
came to a country that was already built. We different. We ain't the same. Okay, so put some respect on our name. Let's continue.
That's right, Brother Chase. Couldn't have said it better myself. The hell with that Mexican. Crashing out. Okay, now we're going to get to the Unhoused neighbor news. Wait. Since cruising here, let me get to the Chicago. What's happening in the Chi-Town? What is going on? They done shut Walgreens down. Hold on. I'm trying to move this video up. They done shut Walgreens down in Chicago. The hell?
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're alive. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's stream. And today we are headed back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago because we just have to address the story that I talked about briefly yesterday, but I couldn't let it go because all of the foolishness surrounding it is so ignorant. As you see in the title of the video, you know, crime wins again in the city of Chicago, as well as liberal cities all across the country. Crime always wins, right? Crime always reigns victorious. And the reason that it reigns victorious is because of aldermen like this guy here, right? Look at him. Alderman like this, his name is, there he goes, Alderman William Hall. Because of aldermen like him, he makes excuses for crime, that leads to critical institutions like a Walgreens that seniors need to get their prescription, his endorsement of crime and making excuses for crime is why institutions like Walgreens leave out. And then when institutions like Walgreens leave out, they then turn around and play victim and say, this is corporate abandonment, right? But this guy, William Hall, who's an alderman in Chicago, what you're getting ready to listen to, he is 100% getting ready to justify crime in the city of Chicago. And I'm going to play that for you in a moment. Let's first start with this clip here. I played this in yesterday's stream, but I want to play it one more time, right? So just to set the tone and the preface of what's going on, for those of you who are just joining the stream, Walgreens, many of them have closed down throughout the south side of Chicago because of crime and violence. And as opposed to having taking accountability and making sure criminals go to jail and there's a stronger police presence, instead Walgreens is being blamed for this, right? So let's listen to this here first.
Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our elders. Yes. It should be a crime the way they're treating our families.
Completely ridiculous and completely absurd. Now, he would go on to state this. Listen to this here. This is more of what he had to say that day.
The folks are stealing, they're stealing everywhere. Because when you cut jobs in people's communities and folks want to figure out how do I provide for my kids, or if I can go to a store and steal a loaf of bread. Is stealing right? No. But what's wrong is first degree corporate abandonment. Because
so he's justifying stealing. There's no other way to interpret this other than that. He is justifying stealing because of so-called corporate abandonment. Stealing is why the Walgreens is fleeing out of Chicago. That's why. But he's turning around and putting the blame on the institution itself, who essentially their hands are tied, because you have aldermen like this guy here, William Hall, and mayors like Emperor Brandon Johnson, who won't do anything about crime because accountability is racist. I want to play that for you one more time.
Is it true that folks are stealing? They're stealing everywhere. Because when you cut jobs in people's communities and folks want to figure out how do I provide for my kids, or if I can go to a store and steal a loaf of bread. Is stealing right? No. But what's wrong is first degree corporate abandonment. Because
this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. And absolutely, he sounds crazy. This man sounds like a complete lunatic. But these are the people that's running the city of Chicago. Lunatics like this alderman here, once again, what's his name again? Alderman William Hall, and lunatics like Brandon Johnson, right? The emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago. So now while all this is going on, right? You have Brandon Johnson, who is still out here gaslighting Black Chicagoans about reparations that he is not going to do. No reparations is going to happen in Chicago. There are not going to be any cash payments, nothing of that nature. But he's still playing games, gaslighting you about reparations, something that he himself does not support and has no intentions on doing. Listen to this here. I want you to listen from Brandon Johnson, because he's just talking foolishness at this point.
As you know, we are moving with our, task force around what reparations for Black Chicagoans, could look like. The harm that has been done against Black Chicago is quite severe. That history is pretty substantial. Whether it's the dismantling of our public schools, the dismantling of public housing, the closure of mental health clinics, the lack of opportunities for jobs, right? I mean, there are a whole host of areas where Black Chicagoans have been harmed by neoliberal, ideas and austere budgets that, quite frankly, that have been moved primarily by the most conservative presentation in our city, in our country. And so I think it's.
You see how he's trying to blame conservatives?
Mm-hmm.
You see how he's trying to, what he's doing right there?
Mm-hmm.
Chicago is, in the state of Illinois, up and down ran by Democrats, up and down ran by liberals.
Yep.
But it's the most conservative elements that did the things that he's claiming was done in the city of Chicago.
I think it behooves us to ensure that investing in affordable housing, investing in education, investing in good paying jobs, that these are ways in which we can repair that harm. You know, as far as any other group that is seeking reparations, look, I'm never going to stand in the way of that, right? I mean, we know the history in this country, whether it's Japanese Americans, whether it's, you know, the Jewish community, that, of course, the harm that was done during the Holocaust. I mean, there are countless examples of groups receiving reparations. My focus right now is repairing the harm that was done against Black Chicagoans.
Oh, now
he's lying to you. He's literally sitting up here and lying. This is extreme gaslighting. He knows there's not going to be any reparations. There's not going to be any cash payments. He's telling you what he's going to do while lying to you about reparations at the same time. Like normal, what did he do? He defaulted back to investments, right? Let me see if I can capture that one more time.
In austere budgets that, quite frankly, that have been moved primarily by the most conservative president. And so I think it behooves us to ensure that investing in affordable housing, investing in education, investing in good paying jobs, that these are ways in which
So he defaulted back to what he knows: investments and investments and investments and investments. To the degree that any type of reparations bill comes to pass in Chicago and it's signed, it's going to be him doing the same thing that he's always done. His version of reparations is going to be the investments that I've already been making. Right? I'll just increase these so-called investments to these nonprofits by an extra, maybe 15, 20%. But essentially, I'm going to keep doing the same thing I've been doing, but call it reparations. That's if he even gets to that point. But he's lying to you. 1000% lying to you, knowing he's not going to do any of the things that he says he's going to do. I want to transition over to this article over here as we're bringing things to a close. This is going to be a very fast stream. Like I said, I just wanted to circle back around to this. And I do plan on going back live again in about 3 to 4 hours. So let me come to this article over here and check this out. With another South Side Walgreens set to close, neighbors protest corporate abandonment. I just want to read some of the foolishness that came out of this protest the other day. So allow me a moment to scroll down and read some of this off. Give me just a second. So check this out here. As another Southside Walgreens prepares to close, local leaders and residents rallied outside the business Monday to demand corporate officials either keep the store open or invest in other healthcare organizations in the community. It is not Walgreens' job to invest in the community. It's Walgreens' job to make money. That's their job, to make money. And they can't make money when crime is running wild. So much so to the point that they can't afford to stay open in certain parts of the city. So if they now have to close to preserve the safety of their employees, and it just doesn't make financial sense to stay there anymore, it's not their responsibility to turn around and invest in the community and invest in organizations in the community, which organizations, meaning, once again, we're talking about, a third party nonprofits, right? Which we all know most of that money goes to the heads of those nonprofits, those CEOs that run the nonprofits. They're taking in, what's it, 6-figure incomes with 6-figure bonuses. We all know the game behind that. But it's not their problem to do that. It's not Walgreens' issue. They're there to make money. And if they can't make money because you have a mayor and alderman that refuse to hold criminals accountable, then they have to do what they have to do and leave. But the idea that they have to invest back into the community is completely ludicrous. So the article continues to read, the announcement comes more than 2 years after the Chatham drugstore hours were cut from 24-hour service to closing at midnight. So you see, they've been trying. They've been trying to keep this place open and doing what they can, given the crime and violence, right? On Monday, a Walgreens spokesperson said the decision to close the store was due to significantly higher levels of theft and violent incidents than our other locations. But of course, the aldermen and, Brandon Johnson don't care about that. In recent years, Walgreens has left nothing but abandoned buildings and broken centers across the south side of Chicago, said Alderman Hall. No, once again, what has led to abandoned building and broken centers, what turns your communities into a ghost town, is your unwillingness to hold criminals accountable. Not Walgreens and other corporations leaving out of fear and safety. 5 Walgreens stores in Brownsville, Little Village, South Chicago, Chicago Lawn, and South Chicago closed in February of 2025. West Roseland lost its Walgreens store in 2023. 3 Walgreens stores in the South Shore closed in the span of 18 months recently, said Alderman Desmond Yancey of the 5th Ward, who attended Monday's protest in solidarity with Hall. So how many Walgreens is that so far? That's a lot of Walgreens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's about 6 to 7 Walgreens that have shut down in a span of 18 months, something like that? 6 to 7 Walgreens. That's crazy. By abandoning communities, Walgreens is creating a pharmacy desert. They love these stupid words. It's a food desert, a pharmacy desert. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. By abandoning communities, Walgreens is creating a pharmacy desert and denying a community like Chatham, which has a high population of older residents, direct access to healthcare needs. Walgreens should be charged with first-degree corporate abandonment. We all heard that already. Hall said it should be a crime the way they're treating our elders and our family. No, it should be a crime when aldermen and mayors refuse to hold criminals accountable. That's what should be a crime. That's what should get you locked up. The aldermen demanded Walgreens officials either transform the Cottage Grove store, work with the remaining pharmacies in the community, or invest in the future health care of his ward by supporting organizations that are doing the hard work. Once again, investing, putting money into garbage nonprofits that don't do anything but steal your money. But also, once again, too, how do you tell a company that you have to invest in the future health care of our residents here? It's not my responsibility. My responsibility is to make money, and your responsibility is to keep the community safe, which is something that you don't do. Once again, going back to saying that these companies need to be indicted and held responsible and be put on trial for so-called abandoning the community. Like, these aldermen needs to go on trial and be indicted for neglect of the community. That's what they should be on trial and indicted for. Look at this nonsense here. They're leaving this community destitute, Mitchell said. It's drying up. It's another desert. This is all foolishness. This is all complete nonsense and complete foolishness. But we are talking about the People's Republic of Chicago. We are talking about Emperor Brandon Johnson. I mean, as long as they're going to keep playing this game of allowing criminals to go free because we think it's a bad optic to have all these criminals essentially in these communities that look like me appear on TV, and then that creates a stigma, as long as that still remains in the minds of folks like Brandon Johnson and Alderman, William Hall, then the issue of crime in Chicago, as well as in other liberal cities, will never stop. It'll never stop, and it will never end. And you're going to continue to see institutions like this flee one by one by one by one, because they're more concerned with appeasing the far left faction of their party versus actually doing the work of holding folks accountable so that the city as a whole can thrive, right? And with all that being said, that's going to do it for today's stream. So I want to thank my man Saul. He said El Salvador proved how to create a safe country. There's a clip that I want to play, but I don't have time to look it up right now because I don't have it ready. But you're 1000% correct. Bukele, the president of El Salvador, he showed you how it's done. He showed you exactly how it's done, right? There is a formula to putting an end to all this, and it's being heavy-handed on criminals, right? It's ruling with an iron fist over criminals. But I mean, once again, you're never going to see that in a city like Chicago. You're never going to see that, unfortunately. And with all that being said, once again, that does it for today's stream. So I'm going to wrap this up relatively quickly because I do plan on hopefully coming back around in the next maybe 3 or 4 hours for another stream. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. Link to my Telegrams in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next stream, peace and have a great afternoon.
All right, so they done closed down 6 Walgreens, and damn Chicago. That's crazy as hell.
Some shiny little pistols.
Come back to that crazy shit. All right, what's the other cue I got going? So now we're gonna get into the migrants, the situation with the Minnesota Dems panicking. Ilhan Omar might be facing some criminal charges. And then these South Africans, these damn Boers, is telling African immigrants to go back. It's going to be interesting. I already played the crazy Mexican. Let's see what this diasporic African got to say about reparations. Yes.
let me get that right, Home Affairs spokesperson, and he is equating reparations with being insulting, with asking for too much, you know. And I want you guys to all know that this is not a white man. This is a brown man, a racialized man who, instead of standing in solidarity with his other racialized people, has decided to take on and champion the cause of the Europeans, of white people, of the colonizers. Quite shameful, if you ask me. What's even worse is that I find that non-white people,
surprised at all.
Obviously we know that Black people are probably the ones that are the most disrespected and hated globally. But it really irks me when non-white people side with white people in order to keep their proximity to whiteness. And it's a very real thing.
Yep.
What we're seeing is that we see racism and radical ideologies from people who are not even white, who don't even benefit from the structure and the power that they get. Yet you want to be more closely aligned to them. To each his own. Go. Asawala, you will see, you will feel. Today it's us, tomorrow will be you. So you understand what I mean? But yeah, he was there saying that reparations, the conversations around reparations is insulting. The bank is closed. They ain't got it. They're not getting us nothing. He's also talking about visas, in that they think that we should start the conversations around minimizing visas to African countries such as Ghana, Nigeria, and Kenya, and basically the whole of the Caribbean. Why? Because the Caribbean and their leaders are really steadfastly pushing for reparations, right? And who else would get these reparations if not those in the Caribbean, right? So it's entering mainstream political discourse, and I want you to know that it's not happening right now, but people are talking about it. And this is, I'm sure, the thoughts of many of those in power. So it'll be interesting to see if this actually starts to change policy, or is it just conversations and people just showing themselves, showing their racism, right? What we're seeing globally is a split. So one side is saying that the government and communities are saying that there must be accountability, right? Like we saw people stand up and agree, like this is not right. Then we have the other side where it's the other powerful institutions, and they're saying, we're done with that conversation. Like, we're not talking about that. It's like, you know, someone's done something to you, and when you try to bring it up, like, oh, I don't want to live in the past. Heh. Of course you don't. Because if we did, you'd have to account for and atone for all the wrongs that you did. So I can definitely understand why it's not in your best interest to do that. But the very fact that you stand up there and trying to convince others, or with a straight face, come up here, racialized people are standing up there. They're the ones leading the charge with this stuff. Talking about we've taken too much from Britain already. We don't need anything again. We should stop the conversations. One of the the loudest voices is a Black woman. I'm going to let that sink in. Okay. Her name is Kemi Badenoch. I believe she was born in the UK, but she's a Nigerian. Hey! Jada, come and get your sister.
Yeah,
she's Nigerian. And she really stood up there with white people and said that we should not get reparations.
Wow.
I couldn't make this stuff up if I wanted to. Like, media, I'm even speechless because, like, she is the leader of the opposition, the official opposition party in the UK. To me, she's acting like a pick-me. To me, it's like you want to be accepted so bad that you would throw your own people under the bus. Just keep quiet. You came out of the side of your neck to say that they should stop this thing and it's nonsense. And what reparations? She said that Britain, the reason why they shouldn't be at fault here is because they're the ones who led the charge again for abolition. You really benefited and really did all that you wanted to do with it, and then you led the charge to abolish it, and now you think you've done something. Yeah, eh? That's great. Good for you. Run the money.
Exactly.
Run the money, run the acknowledgement, run the artifacts. Britain, France, those European countries that are currently holding artifacts that belong to Africa, and you're sitting there saying that we don't need to talk about this? How disgusting. We're not just talking about reparations. We're actually talking about how history has been framed, right? I'll get into it a bit later, but people are trying to rewrite history or reinterpret history, and it's actually crazy. Here are the facts. 15 million Africans, let that sink in. 15 million Africans over 4 centuries. There's 100 years in a century. 4 of those, 400 years of slavery is what this world took part in. It's what the colonizers did to our continent. And you're sitting here and dismissing it as if this is not something that current people should pay for, when their generational wealth was built off of owning people. Owning people.
Yep.
In fact, when abolition was happening, people were being paid for freeing their slaves, not the slaves being given money or anything. Those who owned the slaves. Plenty of families have built generational wealth off of this, who are wealthy today. And you're talking about, well, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. How did I benefit? Go and ask your grandfather's grandfather. Go and ask him. Go and ask your grandma, sister, aunt. Go and ask them. Go and ask them. You know, it's actually quite disappointing to hear these things. And it's like when things are so apparent. So sometimes you really got to sit down and think about it like, are they willfully ignorant, or are they just, you know, trying to protect themselves? They know the evil, they know what they've done. So they have to, you know, protect their perception. It's actually very, very crazy, you know? And it's funny, I was talking to my colleague the other day about this, and I was watching a British, some clips of a British news program. And they really sat up there and they were saying that we're framing colonization to be a terrible thing. And there was really some good things that came out of it.
The empire was wrong. It was wrong, full stop. That's, you know, the things that Britain might have done.
Do not your modern sensibilities, you might say that, because we wouldn't now routinely go into other countries.
It was a profoundly racist set of basically invasion.
What do they then, how do they then carry that through life?
Well,
in terms of who I am as a Brit.
But it's not about...
We had racist ancestors.
But Bev,
but I'm saying that we hear much more of that than we do about the benefits of that period of time.
Well, because I don't think there were benefits. I think that we have to be completely. I don't think there were.
Benefits to a lot of those countries did not. Jonathan, those countries, it absolutely does. Those countries did not have money.
Me Pacho, which one? Please come and tell. You know what she said. Well, we brought education, we brought reading, we brought religion. That religion that you brought to with your what do you call those people? Oh, the missionaries. The missionaries that you brought to Africa. You mean the chapels that were above the slave castles? Is that what we're talking about? That religion that you brought, the white man's Jesus to? Okay, the education, English. It's funny because people want to measure intelligence based off of what they think others should know. Just because I don't know this means I'm stupid or lack intelligence. It means I just don't know that. Do you get what I mean? So there's this ideology that they brought civilization to us. Yeah. Do you know at the time that English people were throwing their poop and their piss out their window in buckets into the streets that they walk on?
Yep.
That in Africa, we had already discovered and already were working with plumbing?
Yep.
Do you know that we found a way to take waste away from where we were living? Do you know that there was civilization to the point where, yes, this is the river. You need to pee or bathe or do things with the water. You do that at the bottom because the drinking water is at the top. We knew that. They didn't, though. Do you remember the Great Stink? How many pandemics, how many plagues did Europe go through because they were dirty? They were nasty. You're talking about civilization? You guys should have worked on yourself.
Right.
You should have worked on yourself before you're coming to bring it to Africa. You came to save who from what? You know, my coworker pointed out that the innovations and things that came from Europe, they did those things because they had to. They were faced with an issue, so they had to do something to solve it. Whereas in Africa, we were not facing the same issues, so we didn't think about it. For instance, they're talking about we built cars and wheels and we did all these things and we industrialized and we did, because you guys were living somewhere so far from the ocean, so far from where you were hunting, so far from where you needed things that you had to build things in order to get to those places. But you see us, we Africans, we are smart though. We are smart. Yeah, what I say. So the villages were near water sources. The villages were close enough to where they could go hunting, right? They had their elder circles. They had rule of law. They had civilization. They understood each other. They had religion. You all came in and determined yours was better.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you to determine whose thing is better than whose? Anyway, it's quite exhausting to think about these things, you know. And this is the UK has been quite loud in their disdain for what happened with the motion, and it's actually quite sad because I would argue that the UK is probably one of the most diverse places by force in the world. And the fact that we have people who are also non-white standing up and speaking on this matter, especially negatively, you're mad, you know? And it's actually quite disgusting. It's quite disgusting. And I would urge the UK, the people in the UK, to really think about their histories, really think about how their country came to be what it is. We're talking about developed and underdeveloped places in the world. We're talking about third world countries and stuff. Let's really understand Europe's role in the underdevelopment of Africa. Like, that's a whole other topic. Let's really think about that one. The underdevelopment of Africa is directly tied to the transatlantic slave trade. You taking out labor, you taking out people, you stealing resources. And then you sit there and you act as though you're giving us charity, you're doing something. They're still doing it today. To this day, they're exploiting our resources. And we're allowing them.
Yep.
What did Kwame Nkrumah say? Neocolonialism? We are there.
And
if our leaders don't wake up, if our leaders stop being reliant on the West for things, it'll happen again. Like, this is the idea of Sankofa. Go back and fetch it. Go back and really study your history. They didn't come with force at first. They came with negotiations, giving us outdated gunpowder, guns, resources, you know? When they had already improved those ones, they improved the same thing. They gave us the old ones. They came saying, oh, give us these people, you know? Then it was, give us these people or we're taking you. Then it was, we're taking everybody. We're doing everything. We're burning everything. We're taking everybody. That's how it goes. They come with smiles. They come with, oh, this is cool. Let me help you guys. And next thing you know, you're in chains.
Yep.
So I urge all of us to release ourselves from mental slavery, from mental shackles, from believing that the West is here to save us or do anything good for us, because they are not. Africa is a continent rich in resources, and we don't need anybody. Africa for Africans by Africans. What's really clear here is that Black people have become the easiest group of people to dismiss globally. But at the same time, we are the most influential, we have the most influential cultures in this world. They want to beat us. They want to take elements of our culture and make it theirs. It's clear. So that tension, it's not accidental. It's not accidental. They know what they're doing. They've been knowing what they're doing. And what I will say is that they've been good. They've done really well in creating a divide amongst ourselves, that we can't even come together to agree on what's happening here. As President John Mahama was in the US putting this motion forward, there were Black American groups condemning it, saying, why is Ghana leading this charge? They're the ones who sold it. We can't even agree. We can't even come together to agree on who's harming us and what and how to begin to heal those things or begin to demand change.
Our reparations.
Yes, senpai. Yes,
we can't.
When we're talking about reparations, we're not just talking about money. We're talking about acknowledgement.
We're
talking about the return of artifacts. We're talking about the real understanding of the power that Africa held and continues to hold to this day, and how important we are to this globe. We are not a source for which you should bring your charity. Rather, acknowledge how you need us as partners. And it's up to us to determine if that's what we want to do or not. If you want more conversations like this to kind of unpack some of these global issues, these diasporan issues, make sure you subscribe to my channel. These are the shifts that will affect how diasporan communities move, live, and are tested worldwide. We live in countries that voted no or abstained. What does that mean for us? Make sure you subscribe.
Yeah, she just don't get it. Y'all got y'all claim, we got our own claim. Stay the hell up out of our claim. That's why FBA was protesting that bullshit resolution Ghana had put together last month. To hell with that. Y'all sue y'all colonizer, we'll sue ours. How about that? All right, so moving along, what's happening in Minnesota? Massive cover-up, Minnesota Dems panic, and block Ilhan Omar subpoena. Ooh.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. Let's get the stream started. Today, we have to head on back over to Minnesota. Why is that? Because we have to talk about the woman, the myth, the fraud legend.
Ilhan! Ilhan! Ilhan!
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I got one more for you guys, and we'll get started. Look at this here. I know many of you have probably seen this already, but this is just completely absurd. Look at this here if you haven't seen this.
The last time the Alien Enemies Act was invoked, it was used to detain and deport German, Japanese, Italian immigrants during World War XI.
World War XI is crazy. World War XI is wild. This is our representation in the House of Representatives. These are the people that are representing the country. Anyways, let's get serious now. We have to talk about Ilhan Omar, the Democrats in Minnesota, and Tim Walz, and get down to the bottom of what it is that they're exactly covering up. And I think we all know what they're covering up when it comes to Ilhan Omar. And it's that she is, in my opinion, I assume, involved in major fraud concerning the Feeding Our Future scandal, right? She's very much so, in my opinion, YouTube, involved in this. And that's what they are trying to keep under wraps right now. Before we get into the failed subpoena attempt, though, I want to pull this up for you first, because I just want to continue to I want to highlight really just how corrupt Minnesota is. Look at this here in a recent situation that occurred with a judge over there. Check this out. Look at this. Minnesota election judge pleads guilty to allowing 11 unregistered people to vote. So they say we don't need to say that, but you have judges, okay? Most likely an activist judge in this situation here that's knowingly allowing unregistered people to vote. But if you ask liberals whether or not we need to say that, they'll tell you no. They'll tell you that's some sort of racism or something foolishness like that. But as you can see here, to the contrary, we very much so need it. And this is just a small sample size of why we need it compared to all the other just voter fraud that's happening across the country, right? News that comes out all the time. Check this out here. A man who served as head election judge in Hubbard County pleaded guilty Monday to allowing 11 unregistered people to vote in the 2024 general election, according to court documents. Timothy Michael Scoden, 65, was charged with accepting votes from unregistered voters and neglecting to carry out the duties required of an elected officer. As part of the plea, the neglect charges was dismissed, according to the documents. And when you scroll down here to the end, we don't have to read the entire article. The charges that he did plead guilty to carry a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison and or a $10,000 fine. Sentencing is scheduled for May 18th, 2026. So once again, I just wanted to highlight how corrupt Minnesota actually is, right? And to further highlight that, I want to get into this here because some of you might be familiar with this, but to the degree that you're not, obviously, I'm going to inform you. Representative Omar's subpoena effort fails on vote at Minnesota House Fraud Committee hearing. Now, what is this all about and why were they trying to subpoena her? Well, check this out here. In late April, the Minnesota House Fraud Prevention and State Agency Oversight Policy Committee invited Representative Omar to appear and answer questions about feeding our future. Remember, I covered that. I want to say it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago. When Omar declined to appear, Minnesota House Representative Kristen Robbins sent a letter to Representative Omar requesting information about her relationship with Safari Restaurant, one of the Feeding Our Future businesses, and copies of communications between her office and Safari Restaurant. Now get this here. The letter also sought information on communications and meetings between Representative Omar and Feeding Our Future convict, let me see if I can pronounce his name correctly, Guhad Hashi Saeed, who worked with Omar's campaign. Okay? This man worked within her campaign. And as many of you know already, she campaigned at the restaurant. I forget what the name of the restaurant is. I believe I just read it, didn't I? Did I just read it? I didn't read it, but she also campaigned, Safari Restaurant. She also did a lot of campaign videos out of Safari Restaurant, as well as be one of the main sponsors of Safari Restaurant, as far as promoting Safari being a part of the Feeding Our Future scam, right? She was putting out essentially sponsored videos saying, hey, come on down and get free food, even though they weren't giving free food to anybody. Now, as we bring this article to a close, Tuesday was the deadline that Republicans had set for Representative Omar to submit those documents. Since Representative Omar hadn't submitted the documents, Representative Robbins said the committee had only one option if they wanted to get them: a subpoena. However, the vote required a supermajority vote to move forward. The vote on Tuesday didn't garner enough votes to move forward. Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Because the Democrats in Minnesota blocked it. They blocked it. So you have to ask yourself, what are you blocking the subpoena for? If you haven't done anything wrong and you have absolutely nothing to hide, what are you afraid of? If the roles were reversed and this was me, I would be relishing at the thought of submitting all of my information just to prove you all wrong, right? Just so I could then take the fact that I proved you all wrong and I can throw it back in your face and say, oh, look at these tyrants. They weaponized the justice system to come after me. And look, they found nothing. That's such an easy layup for Ilhan Omar to parlay that into a Trump as a tyrant, narrative. So why not go for the easy layup? Just go for it. Here's my information. Good luck with that. And when you find nothing, I'm going to turn that into 1,000,001 ads for why people should be voting for me, because you're targeting me and you are wrong and you knew you were wrong, but she won't do it. Why? Because in my opinion, she's actually guilty. She's actually very, very, very much guilty. And to highlight that point, I want to come over to this article over here. So let me pull this up for you next. And while I'm transitioning over to the next article, please hit the like button, because that's really important that you do that. Please do that for me. Thank you very much. Check this out here. Look at this. This is why, if you think that she was being, if you're on the left, or you're some liberal or Democrat apologist, whatever you want to call yourself, progressive, whatever, you're all the same, right? And you think that this is just conspiracy theory nonsense and they wanted her communications for nothing, and then they tried to get a subpoena for nothing because they're targeting her. As you can see here, it's far from the fact. Nobody's targeting her just to target her. There's a lot of room to look at the situation and say, hey, it looks like there's something funny going on here. Why is that? Check this out. Ilhan Omar's name came up 6 times in the $250 million fraud case after she loosened oversight of Fed-funded food programs. Let's unpack this article here. So check this out. Ilhan Omar's name appears at least 6 times in recently resurfaced court documents from the $250 million Feeding Our Future fraud case, fueling speculation about whether the Minnesota Socialists had a hand in the widespread scam in her district. The documents were part of the 2025 federal trial of Amy Bacc, the founder of the Feeding Our Future nonprofit, who was convicted for wire fraud, conspiracy, and bribery for masterminding the scheme that falsely claimed to serve millions of meals to children while pocketing federal funds through bogus food sites and shell companies. Now get this. Omar came up in a February 5th, 2021 email chain with Bacc with the subject line reading, "Help with USDA food program." The trial exhibits show. I wonder what was discussed in that email. I would like to know. I think the American people should know, given all the money that's been stolen from us. I think we should all know what that conversation was about with such a subject line as help with USDA food program. What role was Ilhan Omar playing in this help? We should know, but Democrats are blocking it because they're crooks. So we scroll down just a little bit, and the article continues to read. A few days after Bacc's email to Omar on February 28, Bacc exchanged messages with, let's try to pronounce this name, Adikrim, Idela, a Feeding Our Future employee who fled the country after he was indicted in 2022. That man got out of here, okay? He skedaddled. Most likely he went to Kenya. But get this. The subject line in their emails was Ilhan Omar's office, according to court documents. Once again, I would like to know what exactly was in those emails. Bacc and another man whose name I'm not going to try to pronounce again, but Somali man, they're exchanging emails with the subject heading it being Ilhan Omar's office. The man, when he was indicted, fled the country. He's out of here with who knows how many millions. What I want to know, just like you want to know, and the American people should know, what were they talking about in regards to Ilhan Omar's office? Right. And why is this being blocked from the American people? That's what I want to know. And we deserve to have an answer to that question. But once again, Democrats in Minnesota are blocking it. They won't let us see it. While the list of exhibits is public, the contents have been sealed by the court. The exhibits also include a text message string between Bacc and Omar, which was uncovered during a raid of Bacc's Minnesota House Records show. Once again, I would love to know what exactly was in that text message thread between Bacc and Omar. What were you guys talking about? Right? She was in deep communication with the head, the chief, the one who started the Feeding Our Future scam. One of the people that she was tied to, and this is Amy Bacc right here, that she was closely tied to was a man that already fled the country. And they were exchanging emails about Ilhan Omar's office. I mean, when you're going through all of this, and then you also just acknowledge the fact that Democrats in Minnesota won't allow us to see any of these messages or read any of them, you have to ask, what are you actually hiding? Corruption. What are you running from? If you're indeed innocent, if this is indeed conspiracy theory nonsense, right? MAGA right-wing foolishness, if that's what this is all is, why are you scared? And why are you running? And look at this here in the portion that I have in green. The prosecutors are running defense for Ilhan Omar. Look at this. Bacc has been leaking documents from behind bars through her college-age son ahead of her sentencing to try to shift some of the blame to elected officials. Minnesota federal prosecutors have alleged. Why are prosecutors even chiming in on this? Why are the prosecutors in Minnesota running defense from Ilhan Omar? Why are they doing that? Why are they running defense for it? Why are they covering up and hiding all of this? Once again, that's the question we all deserve to know. Will we ever get it? I don't know. I don't know if we're ever going to get the answers to these questions. That's why I started the stream off saying, Ilhan Omar, the woman, the myth, the fraud legend. I mean, if you ask me, she's out doing Big Tish in New York, or as I used to call it Big Tush. If we thought Big Tush was dirty, man, Ilhan Omar, her hands are filthy. But we can't get a hold of any of the information because the Dems are blocking it. And while they're over here blocking information, you have Tim Walz that's trying to take some credit for the recent raids that occurred throughout Minnesota. Because as many of you may know, what was it, about a week or two now? Time flies. Could have been 2 weeks ago. A bunch of raids went down, FBI raids, at the, what is it called? The Leering Center or something like that. The Leering Center, and a bunch of other fraudulent daycares that Nick Shirley uncovered. And when those raids occurred, Tim Walz had the audacity to want to try and take some credit and pretend as if he was, working with the feds to get out to the bottom of this. Now, J.D. Vance ended up embarrassing him because J.D. Vance went on Fox News and said, this guy isn't cooperating with us at all whatsoever. Nonetheless, that's not stopping Tim Walz for trying to take credit for some of this stuff that's going on. I want to take a moment to play this clip for you here just now. This is concerning Tim Walz in his foolishness and the game that he's trying to run. So let's check this out next, because Tim Walz's hands is just as dirty. He's just as filthy as Ilhan Omar. Check this out here. And as always, please hit the like button if you haven't already. If you're new to the channel, hit the subscribe button as well. And do the same. Let's get into this Tim Walz video next.
We are putting onto this problem.
Let me take it from the top. And action.
That we are putting onto this problem. With respect to Governor Walz, I see that he has a newfound interest, and I would say that if he is truly serious about solving the fraud problem, then he should stop suing in court. He should, in fact, turn over the information that would help maximize and accelerate investigations. This includes information with respect to SNAP fraud in his state. This includes information that's been long sought with respect to voter rolls in his state. So if he is truly serious about getting into this game, then he should engage with us on those issues and actually provide information that would turbocharge the investigations in his state.
Minnesota maybe was the start of things, but people are now looking to California.
So as you can see, and as stated here, Tim Walz is pretending as if he's cooperating with the feds to get down to the bottom of this fraud. And it's really just a PR move, not for himself, because he already dropped out of the governor's race, right? But it's a PR move for Democrats as a whole, because they want to try to put up this front that, hey, we're against fraud too. We're doing what we can to fight it also. But as you can see what was stated here, as Tim Walz is on social media pretending and lying as if he was part of the efforts, when J.D. Vance already said, that's not the case. Simultaneously, while he's pretending and pump faking, like he's part of what's going on as far as the raids are concerned, in the background, he's suing to frustrate the investigations, if not to stop them altogether. And I can believe that to be true. Why is that? Because let's come on over to this article here as we bring this stream to a close. How many of you guys remember this at the top of the year?
Freaking
I keep track and keep hold of everything. I don't forget much. Look at this. Remember? Walz's team accused of shutting down probes, harassing whistleblowers in Minnesota fraud scandal. Okay, this was in January when this was released. Let's get into this as we bring things to a close. Minnesota state lawmakers accused local officials of shutting down critical investigations and harassing whistleblowers attempting to expose the massive welfare fraud that has transpired under Governor Tim Walz's watch. During an at times heated House Oversight Committee hearing on the fraud in Minnesota on Wednesday, state lawmakers laid the blame squarely at Walz's feet. And I quote, "There was an Office of Inspector General within Minnesota's Department of Human Services that had investigative authority to do surveillance warrants and seize electronics, and they were shut down," Kristen Robbins said during the hearing. They were told they could no longer do criminal investigations. They were told they could no longer meet with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension agents that were assigned to them without supervisors' approval. She claimed that the committee was appointed by Walz's scattered, she claimed that the committee appointed by Walz scuttled the oversight. Walz dropped his reelection bid Monday amid growing scandal. Just like with Ilhan Omar, if Walz had nothing to hide, if he wasn't complicit in covering up the welfare fraud and scams that are happening all throughout his state, then why did he drop out the race?
Right.
If this is true, if this is, or I should say, if this is false, I never shut down any probes. I didn't harass whistleblowers and threaten retaliation. This is nonsense, and it's something that you can't prove. Then why not run for your what was supposed to be a historic third term as governor of Minnesota? Why not? Why not? Or Minneapolis, I mean. Why not? Why shut the campaign down if you're not guilty?
Governor of Minnesota.
If you have nothing to hide.
First time to you.
Just like Ilhan Omar. If it were me, I would have kept running for governor for that historic third term, because no governor in Minneapolis had ever won 3 terms. That hasn't happened. Tim Walz was kind of a shoo-in to make history. And to think that you're this close to making history and you pulled out, but you're innocent.
Straight to freaking jail.
I don't believe you, sir.
Exactly.
I don't believe you at all. And I don't think any of you believe these folks. There's too much running. There's too much hiding, too much ducking and dodging. Okay. You're seeing here with Tim Walz, and I believe this wholeheartedly, him putting an end to investigations. You have Democrats in Minnesota blocking subpoenas so that we can't get into Ilhan Omar's communications with those who are at the top of the food chain of defeating our future fraud. This has guilty written all over it.
Yep.
Whether or not we will ever see justice is another story. But in the meantime, in between time, as long as this foolishness keeps coming out, I'm going to keep reporting on it because the people need to know the truth. And with all that being said, that does it for today's stream. So I want to thank you guys for.
Well, Ilhan Omar, Tim Walz, and the other Democrats that crew mentioned, y'all are all going to jail, and I can't wait for it. And hopefully they deport Ilhan Omar back to Somalia, since she loves Somalia so much. But she's not in Somalia, she over here. She loved the Somali people so much, so she'd take her ass back to Somalia with that shit. All right, so moving along, I thought this was hilarious. The Boers are telling African immigrants or African migrants to go back.
I will not be quiet for you. Me and this lady, we look alike. Listen, yeah, bro. She's one of our own. We met our Jews there before you. Don't come here and tell us about religion. I'm a born South African, so you take your medical insurance and go. She's more South African. That's why she's here working with me. Me and this lady, we look alike. No, in your country, Baba. Yeah, I will not be quiet for you because you're a fucking pere. I will never be quiet for you.
and she just called him a derogatory slur. The white woman called him as an African a derogatory slur that South Africans use for foreigners. Black people use that query word. They use that toward other Africans and foreigners. She's using it, and that's not even her language. And she's calling an African a derogatory word that black folks say or whatever. I just want to let y'all know that.
You tell me I want another color than you because you are a racist. Take your pregnant wife and go to your country. Asambeni, move. I will not keep quiet for you. See my skin. See my skin. It doesn't mean nothing. It doesn't mean nothing.
South African.
Goodbye.
You will choose that over you.
Bye-bye.
But this one, I can't listen.
No, that's your
Shaman, I don't respect you either.
I respect my sisters here.
I respect my country. I don't respect
but
you.
You
Go back to your country.
the same skin that
I
you
don't
wear.
care. I'm born in South Africa. You are not born in South Africa. Go back to your country. Take your pregnant wife and then go to a private hospital. You don't belong here.
You belong here. I belong here.
Really, so do I. I'm born and bred. Bye-bye.
And we are here to
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Then go take your money and go to a private hospital. You don't tell me nothing. You don't tell me nothing. I'm a South African citizen and you are nothing. You are nothing. Go back to your country. Yes, I am sure. Bye-bye.
Don't worry, who get the help? Sister, I respect
Not
you.
you.
But not this one.
I feel sad, man.
My brother, I look alike with my brothers and sisters here, but only you.
Fuck off you.
It's not going to have you.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, y'all. Okay, we'll get back into that. But where do I start? Right. Where do I start, ladies and gentlemen? Where do I start?
These damn boys.
Look. Once again, this isn't a representation of all black South Africans. Not all black South Africans get down like this, so I'm not putting them all in it. But there are some that do get down, just like Miss Victoria here in this video from the Patriotic Alliance, whatever that party name is. Patriotic Alliance, I think that's the name of it. Here's the thing. The brother, the African brother, I don't know where he was from. When that white lady, I don't know if she's a Boer or whatever, gets involved and telling him something, he's like, "Hey, wait a minute, hold on." And I'm having a conversation with the sisters here. Why are you getting involved with it?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Basically, tell her stay in your place.
Right.
This is what we discussing.
Right. Mind your own.
And she is so emboldened. She is screaming and yelling in his face and want to call him names. That's the craziest part. And then Victoria, you're standing there just looking silly.
Yeah.
You got this woman that literally had your ancestors in apartheid. Not that long ago. 1994 wasn't that long ago.
Right.
It wasn't long ago. Your grandmas and great grandmas and grandfathers and uncles and all of them was in apartheid because of that woman you standing beside. What would they, if they could come back and see you today, Victoria? If they could come back and see what you're doing on top of who you got next to you talking crazy to another African, like what's going on in your mind?
Right.
Yes, we understand this situation, but you know what? The situation just get thrown out the window, at least in our culture, when that woman right there getting involved,
the subscribe button,
it gets thrown way out because wait a minute. You're the reason, and your community is the reason why the black people don't have jobs. See, with us, we know we're not joining with them. They're the reason the wealth gap is the way it is here.
Yeah.
Well, what are we gonna join with them for? They the reason about mass incarceration. What are we gonna join with them for here?
Right.
That would be silly. You have 30+% unemployment. That lady next to you, not her in particular, but her community, on 80% of the land in your homeland. And you have her screaming at another African who don't own land, who didn't cause 30% unemployment. It's actually more so a structural issue. And because of apartheid, and the remnants of it is why you deal with 30% unemployment, actually 32% unemployment in the country. Yo, can y'all help me? Help me to understand. Yeah. Mary, she's screaming at an African to go back to his country, and she's in the African continent. If a black man can't be in the African continent, where can he be? Where can he be? No matter what country you go to in the world that's not a black one, they'll tell you go back to Africa. Okay, you in the African continent. Now you're telling him to go back to his country. Ma'am, you need to go back to your country. You're not indigenous to the African continent. I know you have some South Africans that's very... I'm trying to use my words nicely. I'm really trying. They're not learned. Let me use that word. They're not learned at all. Those people aren't indigenous to that land.
Right.
They're indigenous to the European land they were at, the Netherlands. A lot of those people are Dutch. Some came in, some are British as well. Okay. So those that's over there mostly is from the Netherlands and Britain. Yeah. That it doesn't look like that's the African continent to me. So if anybody needs to go back, she needs to go back. But here's the thing. I never get that email I got years ago from a lady from the Netherlands. And she gave me the rundown on that email. I remember I shared that with the lady about a year or two ago. That same email from that lady. I would have to go find it. They don't want them back in the Netherlands. I'm just kind of glancing at it. That they don't want them back at all. They said they could stay down there constantly, and they're not really welcomed. I think when they went to New Zealand, they said they didn't want them either. So basically, they're outcasts. Though those white South Africans, so called, they're outcasts. Now, me personally, when I first started going there to South Africa, I was like, I can't call them no white South Africans. It didn't even sit well with me saying that. I'm cool with saying Boer. I'm cool with saying British. I'm cool with that. But how are you're not to me, an African has to be a person of African descent, right? That is an African to me. An African is black folk, period. You're not an African. They're like, I'm not a European, right? I'm not an Asian person. I could be born in China, doesn't make me Chinese. I could be born in Germany, doesn't make me a person of German descent. I just was born over there. So no, I'm not German. Maybe I have a Germany passport, but I'm not considered German, if that makes sense. But yet, this lady here was allowing her to scream and yell at another black person and going crazy on this particular man. And that's so off code to me. Now, of course, people like Julius Malema definitely wouldn't agree with that. And one thing I like about Julius Malema, them folks can't stand Julius Malema.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's what I gave him 5 years.
A growing controversy.
So, in other migrant-related news, the leader of these former anti-African migrant groups lets us know something. What does it let us know? Lets us know she only hates black people.
Is unfolding around March and March leader Jacinta Ngobese, who is now facing serious backlash over resurfaced social media posts that many are calling deeply tribalistic and divisive. Old tweets attributed to Ngobese have recently come to light, in which she allegedly makes derogatory remarks about women as well as people from Limpopo province, a region largely made up of non-isiZulu speaking communities. And this isn't a case of one or two isolated comments. It's a stream, a plethora of tweets that paint a consistent picture of how she views certain groups of South Africans. I am going to read you these tweets as I am holding this laptop right now. Now, these tweets are disturbing to say the least. I did mention that me and her got into it on X after a video of a man surfaced on social media, a black man being beaten by her group. So I was like, hey, this cannot be right. Why is this group now attacking Black South Africans? Why are they attacking Black South Africans? And I came to the conclusion that maybe this man is being attacked, or this Black South African man is being attacked for not being able to speak Zulu. But she did clarify that this man was not attacked because he can't speak Zulu. No, he was attacked because during the protest, he was allegedly pickpocketing and robbing people. During the protest, that is why the group eventually attacked him publicly and beat him up in that manner. And in my head, I'm like, why are we taking matters into our own hands? This is a matter for the police. Why is this group that is supposed to be dealing with illegal immigration now enforcing the law on South African citizens? Why are they taking the law into their own hands? That is when Jacinta replied to me very, I might add, and told me that I am using her status, her reputation to social climb in the entertainment industry, and this is not going to work. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna let her have it, because the pride usually comes before the fall. She's prideful. Her popularity is making her forget what she is fighting for. So she's resorting to attacking Black South Africans to stay in the mainstream, to stay in our minds. So I'm going to read the plethora of tribalistic tweets she has made against Limpopian people. Limpopo is my province where I come from. It's called a province in South Africa, but I believe in America it's called a state. Yeah. I come from the Limpopo state in South Africa. And she comes from KwaZulu-Natal, KZN state in South Africa. So for her to insinuate that I am from Limpopo or Limpopian people are not South African enough was really scary, to say the least. Let me read you these tweets. I don't want to insinuate anything. I don't want to make up anything. I want you to be I want to read this verbatim so you can judge for yourself. Okay, let us find these tweets. The first tweet says, which language sounds like a punishment? Must be either Venda or Tsonga. You do know that South Africa has 11 official languages, and Tsonga and Venda being part of the South African languages. Venda and Tsonga is spoken mainly in Limpopo, my province, my state, my region. We speak Tsonga, we speak Venda, we speak Pedi, we speak Okwa, we speak Pulani. So she's saying that my people's language, my region, my state language is a punishment. It sounds like a punishment. The next tweet says, in Limpopo province, in the Limpopo state, some of the old people don't celebrate Halloween because they see it every day. They look like Halloween. What is she implying? That old people in my state, in my province, they look like Halloween. They look like the Halloween monsters, the Halloween costumes, the Halloween vampires. That's how she views us, as non-human, but as monsters that lurk in the dark. The next tweet says, you cannot tell the difference between Limpopo people and Zimbabweans. They are the same people, Vendas and Amachangan. Amachangan is a derogatory. Amachangani means the Tsonga language. It's called the Tsonga language. So if they say Amachangani, it's derogatory. So she says, yes, Vendas and Amachangani are more closely related to the Shonas than the Zulus. So she's saying that because we are far up in the north of South Africa and we share a border with Zimbabweans, we are more like those ones and less than the Zulus. That makes us less South Africans. That makes the Zulus more South Africans. That's what she's implying. She further says, Limpopo girls, me. I'm a Limpopo girl. I'm from the Limpopo province, the Limpopo state of South Africa. She says, Limpopo girls need to carry their IDs when they are in Johannesburg. Johannesburg, you know, Johannesburg in Gauteng state. We know that there are 9 provinces in South Africa, the Western Cape, the Gauteng, the Limpopo, the KZN, you know. Sorry, Gauteng is not, yes. Gauteng is a city within, yes. Gauteng is a province. Gauteng is a state. Johannesburg is the city of Gauteng. the city of the state of Gauteng. So she says, me, a South African girl from the Limpopo region, from the Limpopo state, I need to carry my ID whenever I move around the country because I am just not South African enough. This law was also passed by the Boers back in apartheid when they requested Black people to carry their IDs whenever they go into town, whenever they go to work in towns, they need to carry their identification. So she's saying that a Black woman from Limpopo should do the same, should abide to the apartheid laws long after democracy, because Limpopians or my people are not considered South Africans enough. It's a plethora of it. Here she's making a remark about colorism. She said, even in KZN, there are people that are dark-skinned, but who knows? They might be from Limpopo. Those people in Limpopo are too dark. So again, she's saying that in KZN are more South Africans because they are of a lighter shade. They have a phenotype that resembles the typical Black South African. Limpopo girls, we are too dark. We share the same border with Zimbabwe, so we are not South African enough. That's why we need to carry IDs whenever we move around the country. Yeah, that's about it. There's a plethora of them, but those are the ones that spoke to me. Those are the ones that I was able to pinpoint and pick out. Now, Zulu people are saying that it's just banter. We banter all the time between tribes. Yes, there is banter between tribes. There is banter between my people, the Limpopians, the Pedis, and the KZN Zulus. There is banter when everybody is in agreement that this is a banter. But this is an unsolicited attacks. These are unwarranted. And usually when we do these banters between our tribes, it's followed with a hashtag Limpopo, this is KZN, or something along those lines. There's a hashtag behind it. With her tweets, there are no hashtags. It's unsolicited attacks. She did post an apology online, but she later recanted, or she later deleted that apology. Let us post this apology. So she did apologize immediately after being called out, but that apology, she soon deleted it. I think that apology, she didn't mean it in the first place because she's sorry that she got caught. Because if she really meant to be sorry, if she really meant the apology, she would have spoken about this from the minute her political career took off. She's not sorry. A plethora of tweets came in the wake of a viral video showing members of her group, March and March, violently attacking a Black South African man after accusing him of being an illegal immigrant simply because he could not speak Zulu. Now, many are drawing a direct line between the rhetoric and the reality. Critics argue that language-based discrimination and tribalist thinking don't just exist online. They manifest in real-world actions. And when such views appear to come from leadership, it raises deeper concerns about the culture being fostered within the organization. South Africa is a country built on diversity with 11 official languages and a complex shared history. So when language becomes a tool for exclusion, it strikes at the heart of that identity. One tweet in particular that broke my heart was a tweet where she said, those women that were killed and fed to the pigs were Zimbabweans, and she put a laughing emoji. 2 women were fatally shot by white farmers and their bodies thrown in the pigsty to conceal the evidence. The women that were killed were from my village, and I know her firstborn son. He used to help our family cut grass. I personally know these people that she's laughing at. She's celebrating the death of Black women at the hands of the Boers. And Black people of South Africa refuse to hold her accountable because she has waged a war on other Africans. She has waged a war on the Black skin. She's celebrating the death of Black people in the hands of the Boers. I know the people she's laughing at. They're from Kotishing, Polokwane, Limpopo province, South Africa. They were killed by the Boers and fed to the pigs to conceal the evidence. And she's laughing. The fact that she says it's just Zimbabweans, does it mean that Zimbabweans deserve, if they were Zimbabweans, they're not Zimbabweans, they're South Africans, but if they were Zimbabweans, do they deserve the death more than South Africans? Do they deserve the death more because they are Zimbabweans? Oh my God, the celebration. I can't even continue. The celebration, celebrating Black women being killed by the Boers simply because you thought they were Zimbabweans. You're saying Zimbabweans deserve to die a painful death like that under the Boers long after democracy.
Ooh, that tribalism ain't no joke. And that's why we can never have unity with these with the continent, with that continent of Africa, because they got too much damn tribalism going on. They got that stuff going on in every one of the 54 of them countries. Tribalism. All right, now we on to the Unhoused neighbor news. So I got several clips lined up for that. We got homeless people left outside with nowhere to go. Fentanyl burst trank. The new street crisis, top 7 drugs for 2026. And then I got some clips from Seattle, Oklahoma, Los Angeles, of course, and back to California again. So this should be very interesting.
What is a day out here? It's kind of like Naked and Afraid, but you got on clothes.
We constantly ask them, where do we go next? They give us no solution. Let the fun begin. 3 years ago, we gave up our RV for the promise of getting housed. We're still waiting.
Lord knows if we're gonna get housed.
Okay, fuck the light, fuck the light, fuck the light.
It's so hot, you just move my home.
Now, does everybody else here feel like a normal member of society?
I don't know. This camp was promised housing on November 17th. Now they've been given days to be gone by October 29th.
So, apparently, we're still on for the November 17th housing and hotels that's supposed to be coming. So, why are we doing this right now? For what? They said that they're giving us 30 minutes to get what we can. And once we leave here, we can't come back over here.
Or what?
Or we go to jail.
Well, where are you going to go for the next 19 days?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea.
This camp sat on private property. The owner allowed people to live here. He even paid for trash pickup, but the government forced his hand. File a trespassing claim or risk losing the land.
This is my spot, and I live here with my girlfriend Melissa and my daughter Haven.
I mean, you're a bunch of women taking care of yourself. You have developed a community.
We all look out for each other, and if Leslie has potatoes and Mo has beans, and they bring what they have to me, and I cook, and I made it as homely as I could, and I created a safe place to be, and for other women to be. This is the community kitchen. Come on. I'm over here to introduce you to Mo and Gigi.
I've been homeless in California for about 7 years.
I've been out here in the wetlands. I slept in parks when I was younger, on and off since 2012.
Since the beginning of February of this year.
Almost a year. I've been homeless for about 7 years. My marriage fell apart when my husband was doing drugs, and I decided to leave. And since then, it's just been hard to get back to normality. I've been through some abusive relationships. I lost my dad to Lou Gehrig's disease. I also was pregnant at the same time as he was passing away at home. It was like a pretty dark and lonely time for me. So I had a miscarriage. So that's kind of like my lowest of low right there. I'm kind of stuck in that time, the loss and the grief,
I had my own place numerous times, but it's always that one patch of depression that will send you back down here. And I think that's what's my main problem of coming back and back and back. It's my depression. We established a unity here, more of a family base.
We keep each other safe. When one of us don't have something, the other one's got something.
These women here are amazing. They've been the one thing that I've needed to be able to survive out here. It's the safest place for a woman to be. I had an incident happen on the beach, and a tent is no barrier. Some people lock their tents with locks, but in all reality, if you had a knife, you know, you can get through that wall. But you have to have peace somewhere in your life, whether it's at work, whether it's at home. If you have not any of those, then it's here.
We don't bother anybody here. We're not in front of houses. We're not in front of people's businesses. They want us to disperse, and then we're all not here. And then they can say, oh, well, we couldn't find them, because that's what they do, you know? I got somebody I want to introduce you to. My daughter Haven is mentally ill. I think that she's just completely traumatized by her older brother's suicide, and she just isn't ready yet to deal with life on life's terms, you know? And so I stay out here and I keep her safe until the day comes that she's ready to be Haven again, you know?
This is my first time ever camping somewhere and not having running water. It's kind of like Naked and Afraid, but you got on clothes. You wake up one day and you finally realize that you have no idea where you are. And it's not too late to ask for help. It felt that way. You have no shower, you have no hygiene, so your dignity, everything just kind of gets stripped away. And then you go to the store because you finally get the gas money, and you are like looked at like the plague. And it's hard. It's a lot of people out here that aren't drug addicts, that aren't alcoholics, that didn't get here from that. Some people just have financial issues or traumas in their life that put them in that place.
So I was raised in Venice, and I've lived there my whole life. The crux of the issue is, of course, the pricing of housing. In Venice, for example, not even on the beach or near the beach, a studio costs about $2,500 as average. Of course, you have to make 3 times the rent. And I just don't understand how this is okay with everyone. And that's unaffordable. It's unattainable. What is a day out here? It's busy. We go nonstop. It's challenging.
You have to make certain choices. Say like I don't have money to get something to eat. Either go without or go steal some food. And if I do that, I'm risking my freedom. But if I go without food, I'm risking my health. I had a heart attack 3 years ago. I was 31 years old. You know the saying, stress will kill you. And it really does.
What's happening in a couple days?
There's supposed to be housing that's on Wednesday.
Do you believe that's going to happen?
Somewhat.
Lord knows if we're going to get housed. Lord knows if we're going to get any kind of support.
I've lost everything 4 times since I've been in California. It makes you feel worthless or like you're nothing, and you're the one thing that nobody wants, and that's trash.
And no matter where we go, it seems like a problem. And we constantly ask them, where do we go next? They give us no answer, no solutions.
In a couple of days, we have to go. We have to pick up everything that we have and take it somewhere else that we don't know where to go. And, you know, it's all you got. It's all you have. And I think it's going to be really hard for people to see things get thrown away that they weren't able to take. And I don't know how that's going to work out. I hope that they help us get out of here, and I hope that everybody here is okay and happy. But we got to leave the spot. What in the world? That's okay though. That's all right. Let them.
I'm pretty much packing up the stuff that I know that I'm going to need my tattoo equipment, my laptop for school. This is all my artwork, my patterns, because currently I'm building up my portfolio for my tattoos. Sometimes I just wanted to say, fuck it. This time they threatened us with incarceration. And I was like, I thought to myself, what 10 days going to hurt is going back in. But I thought about it. It's like those 10 days I can be doing something else or pursuing what I need to pursue just so I can get out of this predicament. It sucks because certain things I want to keep with me because it has sentimental value, but I can't carry a lot.
If you were to give me an opportunity to get housing, I would take it. Trust and believe I would take it. We don't want to stay out here. This is not what we want for ourselves. This is ridiculous. I know that as a capable person, I can thrive indoors, but I need the support. I need the help. I need someone to see me for who I am. You know what I mean? Because without that, then what are we? And I think it's tuned. I have faith in my ability to take all my property. 'Cause with nothing, I'm richer than most of the ones I see. But I leave behind me will define me, not by things or the problem money brings. So stop pouring life gifts away. Tell me, why don't you just pay the man? 'Cause one day your pockets, they'll be empty and the cycle begins again.
It gets to the point, like last night I was so tired, I was like, who's standing over there? And it was a bush. So everything was so much. Still is.
Yeah. They're like they're not even bullets, they don't have a head on it.
Homeless services begin to show up in the morning. They want to help, but don't have housing to offer.
It's just PD and sanitation. Ask them where we can move. Hopefully Lost and them come out. And I'll put all you guys' names in for housing soon.
There's no housing up there. They didn't, Lost is not here yet. I don't know even know if they know to come right.
They've been given mixed messaging. They've been told they're getting housing today. They've been told a couple weeks. No one knows what's happening.
Supposedly they're supposed to do the housing today for us, but I don't believe what they say. They've been saying that for 3 years now. And each time they say it, they never follow through. 3 years ago, we gave up our RVs just for the promise of getting housed, and we're still waiting.
And I have two running, working RVs. Haven lived in one, and I lived in another one.
And
Me and my
for
daughter.
those watching or listening in Los Angeles anyways, they're trying to do like a swap or a bargaining. They come in and say, hey, we'll get you into a hotel, but you've got to give us your tent. You've got to give us your RV. So you've given up 2 RVs and didn't get housing.
Didn't get anything. And Haven, yeah.
So it has to be agreed at the same facility.
Yeah.
Or can it be you, lady, and she goes first? How far out are you willing to go?
I'm working off no sleep. So, no doubt. Wish me luck. Try to get all this stuff out of here. Determining what's important and what isn't. To people that don't have anything, everything's important, you know? So it sucks. Everybody's emotional. Mo's been crying all night.
Just feel like I'm like losing everything again.
And first, we hope it's where we can get through.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My plan is stash my stuff real quick, come back and help everybody else.
I can't get my bed apart. I'm exhausted. I haven't slept in 2 days. I'm old.
How are you doing, Johnny?
Best as I can. I have an injury on my right knee from football, but we got to push through it, so we'll get stuff done.
Starting in about 5 minutes. They're giving you guys 30 minutes.
Let the fun begin.
Worked my ass off for days, tearing up everything that I worked my ass off to create. For what?
Okay, fuck the bike. It's so much to just move my home.
T-minus 5 minutes. Damn. Whatever. We grew out of it, dude. It's fine. I don't have room for it. It's fine.
Don't put it on your back.
It's fine, man.
He told them that finding a place for me in Haven is priority, and they offered me Skid Row. Skid Row? I gave 2 RVs out almost 4 years ago, right?
I don't really expect anything out of anybody anymore. Like when they say they're going to do things or that there's going to be a bus here to take us all away, you know, like it sounds great and it really kept everybody content. But I was really excited for the people that have been out here longer than I have. I was excited for them to finally get their break. And this is a place that I learned a lot about loving myself and being happy again. I don't even know where we're going though to start loading up or know how the path is to how I need to strap things or.
For hours, they lined everything they owned along this fence while the police watched. The place they were told was safe, off the private property. They rested for 13 minutes until they were told to move again.
We were doing what we were told to do, and so now that we have done all of this, now it's not the private property anymore, it's the...
Yes, so at 11 o'clock, Caltrans and heavy machinery are coming in, and they're going to clear everything out.
Correct, and I thought that was the private property, and...
That was everything, that's his entire area.
I mean,
is that more important
if
than something
it
else?
comes to that or my dog, I'm obviously going to choose my dog.
That's what I'm saying, so start downsizing and prioritize.
And the thing is to serve the people. That doesn't mean you necessarily have to have compassion, but it would really do a great job in this situation.
All right, so now they're saying that their stuff can't be here. It's pretty ambiguous. We're asking where their stuff can be, where it'll be safe, and they don't really have an answer. So they're moving everything up and over the bridge, and they have 20 minutes to get it done. It is 90 degrees out here.
Okay, well, that was your last trip, sir.
So now they've decided they can only take one trip.
You have credentials?
Yep.
Okay, so you're allowed to be here, but once 11 o'clock comes and the cleanup crew and all that, then for everyone's safety, because of the heavy equipment, then that's when everyone's going to be asked to actually leave. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So they're scheduled to be here at 11. So we still have some time.
Okay.
Thank you.
They won't let them go back to get their stuff, but we have press passes, so they can't stop us. So as the clock winds down, we're going to help.
We're going back and forth and just trying to help them get it out in shifts. And then their friend Johnny is up here grabbing it from us because this is as far as they'll let him go. So, 3 more minutes.
Now, does everybody else here feel like a normal member of society?
I don't know.
Because I fucking don't.
But does anybody else just feel like that they were treated like a fucking drug addict and a piece of shit? Yeah, right there with you. You guys got any water or like Gatorade or?
Cream, you're good.
No.
Stay with us, Johnny, okay? Try to open your eyes when you can. Johnny? No, he still sees you. He's not yet. Okay, Johnny, yep. Johnny, open your eyes when you can, okay?
Probably can't.
Dehydrated,
Yeah.
Because he was going hard, he kept going over.
He's been helping everyone.
Yeah.
He had some cardiac history. I'm not sure.
There you go.
Stay. Chanel, did you get in somewhere?
Yeah, I did.
You gonna be able to keep your van?
That's what I'm asking right now.
Is it technically a shelter?
Definitely a shelter. But it is what it is. And I have to make it work for me.
How far down from the original spot do you think we are?
Directly across the fucking water. A waste of time, a waste of taxpayers' money, a waste of, a waste of it. Just a waste.
Because at the end of the day, you still have nowhere to go.
Yeah, I still have nowhere to go. They still didn't offer me housing.
Like she said, trauma. It was traumatizing. Someone had a seizure today because of the stress and the heat and the exhaustion. It's pure exhaustion. We've all been up now for at least 24 hours. It's just, where does it end? I don't understand. I don't understand, what the purpose is.
What sidewalk did you say it was?
Beyond the apron. Yeah.
Sidewalk.
Yeah, you see that red car?
Sidewalk.
Yeah, there's that one. Okay, that's fine. And then regular rules apply, ADA rules apply, all the other stuff that applies.
This exact officer told us not 20 minutes ago that they just had to get all their stuff across the bridge. Once again, they're saying that's not far enough.
So he said that there's a sidewalk somewhere down there.
I'm not perfect, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start getting all teary eyed, but it's a lot to look inside for me to balance with all the chaos about being homeless.
They don't have anywhere to put us, and I understand that, right? But if we're okay where we are, just leave us where we are, and until you can get somewhere to put us. Why do this?
If you're going to take all my belongings, come on, communicate with the homeless. Don't just throw us out like we're nothing. It's been hard not being seen.
I was one of those people that wouldn't give change to somebody holding a sign because they could get out and work a job just like I can. I worked 2 jobs and I put myself through college and I raised 3 kids and I had 2 homes and a new car and everything that I wanted, and my children were spoiled rotten, and then my son died and I found myself homeless out here. Why did this? To traumatize already traumatized people? I don't understand it. I don't want to understand it because then that would make me like them. I don't want to be like them. So.
By getting in your head and years of being force-fed, the cycle begins again.
Beautiful. Thank you for saying that for me.
You're welcome.
Welcome Homeless Life Stories.
112,000 people.
In just the past 12 months, that's how many lives have been tragically lost to drug overdoses across the United States. This number isn't falling, it continues to rise every single day, turning America's homelessness crisis into a nationwide public health emergency, one that's affecting our neighbors, our family members, and our friends. Look at this painful contrast. On one side stand proud skyscrapers, symbols of prosperity. On the other lie rows of makeshift tents, where despair and deadly chemicals are robbing people of their futures and their dignity. Today, Homeless Life Stories uncovers the top 7 most dangerous drugs devastating lives across the nation. And one spot is no mystery, it's the invisible destroyer, the leading cause of death that has completely rewritten the rules of survival. Before we begin, ask yourself this. What is the greatest barrier stopping someone from recovery, the fear of withdrawal, or the stigma and judgment from society? If you're ready to face the truth and help search for humane solutions to this crisis, like and subscribe to Homeless Life Stories now. Let's begin with Top 1. Fentanyl, the invisible destroyer. Fentanyl, a name that haunts every corner of America, has become one of the main causes of overdose deaths in today's addiction crisis. This synthetic opioid has changed the laws of survival, being 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine. The terrifying danger of fentanyl lies in its invisibility and deception. It's often secretly mixed into other drugs, from methamphetamine to cocaine, turning them into unpredictable, lethal doses. Just a few micrograms can slow breathing, stop the heart, and take a life in minutes. For those trapped in its grip, every dose feels like a gamble with death. This uncertainty breeds hopelessness, an invisible cage of fear and dependence. Though fentanyl's reach is nationwide, border states like Arizona have become major transit routes, funneling the crisis into large urban centers already overwhelmed by homelessness. Let's meet Christy, 30, a woman experiencing homelessness in Arizona who's battling severe health complications. Her voice trembles as she describes being abandoned by the healthcare system while fighting a life-threatening infection in her arm. The hospital kept me waiting for 2 days in the ER, then sent me home even though my arm was badly infected. I'm terrified I might die in my sleep. It's the worst feeling to be left behind like you don't matter. Then there's Dan, 33, whose story reveals fentanyl's devastating power. After years of use, he lost an arm to infection. Even knowing the risks, he admits he couldn't stay in the hospital long enough for treatment. The agony of withdrawal drove him out. I spend more than $50 a day on drugs. What scares me most isn't dying, it's the withdrawal. It's worse than losing part of my body, Dan confesses. That fear, the unbearable pain of detox, keeps countless people trapped in the cycle of destruction. Fentanyl has brought death, but at least first responders still have Narcan, a medication that can reverse overdoses. Yet even that hope is fading. A new chemical has emerged, one that reduces the effectiveness of Narcan, spreading new fear across communities through America's streets. Silazine, known by its street name Trank. This new threat is creating a double disaster, turning those already struggling with addiction into haunting shadows on America's sidewalks. Top 2. Silazine, Trank, the dual threat. Silazine is a powerful veterinary sedative, and its arrival has unleashed a complex health crisis across major American cities. It is not an opioid, which means life-saving protocols like Narcan become far less effective when silazine is mixed with fentanyl. The physical toll, the most concerning impact of silazine is its severe effect on the skin. Without immediate medical care, these deep tissue infections often lead to irreversible complications requiring surgical intervention. Those trapped in this cycle often fall into a state of deep sedation, lying motionless on sidewalks, vulnerable to external dangers and health risks. The epicenter of this crisis is Philadelphia, particularly Kensington, but it has rapidly spread to New York and other major East Coast cities. In Kensington, we met two women living hidden inside an abandoned building awaiting demolition. No power, no running water. One of them was suffering severe health complications, with serious skin ulcers and tissue damage on her arms and legs. She explained that the substance compromises the skin's integrity, leaving injuries that struggle to heal. Even the smallest injury won't heal, it just keeps spreading. It terrifies me, she said. And then, with heartbreaking honesty, she added, as difficult as these conditions are, they're still not enough to make me stop using. The despair and fear of withdrawal had already eclipsed the fear of serious health consequences. David Burke, 31, is battling both fentanyl and tranq. He told us that methadone offers no relief from the intense symptoms caused by tranq withdrawal. His life story reflects an entire generation impacted by addiction and trauma. I've been involved with substances since I was 12, he said quietly. The state took me away from my parents. They were both struggling too after I tested positive for cocaine. David spent most of his 20s in prison for theft to support his dependency. He recalled a painful detail. His physical condition had become so severe that people on public transport complained, and he was forced to leave before finally seeking hospital care. His family has completely distanced themselves. David's story is a testimony to how childhood trauma, neglect, and isolation can create a lifelong trap, one that no one escapes alone. Top 3. Methamphetamine, the rising crisis. Methamphetamine is an extremely powerful stimulant that has become widespread across the United States. But today it's driving a new wave of fatalities, mainly because it's often mixed with fentanyl to increase potency. This combination has turned an already risky substance into a critical public health danger. The human cost is devastating. Meth impacts neurological function, causing severe psychological instability, paranoia, and distress that lead people to lose control of their lives. For those trapped in addiction, life unravels quickly. They lose jobs, homes, relationships, and hope. Meth is especially common in the western and southwestern United States, particularly in California and Arizona. Over the past few years, fatalities related to methamphetamine have surged by more than 180%, an alarming and tragic rise. Eva's story captures this reality. She's only 16, almost 17, yet already living on the streets. I only rely on it to stay awake when I have nowhere to sleep, she says. I'm terrified of falling asleep outside because of the dangers on the street. She became a victim of exploitation while still a teenager, but eventually found a way to escape. Still, her most painful confession is haunting. I feel safer on the streets than I ever did at home. Her mother, who suffers from mental health challenges, created a volatile environment. Eva's story shows a double failure, an unstable home, and a merciless world outside it. Top 4. Cocaine, the silent heartbreaker. Cocaine, once glamorized as the drug of wealth, confidence, and nightlife, has become a ticking time bomb in modern America. Its danger doesn't come from cocaine itself anymore, but from the deadly fentanyl now being mixed into it. Cocaine-related deaths are soaring, though few people realize it. The rise is caused by one terrifying fact: drug dealers are lacing cocaine with fentanyl to make it more potent and more profitable, but that turns every dose into a potential death sentence. For people who don't have any tolerance to opioids, even a tiny amount of fentanyl can cause instant respiratory failure and death. Cocaine already carries serious risks: heart attacks, strokes, and addiction, but when it's tainted with fentanyl, the danger multiplies dramatically, stealing away thousands of lives that might have been saved. It's a tragic irony. A drug once linked to alertness and energy has now become a silent killer, bringing sudden, invisible death. Cocaine remains common in coastal cities and major urban centers where wealth and despair often coexist side by side. We've now uncovered 4 poisons haunting America: fentanyl, psilocybin, methamphetamine, and cocaine, a dark reflection of a nation in pain. If these stories move you, take action. Like this video to show your support. Subscribe to Homeless Life Stories to follow our journey of truth and change. And share your thoughts in the comments. If you are struggling with addiction, what would give you the courage to seek help? Don't miss the next part where we'll explore the final 3 substances from heroin to prescription drugs to see the full scope of this crisis before turning to the most important chapter, the path toward recovery and humanity. Top 5. Heroin. Heroin, a semi-synthetic opioid with a long history, was once the central figure of America's addiction crisis. But in today's landscape, its role has shifted. Heroin has become a gateway to fentanyl, the invisible danger claiming lives nationwide. With fentanyl now cheaper and more accessible, it has replaced heroin in many illegal supply chains, but heroin still serves as the starting point, the first step toward deep, irreversible dependence. Intravenous use brings extreme risks, especially the transmission of blood-borne diseases like HIV and hepatitis C, creating a dual public health crisis that parallels the addiction epidemic itself. It drives users into lives of deep poverty, trapped in the endless search for their next dose. Fan Con Lig Union. Top 6. Prescription opioids. Prescription opioids didn't come from dark alleys or illegal labs. They began with doctors' prescriptions, marketed as safe, effective solutions for chronic pain. But decades of overprescribing and aggressive promotion turned them into the painful gateway to widespread addiction. For thousands of Americans, the story begins with a sports injury, a surgery, or a simple backache and ends with the loss of a home, a family, and a life. Dependence on these drugs often begins legally, almost invisibly. Over time, the body builds tolerance, demanding higher doses. When the prescriptions run out, people are left in unbearable physical and psychological pain. Desperation drives them toward cheaper, illegal opioids, most often heroin or fentanyl. This dependence destroys everything in its path: health, careers, relationships. Their stories are not tales of weakness, but of betrayal by a healthcare system that put profit before people. Pharmaceutical companies and some physicians turned pain into profit, leaving millions enslaved to addiction. The crisis has spread nationwide, but it cuts deepest in rural states, especially across Appalachia, where prescription rates once reached record highs. In these regions, the lack of mental health and recovery services has turned addiction into an intergenerational tragedy. Solving the prescription opioid crisis will take more than tighter regulations. It requires rebuilding trust in healthcare and expanding alternative pain management therapies. The truth is simple but devastating. For countless Americans, the road to homelessness and sometimes death didn't begin with a crime. It began with faith in a pain pill. Top 7. Benzodiazepines. Benzodiazepines, commonly known as benzos, are prescription medications legally used to treat anxiety, insomnia, and seizures. However, in the midst of today's multi-layered addiction crisis, these drugs have become some of the most dangerous substances when misused or combined with opioids. The extreme danger of benzos lies in their deadly interaction potential. When mixed with fentanyl or any other opioid, benzos intensify sedation and suppress breathing, causing rapid respiratory failure and sudden death. This deadly combination has become disturbingly common on the streets, where users seek to ease anxiety or extend their high unaware that they're creating a fatal cocktail. The drug's effects include drowsiness, confusion, loss of coordination, and prolonged unconsciousness. For those living on the streets, blacking out for hours can mean exposure to violence, robbery, or assault. This condition destroys awareness and weakens the will to seek help, trapping users in a vicious cycle of despair and danger. Illegally produced benzos have also appeared in circulation, increasing risks, especially when combined with opioids, among the homeless community. They dull the body, cloud the mind, and strip away survival instincts. Controlling their distribution and educating the public about the lethal risks of mixing benzos with opioids must be a core part of any meaningful rescue or recovery effort. Human and social consequences. The addiction and homelessness crisis we've just exposed is not just about death tolls in news reports. a wound carved deep into the social fabric and the hearts of millions of American families. When destructive substances like fentanyl, slazine, and methamphetamine claim individual lives, they also trigger the collapse of entire communities. Family tragedies and a wounded generation. The greatest devastation lies within families. Addiction is tearing households apart on an unprecedented scale, creating a wave of instability across the nation. Thousands of American children are being placed into the foster care system because their parents have died, been imprisoned, or become incapable of caring for them due to addiction. This is a generation growing up with deep psychological trauma, long-term instability, and the absence of love and security, the very foundations of childhood. Studies show that children raised in homes affected by substance abuse face a much higher risk of developing mental health disorders and addiction later in life. This pain doesn't end with one generation, it becomes a burden society will continue to bear for decades to come. 2. Petty crime and the cycle of desperation. Addiction fuels both homelessness and crime. When chemical dependence reaches its peak, many are driven to commit petty theft or minor crimes just to afford their next dose. It's a vicious cycle of despair. Crime leads to imprisonment. Prison time reduces the chances of future employment or housing, and hopelessness upon release drives them right back into addiction. Meanwhile, incarceration instead of effective rehabilitation only worsens the problem, draining public funds while failing to treat the root cause. The justice system in many cases is punishing illness instead of healing it. 3. Urban decay and community division. Finally, this crisis is destroying the urban landscape itself. The visible presence of those struggling with addiction tent encampments, abandoned buildings, and discarded syringes has shattered the sense of public safety and economic vitality in many neighborhoods. It's not just an eyesore, it's a social breakdown. Worse yet, it's dividing communities. Residents grow fearful, judgmental, and distant toward the homeless. This alienation is perhaps more dangerous than fentanyl or silazine because it strips away the most essential element needed for recovery: connection, compassion, and support. At its core, this is not merely a public health crisis, it is a crisis of collective loneliness. The payth of healing and connection. We've confronted the raw truth of this crisis, but stopping at despair is not an option. If chemicals can destroy life, then compassion, science, and human connection must be the antidote. We cannot overcome addiction and homelessness through punishment or judgment. We can only win through healing and rebuilding. Changing the core perception. Addiction is a chronic disease. The first and most crucial step is a fundamental shift in how society perceives addiction. Addiction is a chronic brain disease, not a lack of willpower, morality, or personal failure. When we begin to see addiction the same way we view diabetes or heart disease, we open the door to empathy, proper treatment, and adequate medical resources. Scientific evidence. The Rat Park experiment. Groundbreaking research such as the Rat Park experiment showed that addiction is not solely about chemicals, it's about environment, loneliness, and lack of connection. Similarly, many American veterans who returned from war addicted to heroin successfully recovered when they reintegrated into loving, supportive communities. A healthy environment and human connection are the most powerful medicines we have. Community-based recovery, healing through connection. Following that principle, recovery strategies must go beyond clinics and focus on rebuilding relationships and restoring purpose. Isolation communities must stop judging and rejecting those who struggle with addiction. Isolation is the strongest fuel for dependency. We must create safe parks and healing zones where people can access recovery services without stigma or shame. Reintegration and purpose, providing job training, education, and meaningful work opportunities is essential. Rebuilding dignity through purposeful labor fills the emptiness that addiction leaves behind. Medical and technical emergency solutions. While long-term healing requires social transformation, immediate action is needed to save lives now. Harm reduction. Naloxone, Narcan distribution. Widely distribute this life-saving medication to reverse opioid overdoses. Slazine treatment. Deploy mobile medical teams to treat the severe wounds and infections caused by xylazine before they lead to amputation or death. Where legally permitted, pilot supervised use facilities to reduce overdose deaths and disease transmission. Science-based treatment approaches. Medication-assisted treatment, MAT, expand access to methadone, buprenorphine, and naltrexone to support withdrawal and recovery. Trauma therapy, provide professional trauma-focused therapy, recognizing that psychological wounds often lie at the root of addiction. Housing First model offers stable housing without requiring sobriety first. A safe home is the foundation of recovery. Healing begins when we replace punishment with compassion and indifference with action. Each act of understanding, each bed, each meal, each listening ear is a brick in rebuilding humanity. Conclusion: this crisis is a profound social wound, one that challenges the conscience of an entire nation. Yet even in its darkest hour, hope endures. We have seen that science and compassion are our strongest weapons. By shifting our mindset from judgment to healing, from isolation to connection, and by embracing evidence-based solutions such as Narcan, medication-assisted treatment MAT, and the Housing First model, we can restore dignity and rebuild lives that have been broken. Love, empathy, and human connection are not just emotions, they are the most powerful medicine for healing the deep social wounds of our time. Let us remember, those struggling with homelessness and addiction are not strangers. They are members of our communities, people wounded by illness, poverty, and circumstance. They deserve a second chance. If these stories have touched your heart, and if you believe in the strength of compassion, take action now. Share this video, help raise awareness, and be part of a movement that replaces indifference with humanity. We pray that those still fighting in the shadows may find their way home toward safety, toward recovery, and toward peace. Amen.
When you go through things like that alone and you don't really have anybody that you can talk to, drugs is really the only thing that helped.
Some cities announce their pain with sirens, shattered glass, and headlines that force the world to look. But Seattle does something far more unsettling, because here the damage rarely arrives all at once, and instead it settles slowly, quietly, almost politely, until one morning entire streets feel different, entire neighborhoods feel heavier, and thousands of human lives begin disappearing in plain sight while most of the world keeps walking as if nothing changed. When people think of Seattle, they imagine coffee shops glowing through rainy windows, technology campuses worth billions, waterfront views, music history, and neighborhoods filled with ambition, creativity, and opportunity. Yet beneath that polished image, beneath the glass towers and rising rents and billion-dollar investments, another version of the city has been growing quietly. One that tourists rarely photograph and politicians rarely describe with complete honesty, because this version of Seattle does not live inside postcards or travel brochures. It lives under freeway overpasses, behind abandoned fences, near train tracks, beneath layers of wet tarps, soaked blankets, and tents that were never meant to survive another winter. And what makes this story harder to ignore is not simply the scale of what is happening, but how ordinary the beginning often looks. A missed paycheck, a rent increase, a medical bill, a relationship that falls apart, a job that quietly disappears. And then one day, without warning, someone who spent years building a normal life realizes they are no longer planning for next month, no longer thinking about promotions or vacations or retirement, but instead asking themselves a question no human being ever expects to ask. Where am I going to sleep tonight? Stay with this story until the end, because what is happening in Seattle is not only changing the lives of those living on the streets, it is slowly changing the identity of the entire city. And by the time you hear what outreach workers, local residents, and people surviving inside these camps have begun saying in 2026, you may never look at modern American cities the same way again. In 2024, more than 16,000 people across King County were reported to be experiencing homelessness on a single night, and thousands of them were living completely unsheltered, exposed to cold rain, urban noise, theft, illness, exhaustion, and the invisible psychological weight of never knowing whether the place where they laid their head tonight would still be there when morning arrived. And while statistics like these often appear briefly on news broadcasts before being replaced by politics, celebrity gossip, or financial updates. Numbers like these are not numbers at all when you stand close enough to see what they actually represent. They represent fathers carrying grocery bags filled with everything they still own. They represent mothers trying to make children smile in places never meant for childhood. They represent veterans who once wore uniforms now sleeping beside highway concrete. They represent young people who thought one setback would only be temporary, only to discover that temporary hardship has a dangerous way of becoming permanent. And somewhere between downtown Seattle, the edges of Pike Place Market, the quieter corners of Capitol Hill, and the damp spaces hidden beneath aging overpasses, thousands of stories like these are unfolding every single night, often only a few blocks away from million-dollar apartments whose windows never open. But something changed. And longtime residents say they began noticing it not through headlines, not through government reports, and not through city press conferences, but through small details that slowly became impossible to ignore. More tents, more shopping carts, more emergency vehicles, more people talking to themselves, more sidewalks becoming bedrooms, more parks feeling unfamiliar, and more parents quietly pulling children a little closer as they walked past places that once felt completely ordinary. By early 2025, reports of encampments across Seattle had surged dramatically, with thousands of calls being made by residents concerned about public spaces, sidewalks, business entrances, public parks, and transportation corridors. And although city cleanup operations continued removing camps at an aggressive pace, the clearances seemed to solve only the visibility of the problem, not the problem itself, because each time one camp disappeared, another appeared only blocks away, as if the city were trying to erase shadows without ever turning on the light. And then came another layer, one that many outreach workers describe in quieter voices, one that police officers rarely discuss openly, one that business owners mention carefully, and one that many people living inside these camps say changed everything. Synthetic substances, cheaper, stronger, harder to escape. And according to reports, rumors, and first-hand accounts from those working closest to Seattle's unhoused communities, the spread of substances like fentanyl has transformed many encampments from temporary survival spaces into places where recovery, safety, and stability have become harder than ever to rebuild. And while exact causes vary from person to person, those on the ground say one truth keeps repeating itself. When pain becomes constant, relief becomes powerful, even when that relief destroys everything else. One former outreach volunteer reportedly described it in words that still echo through Seattle's recovery community, saying the hardest part is not finding people who want help, but finding people who still believe life can become different after surviving long enough without it. And perhaps that is what makes this crisis feel so deeply human. Because homelessness does not always begin with addiction, and addiction does not always begin with poor choices. Sometimes it begins with loneliness. Sometimes it begins with grief. Sometimes it begins with untreated trauma. Sometimes it begins with silence. And in a city where rain can last for days, where cold settles into clothing, skin, and memory, silence can become heavier than most people realize. But what investigators, residents, and even some city insiders began uncovering next would push this conversation far beyond homelessness alone. Because as camps expanded, public frustration grew, businesses began speaking out, and entire neighborhoods started asking a difficult question that no one seemed fully prepared to answer. At what point does a housing crisis become something much bigger than housing? And what happened next would force Seattle to confront a reality it could no longer hide. By the time many residents began realizing that Seattle's homelessness crisis was no longer something confined to a few isolated blocks or hidden industrial corridors, something else had already changed beneath the surface, because what once looked like scattered survival camps built from blue tarps, shopping carts, salvaged wood, and rain-soaked tents had slowly started evolving into something far more permanent, far more visible, and far more emotionally complex, creating entire pockets of human existence in places never designed for people to build lives, raise hope, protect memories, or survive another winter. Under highway overpasses near Capitol Hill, along forgotten stretches near Ballard, beside industrial fences, wooded park edges, transit corridors, and sidewalks only blocks away from expensive apartments, hundreds of makeshift shelters began appearing with an almost unsettling familiarity, and what shocked many first-time observers was not simply the number of tents, but how organized many of these spaces had quietly become, with narrow walking paths between tarps, improvised cooking areas, built from discarded materials, battery-powered lights hanging from tree branches, bicycles chained to fences, and personal belongings arranged carefully as though the people living there were fighting every day to preserve one final piece of normal life in a place where normal life no longer existed. To someone driving past at 40 miles per hour, it may look like clutter. To someone glancing from a bus window, it may look temporary. To someone scrolling through headlines, it may look like another political issue. But when you stand close enough to hear conversations, close enough to smell damp clothing mixed with campfire smoke, close enough to see handwritten signs, family photographs, medication bottles, children's toys, and bags carefully stacked against rainwater, you begin to understand something many people never realize from a distance. These are not camps built for comfort. These are camps built for survival. And survival in Seattle comes with its own kind of cruelty. Rain that never seems violent enough to make headlines, yet never stops long enough to let blankets fully dry. Wind that slips beneath layers of plastic and fabric until fingers go numb. Nights filled with footsteps, sirens, arguments, generators, passing trains, and the quiet fear of falling asleep too deeply. And mornings that begin not with routine, but with inventory. What is missing? What was stolen? What stayed dry? What can still be carried? And what must be left behind? According to reports from city operations, Seattle's unified outreach and cleanup teams conducted hundreds of encampment removals throughout recent years, averaging multiple interventions every single week. Yet despite the constant movement, despite cleanup schedules, policy meetings, and growing public pressure, many outreach workers privately admit that removals often solve visibility faster than vulnerability. Because people rarely disappear when camps are cleared. They relocate. Sometimes a few blocks. Sometimes across neighborhoods. Sometimes beneath another bridge. Sometimes deeper into places where help becomes harder to find. And for the people living through that cycle, each removal can feel less like assistance and more like emotional reset after emotional reset. Because imagine carrying everything you own in 3 bags, finally finding a corner that feels somewhat safe, learning which streets are quieter, which stores allow bathroom access, which outreach workers can be trusted, which nights are most dangerous, only to wake up and discover that once again, everything must move. Once again, the search begins. Once again, stability disappears. Once again, survival becomes transportation. One man reportedly told an outreach volunteer that after being moved so many times, he no longer memorized street names because he never stayed anywhere long enough for names to matter. And perhaps nothing explains the emotional weight of homelessness more honestly than that. When locations stop feeling permanent, even memory begins protecting itself. But while those living inside these camps fight battles most people never see, another tension has been growing across the city, and it has become impossible to ignore. Local shop owners, parents, transit workers, tourists, night shift employees, young professionals walking home. Many have started sharing similar concerns, not always publicly, not always politically, but quietly, cautiously, often in private conversations, saying the emotional atmosphere in parts of Seattle simply feels different now, with public spaces becoming less predictable, sidewalks becoming narrower, routine commutes becoming longer, and everyday decisions, where to park, where to walk, where children can play, being made with a level of awareness that did not exist years ago. Even areas surrounding Pike Place Market, long associated with tourism, culture, and community energy, have seen changing foot traffic patterns as businesses adapt to shifting public behavior. And while official narratives often focus on economics, infrastructure, and housing policy, many residents describe something harder to measure but impossible to dismiss. A quiet change in how safe a city feels. And when public spaces begin changing emotionally, not just physically, the effects spread far beyond the people living inside tents. Families choose different parks. Commuters choose different routes. Visitors choose different hotels. Employees leave earlier. Businesses close sooner. And slowly, without one dramatic event, the identity of an entire neighborhood begins changing one cautious decision at a time. Yet amid all of this, the hardest truth may be this. Many people living inside Seattle's camps were not always strangers to stability. Some once worked construction. Some drove delivery trucks. Some served in the military. Some attended college. Some raised children. Some owned homes. Some built careers. And some, according to outreach reports and community interviews, never imagined that one job loss, one divorce, one injury, one untreated mental health struggle, or one rent increase could place them on the same sidewalks they used to walk past without ever noticing. That may be the most uncomfortable part of this entire story. Not how different these lives are from ours, but how familiar they once looked. And as camp populations continued growing, as public frustration intensified, and as city crews struggled to balance compassion, public safety, and limited resources, another disturbing pattern began emerging inside many of Seattle's largest encampments, one that outreach workers, healthcare volunteers, and even longtime residents say transformed the crisis from difficult into dangerous. Because what started as a housing emergency was now colliding with something even harder to contain. And what substances, street economies, and silent dependency were beginning to do inside these camps would leave even experienced outreach teams shaken. And what happened next would force Seattle to ask whether this was still only a homelessness crisis, or something far deeper. By the time Seattle's expanding encampments had become impossible for residents, commuters, business owners, and city officials to ignore, another reality had already begun spreading quietly through the narrow pathways between tents, beneath freeway shadows, behind abandoned fences, and inside the hidden corners of camps where outreach workers often say the most difficult stories are rarely seen by cameras. Because what many outsiders first described as a housing crisis was now colliding with something far more complicated, far more dangerous, and far more emotionally devastating than anyone had expected. It was no longer only about shelter. It was no longer only about rent. It was no longer only about jobs, inflation, or the rising cost of simply surviving in one of America's most expensive urban centers. Now, according to outreach volunteers, recovery workers, residents, and reports circulating through local communities, another force had begun tightening its grip on Seattle streets, and with it came a level of dependency, unpredictability, and human suffering that changed the atmosphere of entire encampments almost overnight. Synthetic substances. Cheaper than ever. More available than ever. More powerful than many users fully understood. And according to public discussions, field interviews, and reports from those working closest to vulnerable populations, the spread of fentanyl and other street substances has become one of the most difficult realities facing Seattle's unhoused communities. Not because every person living outside struggles with addiction, but because when extreme stress, untreated trauma, chronic isolation, and constant physical exhaustion become part of daily life, even temporary escape can begin to feel like survival itself. One outreach worker reportedly described it in a way that still lingers with those who heard it, saying that many people do not start using because they want to disappear. They start because for a few minutes, they no longer feel everything. And when you begin understanding life through that lens, the crisis stops feeling political. It becomes deeply human. Inside many of Seattle's larger encampments, volunteers say nights can carry a different rhythm than most people ever imagine, with generators humming through damp air, small fires burning in metal containers, whispered conversations passing between tents, people checking on friends who have stopped responding, emergency calls being made in darkness, and strangers learning to recognize danger by silence rather than sound. Because sometimes in camps like these, the quietest moments are the ones people fear most. Some residents living near these areas say they began noticing something changing long before official statements acknowledged it. More emergency responders. More flashing lights after midnight. More people standing motionless on sidewalks. More individuals appearing disconnected from their surroundings. More moments that felt difficult to explain but impossible to forget. And although every situation is different, and many factors contribute to street conditions, online discussions, local reports, and first-hand observations have fueled growing speculation about just how deeply synthetic substances may be reshaping parts of Seattle's homelessness crisis. And while exact causes vary from person to person, one pattern keeps appearing in conversations across neighborhoods. The camps are no longer only places where people sleep. In some cases, they have become places where pain circulates, where trauma circulates, where dependency circulates, and where hope, for many, becomes harder to hold on to. But perhaps the most heartbreaking part is this. Most people did not arrive there overnight. Many began exactly where anyone else might begin. A missed payment, a breakup, an injury, a lost job, a medical emergency, a mental health struggle no one else could see. And then weeks became months. Months became survival. And survival slowly became identity. One former camp resident reportedly shared that the hardest moment was not sleeping outside for the first time. The hardest moment was realizing he no longer felt shocked by it. Because once human beings adapt to instability long enough, instability stops feeling temporary. It starts feeling normal. And that may be one of the most dangerous transformations of all. Across neighborhoods like South Lake Union, Ballard, and areas surrounding transit corridors, residents have continued voicing concern about public safety, changing foot traffic, unpredictable encounters, and the growing emotional tension surrounding shared public spaces. Yet what many people fail to see is that behind every difficult encounter, every sidewalk confrontation, every emergency response, and every camp clearance, there are often layers of grief, untreated pain, lost routines, broken relationships, and years of invisible struggle that began long before anyone ended up under a tarp. That does not make the situation easier, but it makes it harder to simplify. Because this crisis refuses simple villains, and it refuses simple solutions. At the same time, Seattle's emergency systems have faced increasing pressure, with first responders, healthcare workers, outreach organizations, and community volunteers navigating situations that often combine homelessness, mental health emergencies, substance dependency, weather exposure, physical illness, and public safety concerns all at once, creating a level of complexity that many city systems were never originally built to handle at this scale. And while officials continue discussing budgets, housing plans, treatment expansion, and community response strategies, people living on the streets continue waking up each morning with problems far more immediate than policy. Where to charge a phone, where to find clean water, where to avoid theft, where to replace stolen medication, where to sleep without violence, where to disappear when the rain starts. And perhaps the most painful question of all, who still remembers your name? Because after enough nights outside, after enough relocations, enough missed appointments, enough broken promises, enough emergency rooms, enough shelters filled beyond capacity, enough people avoiding eye contact as they walk past, many begin feeling something even heavier than physical exhaustion. They begin feeling invisible. And when human beings begin believing they are invisible, rebuilding becomes infinitely harder. But what shocked many outreach teams in late 2025 and early 2026 was not only how deeply dependency had spread through some camps. It was who was starting to appear. Younger faces, recently displaced workers, people who still carried laptops, people whose clothing still looked professional, people who, only months earlier, would never have imagined standing in food distribution lines. And if those reports are accurate, it suggests something even more unsettling. This crisis may no longer be affecting only those society traditionally expects to fall through the cracks. It may be moving closer to the center, closer to working families, closer to middle-income neighborhoods, closer to people who still believe it could never happen to them. And as that realization began spreading across Seattle, pressure on city leadership intensified, public frustration grew louder, and one urgent question started dominating conversations from local businesses to neighborhood meetings to City Hall itself. If substances are accelerating the collapse, and clearances are only moving the problem, then what exactly is Seattle doing to stop this from getting worse? And what investigators, outreach teams, and city officials began attempting next would divide the entire community. As public frustration continued rising across Seattle, something began happening behind closed council meetings, neighborhood forums, emergency planning sessions, and late-night conversations between outreach workers, city crews, business owners, healthcare providers, and residents who had spent years watching the same sidewalks change block by block, because by late 2025, one truth had become almost impossible for anyone inside the system to deny. Removing tents was not removing the crisis. For years, Seattle's response had often followed a familiar cycle, one that many residents could almost predict before it happened, where complaints would rise, public pressure would grow, cleanup schedules would be accelerated, outreach teams would arrive, belongings would be packed, tents would come down, public spaces would briefly look restored, and for a few days, sometimes a few weeks, it would appear as though progress had been made. But then slowly, quietly, often only blocks away, another camp would appear, another cluster would grow, another sidewalk would change, and the same conversations would begin all over again. To city officials, these operations were often described as necessary. To businesses, many felt overdue. To residents, Some brought relief. But to many people living through them, they felt like starting life over again with less than before. Imagine spending weeks finding a corner that feels relatively safe. Learning which convenience store allows bathroom access. Learning which outreach worker remembers your name. Learning which alley stays dry when heavy rain comes. Learning which nights feel more dangerous than others. Learning who can be trusted. Learning who cannot. And then one morning, before your body has fully recovered from yesterday, everything must be packed into bags again. Blankets, medication, family photographs, food, clothes, documents, memories. Anything too heavy gets abandoned. Anything too slow gets left behind. Anything too fragile may not survive the move. And when that cycle repeats often enough, many outreach workers say something begins breaking that statistics can never fully measure. Not belongings. Not tents. Not camps. Trust. According to public reports and city operations, hundreds of encampment removals continued across Seattle in recent years, often involving storage offers, service referrals, and transportation assistance. Yet despite these efforts, many individuals simply reappeared elsewhere, not because they wanted instability, but because stable housing remained painfully limited, treatment access remained uneven, and the path from street survival to permanent recovery was still filled with gaps wide enough for thousands to fall straight through. And that is where the real tension began. Because while residents demanded cleaner sidewalks, safer parks, and more predictable public spaces, outreach workers kept asking a different question entirely. What happens after the cleanup trucks leave? Where does a person go when every shelter is full? What happens when someone needs treatment but refuses it? What happens when mental illness meets addiction, trauma, and homelessness all at once? What happens when someone wants help, but no system is designed to hold them long enough to rebuild? Those questions became even harder as local businesses near areas like Pike Place Market, the downtown core, and transit-heavy districts began speaking more openly about declining foot traffic, unpredictable public encounters, rising security costs, employee concerns, and customers quietly choosing other neighborhoods. And while Seattle remained one of America's most visited urban destinations, many longtime owners privately admitted that something about the emotional rhythm of downtown had changed. Not overnight, not dramatically, quietly, gradually. The kind of change you notice only after comparing today with 5 years ago. Parents walking faster, tourists looking over their shoulders, workers changing routes, delivery drivers refusing certain alleyways after dark, small businesses closing earlier, and perhaps most telling of all, residents beginning to describe parts of their own city as places they used to love. That may be the hidden cost of a crisis like this. Not only what it takes from the people living outside, but what it slowly changes inside everyone else. Yet even as frustration grew louder, another reality was beginning to emerge from inside Seattle's policy circles. And if the reports, proposals, and public announcements are any indication, city leadership had finally begun shifting from reactive cleanup towards something far more ambitious. Something more expensive, more controversial, and potentially more transformative. Tiny homes, non-congregate shelters, wraparound services, 24-hour case management, long-term housing navigation, behavioral health partnerships, recovery-first intervention models. And for the first time in years, some outreach workers began saying they were seeing something they had almost stopped expecting: hope. In early 2026, Seattle moved forward with expanded shelter strategies, including new tiny house communities designed not simply as emergency sleeping spaces, but as structured environments where individuals could lock a private door, protect personal belongings, access hygiene facilities, reconnect with case managers, attend recovery appointments, and slowly rebuild routines that homelessness had stripped away piece by piece. To most people, a locked door may seem ordinary. To someone who has spent 18 months sleeping under wet plastic, it can feel life-changing. To someone who has watched medication disappear overnight, it can feel like dignity. To someone who has not slept deeply in years, it can feel like healing. And according to outreach workers, that first uninterrupted night of sleep often becomes the moment when many people finally begin believing recovery might actually be possible. But even these solutions came with hard questions. Could enough units be built fast enough? Could funding survive political pressure? Could treatment keep pace with dependency? Could public patience outlast bureaucracy? And perhaps most importantly, could a city that spent years reacting finally learn how to prevent? Because as Seattle invested in longer-term strategies, many residents began realizing something deeply uncomfortable. This crisis did not begin when tents became visible. It began years earlier, when housing costs rose faster than wages, when mental health systems became overwhelmed, when addiction treatment remained harder to access than the substances themselves, when loneliness became normal, when economic shocks became routine, when stability quietly became fragile. And if those root causes are not confronted, some experts warn that even the best cleanup plans, the best outreach teams, and the best shelter expansions may only slow the crisis, not stop it. But what Seattle attempted next, an aggressive push toward permanent supportive housing, expanded tiny villages, and one of the city's most ambitious shelter goals in years, would either become a model for other American cities, or a warning. And what happened as the first new housing communities began opening in 2026 gave people something they had not felt in a very long time. A reason to believe change might actually be possible. By the beginning of 2026, after years of rising encampments, repeated removals, growing public frustration, exhausted outreach teams, overwhelmed emergency systems, and thousands of people trying to survive one rain-soaked night at a time, something inside Seattle had finally reached a point where even the people who once believed this crisis could be managed quietly were being forced to admit something far more uncomfortable. This was no longer a temporary emergency. This was no longer a seasonal problem. This was no longer something that could be hidden behind cleanup schedules, political language, budget presentations, or carefully worded press conferences. This had become a defining test of what kind of city Seattle truly wanted to be. Because when a city is wealthy, innovative, educated, and globally recognized as Seattle begins struggling to guarantee something as basic as safety, shelter, stability, and human dignity for thousands of its own residents, the conversation stops being about tents. It stops being about sidewalks. It stops being about headlines. And it becomes about values. What do we protect first? What do we ignore longest? And what happens when vulnerability becomes so visible that nobody can honestly claim they did not see it? By this point, city officials, housing advocates, nonprofit leaders, healthcare providers, neighborhood coalitions, and residents across communities stretching from Ballard to Lake City had begun watching one particular strategy with growing attention. Because unlike temporary shelters built around survival alone, Seattle's newer housing initiatives were being designed around something far more powerful: restoration. Not just a place to sleep. A place to reset. Not just emergency coverage. A chance to rebuild identity. Not just a roof. A beginning. One of the most discussed examples came with the opening of newer tiny home communities, including expanded projects supported by local housing partnerships, case management teams, and service organizations committed to moving residents toward permanent housing rather than indefinite temporary placement. And for many who had spent months, sometimes years, living under plastic tarps, abandoned structures, vehicles, or exposed public spaces, the emotional impact of walking into a private unit for the first time was something statistics could never fully capture. A door that locks. A mattress that stays dry. A blanket no one steals. A place where medication remains where it was left. A night where footsteps outside no longer trigger fear. A morning where waking up does not begin with checking whether your belongings survived. To most people, these things may sound ordinary. To someone who has survived long enough without them, they can feel almost unreal. One outreach worker reportedly described the first 24 hours inside transitional housing as one of the most emotional periods they regularly witness, saying many residents do not celebrate immediately. Some cry. Some sit in silence. Some keep shoes on while sleeping because their bodies still expect to run. Some wake up repeatedly through the night because peace feels unfamiliar. And some simply stare at a closed door for minutes at a time, trying to convince themselves that for tonight at least, nobody is going to make them leave. And perhaps that is what Seattle's newest efforts are beginning to reveal. The crisis was never only about shelter. It was about nervous systems. It was about trauma. It was about dignity. It was about what happens when human beings spend so long surviving that living begins to feel foreign. By mid-2026, Seattle's broader plans included expansion of non-congregate shelter systems, additional tiny home placements, enhanced housing navigation, expanded wraparound support, and increased focus on helping people move not only off the streets, but toward long-term stability, employment, treatment, and community reintegration. And while critics continued questioning timelines, funding, implementation, neighborhood impact, and political sustainability, something harder to ignore was beginning to appear inside the stories of those who actually entered these programs. Progress. Quiet. Imperfect. Fragile. But real. One former unsheltered resident reportedly shared that the first thing she did after receiving a private space was not sleep. It was call her daughter. Because for the first time in nearly 2 years, she had somewhere to say she was. Another resident reportedly spent his first week doing something many people would never think twice about. Organizing drawers, folding clothes, making lists, planning meals, writing goals. Not because those things solved everything, but because routine is often the first sign that hope has returned. And yet, even with these encouraging signs, no one working closest to the crisis is pretending the hardest part is over. Not when housing demand still exceeds supply. Not when mental health systems remain under pressure. Not when treatment capacity still struggles to match need. Not when synthetic substances continue affecting vulnerable populations. Not when thousands are still living outside tonight. And certainly not when every economic shock, every rent increase, every job loss, every untreated illness, and every family breakdown still has the potential to push someone else toward the same edge. Because if Seattle has taught America anything through this crisis, it may be this. Homelessness rarely begins where people think it begins. It does not always begin with addiction. It does not always begin with poor choices. It does not always begin with crime. More often, it begins with silence. A silent layoff. A silent breakup. A silent diagnosis. A silent eviction. A silent mental battle nobody else sees. And by the time the struggle becomes visible to the public, the damage may have already been building for months, maybe years. That is why this story is bigger than Seattle. Bigger than one city. Bigger than one policy. Bigger than one administration. Because what is happening here reflects questions every modern community will eventually have to face. What happens when housing becomes harder to reach? What happens when loneliness becomes normal? What happens when treatment arrives later than trauma? What happens when people fall and nobody notices until they hit the street? Those questions do not belong only to Seattle. They belong to all of us. And perhaps the most powerful truth of all is this. Behind every tent, there was once a front door. Behind every shopping cart, there was once a routine. Behind every weathered face, there was once a version of life that looked remarkably ordinary. And if that reality makes you uncomfortable, maybe it should. Because the line between stability and survival may be thinner than any of us want to admit. So as Seattle continues fighting for solutions, expanding housing, rebuilding trust, and trying to prove that compassion and accountability can exist in the same conversation, one question remains. Will this city become a warning? Or will it become a model for how recovery begins? Only time will answer that. But for thousands of people searching for safety tonight, time matters more than ever. If this story from Seattle stayed with you, if it challenged what you thought you knew about homelessness, addiction, recovery, or the fragile line between security and survival, tell us your thoughts in the comments below. When suffering happens quietly, does society care less? If you believe these human stories deserve to be seen, please support the channel by liking this video, and subscribe to US Homeless Stories as we continue uncovering the real stories unfolding across cities throughout America. Thank you for staying with us until the very end. And we'll see you in the next story.
Tell me about going on the streets as a young woman.
It was really scary at first, especially. It still is, but it was very scary because of how unknown it was at the beginning. Because, I had pretty much no one And a lot of people, like especially downtown, they wouldn't want to help me or interact with me at all. Even like the full-grown adults wouldn't want to help me or call anybody or nothing because they saw that I was a minor. You know what I mean? So they'd like run from me almost. So when I first didn't have any sort of shelter or nothing and was just basically in a tent, if that, it just was really scary.
So you first started in a tent, but then you got an RV.
Eventually, yeah.
Welcome, Homeless Life Stories.
Do you see the man sitting motionless, his eyes staring blankly into the void in the suburbs of Oklahoma City? In his hand is not an object of value, but a crumpled piece of silver foil, the only thing helping him temporarily forget the bone-chilling prairie winds and the humiliation of being forgotten by this world. For him, the addictive substance is not a choice for pleasure. It is a ruthless numbing drug used to switch off the trauma and exhaustion that have haunted him for many years. He isn't just getting high, he is trying to find a glitch to escape the harsh reality right in the heart of a city that is growing vigorously. Oklahoma City in 2026 appears with a peaceful exterior, its central towers brilliant and its roads bustling with traffic. But right beneath those lights, a crack is silently widening, where abandoned souls struggle in the darkness. How can a city that looks like a paradise of development harbor such shattered realities? Part 1. Oklahoma City Behind the Lights, a city seemingly peaceful but fracturing. Welcome to Oklahoma City in 2026. If viewed from a distance, this city appears as a symbol of Midwestern stability. Gleaming central towers, vast sprawling highways, and a pace of life that seems much slower and more peaceful than the bustling metropolises on either coast. But when night falls and the radiant Devon Tower begins to cast long shadows over the streets below, the true face of Oklahoma gradually emerges through the fractures that tourist cameras typically ignore. Look closely at the dark corners beside suburban gas stations or the silent parking lots tucked away behind rows of supermarkets. There, the peace is merely a facade. Under overpasses, where the roar of traffic weighs heavily on restless sleep atop cold concrete, inside dilapidated cars parked in hidden corners, the only warmth is the breath of a family hunkered down inside, using makeshift curtains to block the prying eyes of the outside world. At bus stops, figures huddled together, clutching a few plastic bags, the final remains of their lives, as if waiting for a bus that will never arrive. The homelessness crisis in Oklahoma City has a very distinct characteristic. It is incredibly quiet. It isn't loud with thousands of tents lined up side by side like in Los Angeles or San Francisco. Here, people choose to disappear into vacant lots, roadside brush, or hide within remote rural areas. This very silence is a trap. It makes society easily believe that everything is fine, that this crisis does not exist or is not overly serious. But in reality, that fracture is deepening every day, slicing through the faith in a city that is supposedly prospering. When a city is only preoccupied with polishing its glass towers while forgetting the souls shivering at its feet, then that growth is merely a fragile illusion. What is truly happening behind the statistics? Why did these people, who once had a normal life, have to fall to the ultimate point of despair and live like ghosts in the heart of the city? The answer does not lie in laziness, but in a ruthless roadmap of circumstances. Part 2. The first slide. Homelessness doesn't start with a tent, but with a small incident. There's a toxic myth circulating in the luxury cafes of Oklahoma City that those lying out there chose that lifestyle or are too lazy to keep a roof over their heads. But the truth is far more ruthless. No one wakes up one morning and decides to live on the street. Homelessness is not a spontaneous event. It is the result of a series of falling dominoes, where one small incident can wipe out the entire foundation of a human life. Listen to the story of Laura, a 34-year-old woman I happened to meet as she tried to warm her hands over a cheap cup of coffee at a bus stop on Northwest Expressway. 3 months ago, Laura was still a medical support staff member with a small rented apartment and a life she called stable. Laura stared into the void, her voice raspy from the night mist.
People look at me now and call me homeless, as if that's my name. But they don't know that 3 months ago, I was just a woman with a broken car alternator. In this city, no car means no legs. I lost my job because I was late too many times. Losing a job meant no $1,200 for rent. And after just 1.5 months of debt, the landlord taped an eviction notice to the door without even looking me in the face once. Laura's story is the embodiment of fragility in modern society. In Oklahoma in 2026, while the minimum wage remains stagnant and rent and food prices skyrocket with inflation, thousands of workers are living in a state of verging on the abyss. They are just one paycheck away from the sidewalk. A broken car, cutting off the path to work. An unexpected medical bill, wiping out savings. A divorce or domestic violence. Pushing a woman out of the only door she can lean on. When the roof vanishes, the greatest loss is not just the four walls. Laura added, "The first time I had to sleep in the car, I cried so hard I couldn't breathe." The feeling of completely losing control of your life is scarier than hunger. You start to feel like you aren't a real human being anymore when you don't have an address to put on a form or a mirror to look at yourself every morning. This collapse is not just a financial issue, it is the shattering of dignity. When a person is flung out of their normal orbit, they don't just lose a place to sleep, they lose their connection to society. And it is in that most desperate moment, when the body is exhausted and the mind is depleted, that another, more ruthless trap lies waiting to pull them down even deeper. We need to be honest with each other. Not everyone experiencing homelessness in Oklahoma is involved with drugs. But when a human being is pushed out of society, living in isolation, hunger, and untreated psychological trauma, drugs often appear like a predator that knows exactly when to strike a victim at their weakest. In this context, drugs are not a luxury for thrill seekers. They are a survival trap. Look at Thomas, a man over 50 years old with rough hands full of calluses, sitting on an old plastic crate near an abandoned gas station in the south of the city. Thomas was a skilled mason in Oklahoma City construction projects for 20 years until a scaffolding accident damaged his spine. He lost his ability to work, lost his insurance, and finally lost the small house he had spent his life paying off. Thomas smoothed back his matted hair, his voice deep and trembling as he spoke about his nightly medicine. "You know, the cold in Oklahoma doesn't just bite the skin, it bites the soul. The first time I tried that stuff, it wasn't because I wanted to get high. I just wanted my back to stop aching so I could catch 2 hours of sleep on this concrete. But then that stuff is terrifying. It doesn't just shut off the physical pain. It shuts off the shame of seeing people walk by and hold their breath. It becomes the mute button for all the screams in my head about a family I lost and a future that died." Thomas's story strips away a brutal reality. Drugs are often a consequence of despair, not the sole cause. Self-soothing mechanism. With the mental health care system in Oklahoma City overloaded and lacking treatment beds, people like Thomas are forced to self-prescribe with cheap, illicit substances on the street just to endure the harshness. The cycle with no exit. The more they depend on drugs to get through tonight, the more they lose the chance to keep their documents, their jobs, and the clarity needed to connect with support services. In Oklahoma, where possessing addictive substances is more likely to lead you to prison than to a recovery center, Thomas's tragedy becomes even more deadlocked. Instead of receiving treatment for his spinal pain and psychological trauma, he is labeled an addict, a name that makes it easier for society to justify turning its back. Thomas concluded bitterly, "I want to quit. Who would want to live like this?" But when you wake up in an alleyway with no money, no home, and hunger starts clawing at you, a numbing dose is the only thing preventing you from walking into the traffic out there. Thomas's fall has reached an uncontrollable velocity. And when a human being has fallen so deep into the trap of dependence, they don't just lose a roof, they are stripped of the right to exist in the city's shared spaces. Part 4. Chased from every corner, when the city leaves no space to exist. Imagine you are Laura, trying to catch a moment of sleep in an old car in a deserted parking lot. Or you are Thomas, slumped over a plastic crate beside an abandoned gas station. Suddenly, a blinding flashlight shines directly into your face, and a sharp voice rings out. "You can't stay here. Move, now!" This is not a hypothetical situation. It is the daily, grim reality in Oklahoma City in 2026, where the boundary between survival and legal trouble is sometimes only a single police command away. In Oklahoma, a series of tough laws regarding camping bans and public sleeping has turned the presence of the homeless into a criminal offense. It creates a brutal paradox. If a person has no home, no money for rent, and no family to return to, where on this land are they permitted to exist? No sleeping in parks where there is a bit of shade. No lying on sidewalks where streetlights offer a semblance of safety. No parking for too long in the lots, the place Laura calls home. No pitching tents in vacant lots by the road. Yet the city has never provided enough safe shelter space for everyone. It is like a ruthless game of musical chairs, where the loser, the one who cannot secure a bed in a shelter, is pushed directly into a police station or fined an amount they can never afford to pay. The constant displacement brings devastating consequences. Losing everything. During sweeps, people often lose their final survival items: sleeping bags, blankets, medication like Thomas's painkillers, and most dangerously, their ID, the only thing that allows them to register for housing later. Severing the lifeline of aid. When they are pushed elsewhere, outreach workers lose weeks or even months trying to find them again. Every effort to build trust and connect them to support is erased in a single night. Residents and businesses in Oklahoma City have legitimate reasons to worry about hygiene, safety, and urban order. Makeshift tent camps are not a long-term solution. But the question is, does simply pushing the problem from one street corner to another, from one county to another, truly solve the root of poverty and despair? Or is it merely covering the city's fractures by punishing the most vulnerable? Sometimes the most painful thing is not just hunger or the cold of the night, but the feeling that not a single place in this world allows you to breathe and exist. Pause for a moment and reflect. If tomorrow you lost everything, and every public space posted a sign saying, "Forbidden for you," where would you go? Are we building a modern city by erasing the human rights of those who are sinking? Part 5. The missing people of Oklahoma City. The crisis isn't always on the sidewalk. If you drive around Oklahoma City and breathe a sigh of relief because you don't see tent cities lined up like in Los Angeles or Portland, you have fallen into a visual trap. Here, the homelessness crisis isn't always exposed on the sidewalk. It is unfolding silently and invisibly within the crevices of the urban landscape. This is the world of the missing people, those who still breathe the same air as we do, but have been completely erased from the official housing map. 1. Four-wheeled apartments and DIY curtains. Returning to Laura, the woman we met in Part 2. Her car is not just a vehicle, it is her final fortress. The hiding. Laura doesn't pitch a tent. She parks in the dark corners of Walmart lots or highway rest stops, covering the glass with cardboard sheets so no one can see a woman huddled inside. The fear of detection. She fears the police, predators in the night, and most of all, the pitying eyes of acquaintances. For Laura, invisibility is not just a state, it is a survival tactic. 2. The couch surfers and motel families. Oklahoma City has thousands of families living in precarious conditions that statistics struggle to reach. Couch surfing. Young people and single mothers moving from the sofa of one acquaintance to the house of another friend. They have no fixed address, but they aren't out on the street either. The motel loop. Families paying $300 per week for a room reeking of old cigarette smoke. They work tirelessly just to keep a roof over their children's heads, yet they are only one short paycheck away from the sidewalk. 3. Why do they choose to disappear? Why do thousands of people choose to live in hiding instead of seeking help from support centers? Protecting dignity. Many continue to go to work every day. They wear clean shirts and groom themselves neatly so colleagues won't know they just stepped out of the back seat of an SUV. Fear of the system. For families with children, revealing themselves as homeless brings the fear of losing custody. They would rather live in the shadows than have their family torn apart. The heartbreaking truth, the homelessness crisis in Oklahoma City is like an iceberg. What we see on the sidewalk is only the tiny tip. The massive submerged portion consists of people falling in silence, making no sound and receiving no support because they are too afraid to speak up. This invisible crisis devastates the human psyche. When you must strain to look normal while everything inside has collapsed, exhaustion arrives 2 times faster. Part 6. Hands still striving to hold others up when kindness is not enough to save a city. Amidst the darkness of overpasses and the terrifying silence of empty parking lots, small flickers of light are still striving to fill the fractures of Oklahoma City. These are not the brilliant lights from skyscrapers, but the flashlights of outreach workers, volunteers from churches and nonprofit organizations working silently while the rest of the city sleeps. Here, the battle for human dignity is fought not only with laws, but with very human touches. 1. The value of a name. To people like Thomas, the most terrifying thing is not hunger, but invisibility. Throughout the day, thousands of people pass him by as if he were an inanimate block of concrete. When a volunteer stops, hands him a warm blanket, and calls him by his correct name. "Hi, Thomas. How are you doing today?" That is the moment the link to humanity is restored. Hygiene kits, clean socks, or a hot cup of soup during hurricane season. These are not just material goods. They are an affirmation. You still exist, and you still matter. 2. Warriors in the systemic crevices. We must mention the social workers patiently performing nameless tasks. Documentation support, helping Laura reclaim her ID, the only key for her to apply for a job or register for social housing. Medical connectivity, trying to find Thomas a slot for physical or psychological therapy instead of leaving him to self-soothe with drugs. The key to home model, efforts to move the homeless directly from the sidewalk into stable apartments instead of merely temporary shelter beds. 3. When kindness hits the limit. However, we must face a brutal truth. Kindness is not policy. A sandwich might keep Thomas's stomach full tonight, but it cannot heal his broken spine. A warm blanket might help Laura survive a cold wind, but it cannot pay her monthly rent. A few shelter beds cannot shoulder a crisis on the scale of thousands of people when the speed of rent increases far outpaces the speed of building relief housing. Charitable organizations and churches in Oklahoma are trying to bail water out of a sinking boat with small buckets. They are working to exhaustion to keep people from sinking completely. But if the system does not change and the roots of housing instability and mental health care are not addressed, they are only helping people survive day by day rather than truly being redeemed. Kindness is what keeps the city's heart beating, but policy and systemic change are what keep the feet of people like Laura and Thomas steady on the ground. Part 7. What will Oklahoma City be remembered for? A city of growth or a city for people to fall? Our journey through the crevices of Oklahoma City in 2026 closes right where it began, beneath the long shadows of skyscrapers stretching proudly across the plains. Oklahoma City is still changing every day, still brilliant with billion-dollar projects and impressive growth figures. But what will that brilliance mean if it is built upon the fractures of compassion? We have traveled through the story of Laura, the woman still trying to hold on to her final shards of dignity in a sweltering car, fearing every knock on the door in the dark of night. We have heard the sigh of Thomas, the skilled mason whose labor was exhausted before he was tossed onto the sidewalk with a shattered spine and a soul dependent on numbing drugs to escape reality. They are not dry statistics on a page. They are real lives, human beings who once had dreams, families, and who contributed to the prosperity of this land. Oklahoma City stands before a grand moral question. By what is a city measured? Is it by the height of glass skyscrapers, or by the safety of children who must sleep in motels? Is it by expulsion laws to keep sidewalks clean, or by mental health centers and social housing strong enough to embrace the vulnerable? Is it by the glamour of tourist districts, or by how we treat those falling right in the heart of our community? True development cannot be separated from humanity. A city that chooses to punish the poor instead of solving poverty, that chooses to uninstall the homeless from public spaces instead of finding them a place to belong, is a city where growth is merely a fragile illusion. Oklahoma City still holds hope. Hope lies in the hands of outreach workers who persistently venture into the darkness every night, in the tribal communities striving to build housing, and in you, those listening to these stories with empathy. But hope only truly transforms into action when we choose to look directly. To look directly at the invisible people, at the failure of the system, and at our own responsibility in ensuring that no one falls out of the frame of progress. A great city is not a place where no one faces hardship, but a place where, when a human being slips, there is always a system fast enough and a community warm enough to lift them before they sink completely into the darkness. Thank you for joining Homeless Life Stories for this episode on Oklahoma City. If you believe each story we tell brings a spark of hope for justice, please help us sustain this journey. You can support our channel via the link in the description to provide us with the resources needed to expose the truths that deserve to be heard. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video to spread the message of compassion. I will see you on our next journey in another part of the United States, where more truths are waiting to be told.
Los Angeles is celebrating. The headlines declare homelessness is finally dropping. But the truth is a brutal lie. Over 70,000 lives don't just evaporate into thin air overnight. A decrease does not mean a disappearance. If they are no longer exposed on the sidewalks, where is the city hiding the despair? Is this a miracle or a perfect whitewashing operation?
So how long have you been homeless?
Well, this is 11 years, going on 12 years here, and I've been homeless, and it's all gone by like a flash. You know, it seems like it's been hard, it's been a struggle, but it's actually all gone by real fast. And then I was out on the street, scared, didn't know what to do. I moved around a little bit and had to get out of where it was cold. I was scared to be homeless where it's really cold. I didn't know how to live homeless. I've never lived homeless. I've always had a good life. And all of a sudden there I was, no place to go. So I came back down here where I was born and raised down here.
They threw away your family photos? They threw my whole, everything I owned away. 9 years straight, I wrote a letter to each one of my daughters every month. I was gonna make a book. I came back, all my stuff with it. They said they were sitting there looking through my stuff, reading my stuff.
Welcome, Homeless Life Stories.
Los Angeles, the place where the halo of Hollywood has never been strong enough in strength to shine onto the cold sidewalks. More than 70,000 people are taking the street as a bed, but for the first time after many years, Los Angeles City Hall broadcasts one message. The homeless rate is finally decreasing. One signal of hope, or only one victory on paper? The truth is, the number can decrease, but the humans who are stuck at the bottom of the survival vortex do not disappear at all. They are only pushed from this street corner to another hidden corner that is more cruel. The truth about this crisis does not lie in soulless reports, but lies in exactly the lives clinging to the sidewalk tonight. At Homeless Life Stories, we go in search of those truths. If you feel these stories move you, please press the subscribe button and receive the newest notifications. Part 1. Decreased number. Signal of hope, but not yet victory. For the first time after many years, Los Angeles has reason to talk about hope. The latest reports from the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, LAHSA, just broadcast one important signal. The number of homeless people across the entire county has decreased. Especially, the group of people living openly on the sidewalk, under the bridge foot, or in temporary tents, has had a significant decrease. These are not only dry statistical numbers, this is one turning point. Because throughout the past decade, Los Angeles has always been nailed down as one symbol of failure of the homeless crisis in America. So what has created this change? The decreased number is not a random occurrence of fate. It is the result of drastic campaigns, from the Inside Safe program taking people leaving tent camps into temporary residence hotels, to the expansion of safe staying areas and direct outreach times on the street to persuade humans to leave the sidewalk. The city government is putting in an effort to shift thousands of people from public spaces to roofs that are managed. But look straight into reality. Decrease does not mean disappearance. Behind the optimistic reports, reality is still extremely fierce. More than 70,000 people are still living in the state of not having stable housing across the entire Los Angeles County. The number 70,000 is not only one calculation on paper. That is 70,000 broken life stories. Those are laborers who just lost rented rooms because house prices skyrocketed. Those are old people abandoned on the margins of society. Those are families having to turn old broken cars into bedrooms, and are sick people wandering amidst one overloaded medical system and soulless street corners. One bitter reality that we are forced to admit: Los Angeles is no longer standing still. The city is putting in effort to pull residents off the streets. But the current speed of saving people is still out of breath compared to the speed at which poverty, cutthroat rent prices, and health crises push them into the abyss. For every one person brought into housing, there are also other people forced to pitch tents. We must understand that, in Los Angeles, a decreased number can be good news on the newspaper's front page. But with the person still having to shrivel amidst the cold outdoors tonight, the two words decrease have never been synonymous with one roof. Part 2. Substance Dependency Crisis. Shadows still clinging to the streets. When the night falls on the avenues of Los Angeles, the street not only becomes colder, but also many times more dangerous. That is the moment another battle begins. Not the battle with the government, but the battle to grab life in the vortex of pain and loneliness. We need to call out one cruel reality: the crisis of dependency on substances. In the hidden corners of Skid Row or under the bridge overpasses in Venice, the toxic street supply surrounds the homeless community. New generation synthetic addictive substances with terrible destructive power are silently devastating bodies that were already exhausted. In that, the presence of fentanyl has turned each dose used on the sidewalk into a game of luck and risk with death. But if we are only looking at the syringes or the sluggish eyes to judge, we will miss the entire truth. This is not one story about wrong choices. With thousands of people, substance dependency is not the starting point, but is the final falling point after one chain of tragedies: losing home, losing job, psychological traumas not yet healed. or chronic pains without money for treatment. Try to imagine when you sleep outdoors without a door lock, without one bathroom, without even one minimum privacy, and without anyone waiting for you to return. To what extent will your spirit and body be eroded? In that murky darkness, addictive substances are often sought as one temporary way to turn off reality, to forget the cold and the anxiety that is strangling each breath. Under the journalistic perspective, data shows one alarming reality. Although the city's efforts have helped the mortality rate have a slight decreased signal, the overdose crisis is still the leading cause of death among homeless people in LA. This proves one obvious truth. This crisis cannot be solved only by cleaning out tent camps or chasing humans from one street corner to another street corner. Relocation is only one surface solution. It does not extinguish the thirst in their blood and the pain in their mind. If there is not one stable housing system, no intensive treatment roadmaps, and a lack of timely mental health care, then the sidewalk will continue to be turned into hospitals without doctors, prisons without bars, and nameless cemeteries for the humans left behind by society. Because in the end, Los Angeles does not only need to clean the urban landscape, Los Angeles needs to heal the humans who have been hurt by the street for too long. Part 3. The role of community. Where policy slows down, human hearts must step up. There is one obvious truth in this city. Not every miracle in Los Angeles comes from the city hall. Many miracles have started from one hot meal, one pair of clean socks, one sincere inquiry, or simply one hand reached out without accompanying judgment. While management systems are still busy with numbers and procedures, exactly the community are the people who are keeping the soul of Los Angeles from becoming cold. Their role can be seen through 4 important protection layers. First, the community is the front line, seeing the human before the system sees them. One seller, one small shop owner, one church group, or one night food distribution team. They are the first people to realize who is becoming weak, who is hungry, and who is about to fall from the final boundary of survival. They do not need reports. They act with the instinct of empathy. Second, the community is the place to preserve dignity. With the people living outdoors, sometimes the thing that makes them most pained is not the cold.
So you'd think that would warrant witness protection or something, but I didn't even get a free night stay out of it, or even a bed in the hospital. I didn't even opt to go to the hospital. I asked him what I had to do, and he said nothing. We've got it from here. State's picking up charges, and I haven't stayed in a hotel since.
Well, the streets are horrible. I mean,
the streets are way worse. I cry almost every night. I don't think it's fair. I heard a man named Mr. Well, I don't want to say his name because I don't want to blow anybody up out there. But he called in and he said, "Look, I know you've got female beds available. It's not that they don't have the beds available. It's that they don't want to take me because I have service animals, and some people are just shady about animals. They don't like animals." So now I'm stuck out here still because I have service animals and I'm handicapped. My right hand doesn't close all the way. My mental health isn't always that great. I have scars on the side of my head. Although I'm able to seem somewhat normal functioning, I don't do well outdoors. I've always been an introvert. They've always tried to get me to talk to people, so I do that now. But I don't know the difference between a good guy or a bad guy till somebody hurts me, and I can't fix that. I can't fix that. I don't know how to.
The difference between a good guy or a bad guy until somebody hurts you.
Right, pretty much, because everybody seems nice until they're ready to do something to you
and you got
or against
people
you.
To survive.
Pretty much because they cluster us together. They're not letting us have certain places, like they're pushing us to certain streets. They're pushing us to certain zones and areas. It's like the red area you see down here on the sidewalk. Those are the areas we're allowed to put up camp next to, and we have to stay on this side of the stop.
But the feeling of being looked at as one's problem needing to be cleaned. One meal handed over with respect is exactly the strongest affirmation that you are still one human being. You are still worthy of being called by name instead of one statistical number. Third, the community is exactly the bridge-building trust. We must admit that not everyone living outdoors still has faith in the government or support programs. Many people have been disappointed after being rejected or chased away. In that context, community groups play the role of mediator. They listen first, build trust first, then only slowly connect these broken life pieces with medical services and housing programs. Finally, the community is the moral pressure on the management apparatus. When residents do not turn their back, when volunteer organizations record real stories, the city is forced to look at homeless people not as one landscape problem, but as one humanitarian crisis needing one root solution. Listen carefully to this. In Los Angeles, policy might need many months to go through one meeting, but hunger does not wait. One person outdoors cannot wait until the budget is passed to eat. They cannot wait until the housing project is completed to need one kind word. And that is the moment the community steps in, not to replace the government, but to keep the human from falling too deep before the system can arrive. The community cannot alone end the homelessness state in one giant urban area like Los Angeles. But exactly the community is the people who are keeping for the homeless person one thing more important than even food or clothes. That is the belief that they have not been abandoned by this entire city yet. Part 4. Solutions. Real housing, hot meals, and the way to return. The solution for the crisis in Los Angeles can not only be the garbage trucks cleaning out tent camps faster. The real solution must be bringing humans to one safer place and, most importantly, keeping them there long enough so one life can start again from the pile of ashes. We need to look at 4 core solution axes being implemented, but needing to be pushed more drastically. Housing is the foundation. One human being cannot heal psychologically or detoxify if each night still have to struggle to find one sidewalk corner to hide from the cold. Los Angeles needs more affordable housing areas, more tiny houses, small houses, and thoroughly utilizing renovated hotels as long-term stay places. One point we are forced to emphasize, shelters are only the first door.
I put all this stuff in here, all the branches back in here.
Yeah.
Just to make it so that anybody coming in, I can hear them and I can get up and be ready for, whatever. And my front, this is the only way in and out.
Yeah.
Through here. And I will, if you want to walk out, I will close the door.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Or unless you
I
want
want to show you how it's,
Sure.
yeah. If you walk out and then I'll show you
Okay.
how I close the door. Well, and then I got a rope on it here. So I close it up. And then I have a rope that I pull on the inside. This I put up here, but I pull this on the inside all the way into my tent. So anybody pulling this out, I'm going to feel it.
Right.
And I'm going to get up because I don't want to be caught, and I got it. And I'm making doors for everybody. And I just made the frame. This is old one. And I wired it all up together. And this part here is in the ground with a empty can of beans or whatever. That way it swivels on that. And
yeah. How long have you been here?
I've been up in the park for 3 years now. I've been in this spot for about a year. And, just I have to make it as much as home as possible. I have my coffee table, I cook out here when it's warm, but as you can see, there's no ceilings over it. So in the summertime, it's okay.
Yeah.
But in the wintertime, I have to dig trenches for the rain runoff, and a secure place for my, whatever I have, what little I have, secure enough to, nobody's going to come in here. You can't come in, you can, but who's going to want to come in just to steal clothes? Nobody.
Well, they don't know what's in here.
They don't know what's in here.
All of a sudden they think it's a gold mine.
Well, yeah. But you know, I have a camera that I have aimed here in case, you know, anything is taken. Then I know who did it.
If we only consider that as the destination, homeless people will forever be stuck in one temporary loop. The final destination must be one stable roof with long-term support. One hot meal is the way to restore belief. With one person who has lost everything, one meal is not merely a source of energy. It is one human message that they are still accepted by society. Seeing community kitchens and volunteer groups is exactly the first touch point. From one hot bowl of soup, one conversation can open. From one conversation, a belief is built. And from belief, we only then have the chance to persuade them to step into medical and housing support systems. Do not only pull people out of the streets, but also pull them back into life. This is the weakest link in the current system. One homeless person needs more than one bed. They need identity papers to find jobs, need a phone to keep in contact, need bathing and laundry to restore self-esteem, and need the follow-up of social specialists long enough. If we only bring them into one room, then let them manage by themselves with psychological traumas and addiction, then the way leading them back to the sidewalk will be shorter than ever, building one new story for Los Angeles. This city has been too used to the image of tent camps as an inevitable part of the urban landscape. But Los Angeles can also choose another way, becoming the place that proves that one megacity can still choose compassion as the guiding star. Los Angeles is having statistical numbers that are more positive. But history will not remember this city only because it decreased by how many percent on the chart. History will ask, how have the remaining people out there been treated? Were they given one real roof? Were they receiving one hot meal when the stomach was rumbling with hunger? And most importantly, were they given one reason to believe that tomorrow is still worth living? At Homeless Life Stories, we believe that the answer does not lie in the high-rise buildings or the flashy reports. It lies in the way that one city bends down, reaches out a hand, and lifts the most vulnerable people. This journey is still very long, and we will not stop retelling these stories until no one has to take the sidewalk as home tonight.
What other drugs have you tried?
Almost all of them.
Almost all of them.
I had my leg smashed out and I wound up getting hooked on pain pills.
It's kind of like, I want to say like, not self, but people inflict, make things bigger than what they are, make people feel down about themselves or whatever have you, They can actually drive people to suicide. I'm talking about the regular folks whatever regular folks are,
Los Angeles, the capital of light, the luxury symbol of the American dream. But that is only what Hollywood wants you to see. Look down at the ground. Right under the sun-drenched palm trees, the sidewalk is turning into a shelter for more than 72,000 people. Not in remote slums or dark street edges. Crisis is exposing itself right in broad daylight, next to busy avenues, under highway overpasses, and right next to million-dollar residential areas. Tents crowd the walkways. Thousands of dilapidated RVs silently turn into involuntary homes. Lives hanging in the balance, knocked down by mental fractures, crushed by addictive substances, and pushed straight onto the street by a cruel housing system without a safety net. In this splendid megacity, the distance between success and falling to the bottom is sometimes only as thin as a piece of paper. When you slip, this city can swallow you. Los Angeles is facing a tough question. Save the glamorous image of a city, or truly save tens of thousands of people who are crumbling inside it? Part 1. Los Angeles. Glamour versus paradox. Los Angeles does not sleep on red carpets. Tens of thousands of people are sleeping on the sidewalk. Do not let the neon lights of Hollywood or the blue glass high-rises in downtown deceive you. Right beneath the most brilliant symbols of the American dream is a naked reality exposing itself. In Los Angeles, the homelessness crisis is no longer a ghost hidden in dark alleys. It has spilled onto the avenues, occupied the parks, and settled right at the feet of million-dollar apartments. This is no longer an issue of the suburbs or separated slums. It has become an inseparable part of the daily urban rhythm. Look at the speaking numbers. The 2025 Homeless Count Report has dealt a heavy blow to the most optimistic efforts. The entire Los Angeles County is still bearing about 72,308 people without homes. Specifically within the city limits, City of Los Angeles, this number is 43,699 people. Although statistics record a slight decrease compared to previous years, the scale is still a puzzle without a satisfactory answer. The paradox lies in the extreme contrast. On one side is luxurious Beverly Hills with supercars lining up one after another. On the other side are rows of tattered tents, dilapidated cars turned into shelters, and highway overpasses occupied as living spaces. The presence of tents in broad daylight, right in the busiest areas, is exactly the point causing intense debate. The most haunting thing is not the dry numbers on the report, but the sense of fragility. In Los Angeles, the boundary between a stable life and being thrown onto the street is sometimes only separated by one hospital bill or one job loss. The more splendid the city, the more painful the breakdown beneath becomes. When success is worshipped excessively, failure appears in broad daylight like a long scar, reminding us that Los Angeles is facing a war in which the urban image and human fate are clashing more fiercely than ever. Part 2. Addiction crisis. When mental pain meets a street without a safety net. If the tents on the sidewalk are the carcass of the crisis, then addiction is the festering wound inside. In Los Angeles, we are not just talking about the issue of urban order. We are talking about a human crisis prolonged in silence. This is the place where homelessness, mental health fractures, and substance abuse are intertwined, forming an inescapable trap. It is not merely a story about addicts on the street. It is a story about people stripped of every foothold, trying to numb the pain with self-destructive solutions. Look at the grim reality. When a person loses their home, loses the minimum life rhythm and medical care, every crack in their soul will become deep. On the burning sidewalk or the windy overpasses, the use of addictive substances sometimes begins as a defense mechanism, a way to escape hunger, cold, and the humiliation of being marginalized by society. But that very fake life buoy drags them sliding further away from the opportunity to return to a normal life. Los Angeles is standing before an aching question of governance ethics. Is this city truly healing its citizens, or simply trying to clean up the consequences appearing on the surface? The public cares because they see the stalemate. If we only focus on removing hotspots without building a strong enough recovery system, we are just pushing crumbling people from one street corner to another. This war cannot be won by coercive measures. It can only end when Los Angeles dares to face the truth that to save a city, first one must save the people who are being submerged by the darkness of dependency, right in the heart of the City of Light. Part 3. Living in an RV, a mobile home, but never truly a home. If tents on the sidewalk are the most visible part of the crisis, then RVs, recreational vehicles, are the semi-hidden homelessness suffocating the streets of Los Angeles. We often think of homelessness as having to lie on the sidewalk, but in LA, tens of thousands of people are living in a metal trap. Those are old vans, dilapidated, rusty RVs, parked tail to tail along industrial zones, abandoned parking lots, or deserted road stretches. They form nameless, addressless, temporary neighborhoods, but contain very real tragedies. The paradox of the RV lies in the fact that it creates a sense of fake safety. It seems less bad than sleeping outdoors under a torn tarp, but in reality, it is a life of suffocating stress. People living in our verse face a survival war every day. Where to find a legal parking spot so as not to be towed away by the police. Where to find electricity and water to maintain a minimum living standard. How to maintain personal hygiene or preserve medicine when the temperature in the car can rise as high as an oven. That is a painful truth that Los Angeles is trying to evade. Some people still have a door to close every night, but behind that door is not peace. It is prolonged insecurity, isolation in the middle of life, and a symbol of a life suspended between the boundary of having a home and homelessness. The car, once the symbol of American freedom and mobility, has now become an iron cage locking in the final hopes of tens of thousands of people. Art 4. Where does the key lie? All efforts of cleaning the sidewalk are only a chasing shadows game if one does not answer the core question. After leaving the tarp, where will they go? The only solution with weight is housing, but not luxury projects. Los Angeles needs roofs that low-income people can truly pay for. One turnkey key is not enough. The city needs a long-term support system to ensure those who have suffered too many traumas do not return to the sidewalk after a few months. Most important is prevention. There is a need to intervene right from the gateway. Emergency financial and legal support before an eviction order turns a normal citizen into a homeless person. Do not wait until they have to live in an RV to start helping. Los Angeles will not be able to escape the crisis only by making the streets look neater to welcome tourists. The city only truly moves forward when every person has a door to lock in peace and an address stable enough to start life over. It is time to stop cleaning the surface and start rebuilding the foundation. Thank you for taking the time to accompany us on the journey through the hidden corners of Los Angeles. These footages are not only to reflect a crisis, but also a reminder that behind each number, each tent, is a human fate needing to be understood. Please continue accompanying homeless life stories in the next journeys to together tell the stories that have not been heard. Thank you and see you again. Please.
You won't understand how dangerous life is on the streets unless they reveal it.
I try not to sleep at night. I usually sleep during the day.
Because I'm afraid. I don't trust people. You know, it's untrustworthy to live in an outside world.
It's scary because I've been through a whole lot.
And I've had friends who have been like brutally raped out here. And my friend, somebody hit her in the head with a NOS tank, and like they wouldn't let her leave the hotel.
There's no such thing as friends. There's no such thing as genuine people. It's just anything and everything gets stolen from you.
Have you ever wondered what a day in the life of a homeless person on the streets of California really looks like? For most people, it's far harsher than anything they've ever experienced. In this episode, we hear directly from people experiencing homelessness, real voices, real stories, and it offers a raw look at what life is actually like without a place to call home, in the middle of one of the richest states in America. If you find this series meaningful, please subscribe. And before we delve deeper into the realities of homelessness on the streets, let's take a moment to learn about their pasts and the reasons why they became homeless.
I was living with my parents, and then they because of a lot of long-term fighting, instability, dysfunctional, whatever, they kind of kicked me out like abruptly. They have mental illnesses, drug issues, so they kind of tweak out a lot. So during one of their tweak outs, they had kicked me out.
I became homeless with a move-out order. The move-out order was done after I was charged with a crime. And yeah, I got kicked out of my home. I was charged with a crime I didn't commit. I was kicked out of my home due to false information. And I'm pending legal action to sort that. It caused me to lose my job, and it's been difficult to find another job.
I became homeless because under my roof, I was abused, like mentally and sometimes physically, so I had to leave my house. I was kicked out most of the time, so I just left. My mom would leave, and me and my dad would bump heads a lot, so he would kick me out of the house and call me a bitch. So he would just like hate me, like he would call me a hoe and a bunch of words out of the book, you know? He's always put me down like that. He's never yelled at any of my siblings like that, but me, you know?
I lost my job first, and then I lost my apartment, and I was on my own, and I've been on my own since. But losing my job, not being able to pay my rent.
I lost my apartment.
You lost your apartment?
Because I lost my job.
Honestly, I was in a very abusive relationship for the last 6 years, and my boyfriend was getting out of jail, and I wanted to be away from him when he got out, so I ended up just coming over here.
Well, because when I got my kids taken away and stuff, and then I ended up going to jail, then ended up going to Victorville, then I came back out here, and then my grandma had my family staying with them, so they didn't want me to stay there no more, so I ended up staying on the streets. My dad didn't want nothing to do with us. My mom, she was too busy all in her drugs and everything, so she really didn't care.
That's undescribable. Like, I couldn't give you a reason why I'm homeless. Like, there's no real reason.
Okay.
I'm just outside.
Many of the people now living on the streets in California didn't arrive here because of a single clear decision. For some, it starts quietly, long before the moment they lose their home. Several of the individuals we spoke with described growing up in unstable environments where addiction, conflict, or neglect were part of daily life. In those conditions, home itself was never really stable. Some were eventually pushed out, others left on their own when staying became more harmful than leaving. At the same time, there are also stories that begin in a very different way. Not inside broken households, but inside ordinary lives that suddenly collapse. A job disappears without warning. A medical emergency hits at the wrong time. A bill arrives that cannot be pushed back or ignored. In many cases reported by outlets like Los Angeles Times and the New York Times, people who end up homeless in California were actually working not long before they lost housing. The shift is not gradual. It is fast and often unforgiving.
I was a medical assistant in Chicago, and I caught MRSA in my spine, and I was hospitalized for a year.
You what to your spine?
I had MRSA in my spine.
Oh, MRSA in your spine.
Yeah, and I was hospitalized for an entire year in a nursing home 6 months after, and we ended up creating a lawsuit against the hospital, which led to me getting suspended from my job, and I lost everything being in the hospital for a year, so this is what led me to be where I'm at right now.
I used to do business travel, sales as a software. I used to sell the technology that business and corporations use to book their travel and then expense. I had a really good childhood. I was definitely spoiled, upper middle class. I had a great childhood.
Middle class?
Yeah, really? I had everything a kid could want.
Yeah, I got diagnosed with breast cancer, and so like I stopped working, and being that when we have jobs and we work and live off paycheck to paycheck, it kind of sucks, because then everything just falls apart. It just goes one after another.
What makes these situations worse is the environment they fall into. In California, rent has climbed to levels that many incomes simply cannot keep up with. Once a paycheck stops, even for a short period, there is very little room to recover. Savings are often not enough to bridge the gap, especially when healthcare costs or unexpected expenses are involved. And behind all of this sits a much larger structural pressure: the housing crisis. The state has some of the most expensive rental markets in the country, while the supply of affordable housing remains far below what is needed. According to estimates from California Housing Partnership, California is missing over 1 million affordable homes for low-income residents. That imbalance means the system has almost no flexibility. One disruption is often enough to push someone out of housing entirely. So when you look closer, homelessness here doesn't come from one cause. It forms at the intersection of family instability, economic shock, health-related expenses, and a housing system that leaves very little margin for error. What effect do stimulants have on them?
My baby daddy is very, very intelligent, but this is when the drugs started taking over us, and we're only supposed to come down for 3 days.
Are drugs a part of your life?
Yes.
Yeah. And what's your drug of choice?
Crystal.
Right now I do fentanyl and smoke crack, and I do it so I don't feel no pain.
It's a lot of people dying. I mean, I've almost died many times being homeless, like overdosing and...
Oh, in this interview, I see very few people using stimulants. But that doesn't help us deny that substance abuse is a hidden danger. Reports from Los Angeles Times and the New York Times have highlighted how addiction and homelessness are deeply interconnected, often reinforcing each other rather than existing as separate issues. Living without stable shelter exposes people to constant pressure, lack of sleep, unsafe environments, and the absence of basic support systems. In that context, substances can become a way to cope, even if temporarily. At the same time, for some individuals, substance use does play a more direct role, making it harder to maintain employment, relationships, or consistent housing. What complicates the situation further is the limited access to treatment. According to organizations like Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, there remains a significant gap between those who need support for substance use and those who can actually receive it. Without stable housing, accessing treatment becomes even more difficult, creating a cycle that is hard to break. Demand for treatment often exceeds supply, and many programs struggle with funding, staffing, and scale. As a result, while solutions exist, their impact is often limited by how unevenly they are implemented across the state. How difficult is life on the streets?
Oh yes, out here, since I've been out here, it's like anything that you own, anywhere you go, there's no such thing as friends, there's no such thing as genuine people. It's just anything and everything gets stolen from you all the time.
I kind of really don't sleep because I'm afraid. I don't trust people, you know, it's untrustworthy to live in an outside world.
I try not to sleep at night. I usually sleep during the day, anywhere public, anywhere near cameras, anywhere there's a lot of people.
Why is that?
Bad stuff can happen. One, you can have insects crawl up your nose or crawl in your mouth. So, you don't want that crap. But also, if you're alone and you're a female, sometimes people get angry or drunk, and you're an easy target.
It's scary because I've been through a whole lot, getting raped, like dealing with people taking my stuff and all shit like that. The hardest part is keep starting all over again with people keep taking my stuff. I have to start all over every month. I have to keep starting over. Then I wouldn't really have anything to come back to because the only thing I would have left would be my tent.
I came home one time and my tent was open and everything that was inside my tent was gone. Like everything. I had my suitcases, I had like little bins, I had just different bags, and everything was stolen. Just gone. I was sleeping in a tent for the most part. It was up the street, but right now it kind of got stolen, so I have to find somewhere else.
Yeah, like it's so treacherous. Like people down here are just really, you can find assholes everywhere. Or good and bad everywhere because the pros and cons to everything.
I got in the car and tried to make out with me, and I told him, "Oh, you gotta pay first." And as he went to go reach over his hand for the money, he went and took his hand and in the head, face in the head so badly to the point where I ended up losing my eyesight for a week. He nearly broke my nose and made both my eyes black and blue.
It's more of the people on the street is what I'm more concerned about than the police, because the police, they don't really bother me unless I'm like somewhere where I'm not supposed to be. But even then they'll just tell me, oh, get off the property. That's that. But it's more people that I try to stay away from. I mean, I feel like, especially because I'm young, I don't know. I feel like I'm already a target, like I've been trafficked before. It's very easy to get into those situations out here, and you won't even realize it.
you won't even realize it. You'll just think that, oh, it's like just a regular person, just like they just want to hang out, they just want to smoke, they just want to, even just like a sexual relationship or a romantic relationship, like it's really, they're trying to make money off of you in different ways. Yeah, it's scary. And I've had friends who have been like brutally raped out here. And my friend, somebody hit her in the head with a NOS tank, and like they wouldn't let her leave the hotel.
There's one time this guy, he tried picking me up, and he tried touching on me, and I told him not to. And I got off his car, and he kind of like grabbed me from the back, and I punched his window, and I ran off, and he tried chasing me. So I ran off to the hotel, and this guy was outside, so he kind of saved me from there. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy, dude. Like, he wanted to get my ass. He said he wanted to take my stuff, and just for like, you know, like trying to get out of there, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard. Like one time I was in a car, and I told this guy just drop me off, you know. I don't know what he wanted to do, but he started driving fast. So I opened the car and I jumped out, and I was like, fuck, dude, my phone fell, everything, I lost it. And I was like, fuck, and I ran.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of hard out here too, because like at night it'll be cold, so it'd be hard to get a room, you know. Like, it's fucking cold. It gets cold at night, like hella cold. Like, I would need like 2 sweaters on.
Yeah.
That shit's hard.
It's hard out here. It's just hard. It's hot. Everything's too hard out here. You can't trust people. Like, people will turn on you out here. You can't trust nobody out here.
You know, I've been in shelters. I've been on the street. I gotta go figure out where I'm going tonight, tomorrow, like a week. Stuff like that. It is crazy being out there, like on the street for real. Yeah. It's scary. It's definitely like my actual physical worst fear would be that too, not just like a mental one. Is actually being on the street, something happening to me. You know, I'm a girl. But then also, I can fend for myself. But it's still, I don't want to be put in that scenario. Any scenario, having the fight, being robbed, stolen, or stolen from, anything. But I think the most craziest experiences I've had has been in shelters. Like, people fight, because we're all, like, struggling. We're all mentally ill, low-key. So, like, crazy stuff happens. People talk smack. People complain, curse, argue, fight. You know, one time...
Tried? What happened?
I had stayed at his place for a night just to sleep. I don't even know him, but he had tried offering like exchange for exchange, like you do something, you can stay here. And I turned it down.
I can't do what I want to do. I can't sleep right.
Can't sleep right.
I gotta make sure that I'm watching myself in my tent.
Right.
If my dog barks, then I know somebody by my tent.
Right.
If my dog don't bark,
Over
then
5.
ain't nobody by my tent. We out here, we do what we can to survive out here.
Life on the streets in California is not just unstable, it's unpredictable. Beyond the lack of shelter, people here face risks most of us never think about. Theft is common.
Yep.
What little they own can disappear overnight. Conflicts happen, and sometimes they escalate, making even basic safety uncertain.
Yep.
And then there's the weather. Heat, cold, rain, something they can't escape, only endure.
Yep.
What makes it more complicated is that many of these problems come from within the community itself.
Mm-hmm.
The instability, the lack of structure, and the mix of different struggles create an environment where trust is fragile.
Yep.
And in many cases, it's these negative experiences that shape how the public sees homelessness.
Mm-hmm.
People start to associate it with disorder, and even when they see the hardship, they hesitate to help.
Yep.
But that's only part of the story. In the same environment, there are still people trying to hold on, avoiding conflict, looking out for others, doing what they can to get through each day. This is not one type of person, and it's not one single story. It's a mix of situations that are often invisible from the outside. Judging the entire community based on its worst moments only deepens the divide. Because behind what we see, there are also quiet efforts that go unnoticed. And sometimes, the difference between falling further and finding a way back comes down to one thing, whether someone is seen as a problem or simply as a person. I want to emphasize this once again. Everyone here carries a different story. Not everyone is who you think they are. And sometimes, the difference between judgment and compassion is what decides whether someone is pushed further away or given a chance to stand back up. If you want to hear more real voices from people living this reality, consider subscribing to the channel.
And subscribe to Front Line Blacc News. Jesus. That's talking about hell on earth. Jesus. Woo-wee, I'm glad I'm not out there like that no more. Jesus. That was bringing back horrible memories. Okay. So, I guess I'll end it there because Jesus Christ, that's a lot to deal with. Okay, so appreciate y'all tapping in. Join us tomorrow for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. You don't turn into Shabaka, you stupid. That shit's fucked up. That is fucked up, bro. It is. Being unhoused is nothing nice. Did you speak on Denver and the feds? Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Let me do that, actually. So I got to get to the Denver news. So the police killed a YouTuber. Let me see. Let me get to that. Thank you for reminding me, crew. I almost forgot about that. Okay. So the DPD killed a YouTuber. And they shot a YouTuber. Yeah. I don't know if they killed him or not, but they shot him. My godmother sent me this. This is on Twitter. What the hell? That's not what I wanted to share. Hell with Dane Cowboy. On May 3rd, in the early morning hours, a 24-year-old Luis Ontario Johnson was arrested following a reported shooting outside of Java at 16th in California. Johnson is known for running the YouTube channel Real Constitutional Upholders, where he has documented open carry and police interactions. He has also been collaborating with a local agitator, Regan Benson, which I know Regan Benson, who frequently films police encounters in Metro Denver area. Currently, Johnson faces a charge of first-degree assault with a deadly weapon. In connection with the incident, the police responded to the scene with bystanders reportedly directed officers for the suspect. Police saw the individual and was still armed and refused commands to drop the weapon. Officers then shot the suspect on the 16th Street Mall. Both men were transported to the hospital. This is an ongoing case. All individuals were presumed innocent until proven guilty. So they shot him. It's like a Blacc. Let's see what they put him down as. They charged him with a misdemeanor. Crimes against person, harassment, fraud, or usually have their race listed or not. Today, that's Inglewood PD. Okay, so that came across my board, if you will, and then what Crew is talking about. Let me get to that. Let me see. It's like two. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm looking for this thing. Video about Denver being in trouble. I had all this shit pulled up and now I can't find it. Oh, here we go. Here's one of the videos. This isn't the whole video though. I have more videos than this. It's the mayor talking about he defined the Trump and all this shit. Had a whole little press conference and everything. I'm trying to find that video. I had all this shit pulled up. But this is the first video right here.
The Department of Justice is now suing the city and county of Denver over the city's assault weapons ban. Yesterday, we told you the DOJ sent a letter to Denver Mayor Mike Johnston saying the Second Amendment guarantees the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms for self-defense, and that the city's ban on AR-15 style guns violates that right. The new 12-page lawsuit names the city and county of Denver and Denver police departments as defendants. Mayor Johnston has said he will not repeal the ban.
Well, he needs to, because
won't roll back gun laws that the Trump administration doesn't like. The DOJ is threatening lawsuits. Our Mark Salinger has the city's response, which starts with shove and ends with it.
So we're here today to let them know that our answer is hell no.
On the steps of the City County building Monday, Denver Mayor Mike Johnston made it clear what his city thinks of the Trump administration's demand to roll back gun laws.
No, we will not roll back a common sense policy that has kept weapons of war off of these city streets for 37 years. No, we will not put first responders at greater risk every time they respond to a dangerous incident. No, we will not go back to a time when folks are worried about walking into movie theaters or grocery stores or public elementary schools.
2 letters written in similar formats made their way from Washington to Denver last week. The Department of Justice is demanding Denver repeal its ban on assault weapons and Colorado stop enforcing its ban on large capacity magazines. If they don't, the Trump administration is threatening to sue.
When our president attacks policies like Denver's assault weapons ban, he isn't just challenging a law, he's challenging our right to decide what keeps our neighborhoods safe.
City council members and state lawmakers stood behind the mayor, including Democratic Senator Tom Sullivan, whose son was killed in the Aurora Theater shooting.
Senate Bill 3 passed last year. We didn't do a full-fledged assault weapons ban. We did the kind of the next best thing, which because high-capacity magazines are what put the mass in the mass shootings.
Now, the Trump administration wants Colorado to stop enforcing it. Same with the city's ban on assault weapons, which has been in place since 1989. Denver's city attorney says it's already been tested in court.
This ordinance is not unconstitutional. No question about it. 6 court of appeals have found that similar ordinances fully comply with the Second Amendment.
The Trump DOJ disagrees, saying it violates the Second Amendment. Now the threat of a lawsuit could head to court.
As you know, Colorado has a long and painful history with assault weapons. In Colorado, you only have to say the places. Columbine, Aurora, Boulder, and the rest of the memories and pain comes flooding back.
Mayor Johnston told me today he's not aware of any other states or cities receiving similar letters in the last week. Denver and Colorado as a whole have been targeted by the Trump administration over recent months for their policies on things like immigration and now guns. Lawyers here have responded saying that they won't comply with those demands. Now we'll see what the DOJ does next.
And we know, right, the Trump stated strategy is to flood the zone with a lot of action to see where they can get concessions, see where they can get courts on their side. So we don't really know what they're going to do in the end if Denver doesn't comply.
We really don't know what comes next. An interesting point about why this matters, right? I also talked to the police chief today. He said in the last year they recovered 2,100 guns in Denver. Only 40 of them were assault weapons. He's using that as a metric to say this ban is working. So if the DOJ goes forward and says, hey, we want to dismantle this and we're going to take you to court to do that, that's what's at stake here.
All right. Mark Salinger, thank you.
That was not no 9mm crew. That was a straight up AR-15. That fool used was named James Holmes.
Tonight on ABC News.
That motherfucker go into custody alive. They didn't kill him. They took him in alive. That cracker was on some other shit. He went to my school too. No, that was not no 9mm. Okay. All right, so that's that, crew. So I'm gonna end it now. Appreciate y'all tapping in. Check the links. What links? Oh God. Okay, let's see what he's talking about. I think the white. Okay, so yeah, that one. It's like 3 different videos, crew. Which one you want me to play? Okay, which one? The ATF drops its first new rule. Massive news. Trump announces major Supreme Court Justice AR 15 update. Or Hayden Harmon Dillon lays down the law. Which one, crew? I hate hearing from these Nabiscos. Just play fast. This one. Okay. Is it the same one I pulled up or something else? Okay, which one is it? Which one is this? Okay, I'll play that one. See this screen. Okay, I'm gonna play this and then that's it. Hold on, the share audio's acting up now. That's StreamYard's way of telling me to get the hell off. Okay, let me try this again.
Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. Hey, we're going to talk about new ATF rules. We're actually going to talk about a specific rule because it has been published officially today. Now, I get when normally we're talking about new ATF rules, we're all programmed to go into cold shivers and start freaking out right away. I think that a lot of these rules are going to be incredibly positive. This one's going to definitely benefit some of you, especially if you are into NFA items. Let's get you all educated today as we talk about ATF drops its first new rule. Okay, America, we're going to get you up to speed on some pretty exciting things happening out of your ATF. As you know, last week, right after Robert Sakata was confirmed as the new ATF director, he and acting Attorney General Todd Blanche had a press conference where they announced that they were going to be publishing 34 new ATF rules to modernize the approach and to undo some of the things that the previous administration had done to lawful and responsible gun owning Americans. Enter today the first rule to be published in the Code of Federal Regulations, actually published today, which is ATF rule number 2025R-15P, known as removing CLEO notification under the National Firearms Act. Now, for those of you who have no interest in NFA items or have no desire to ever get involved in NFA items, I don't believe that this will have any impact on you whatsoever. If you are a person that's into NFA items or you're thinking about getting into it, this will eliminate one of the rather unnecessary steps in that process. Now, when we are obtaining NFA items lawfully, we will do it through a Form 1 or a Form 4. Now, prior to 2014, it required the CLEO, which is the Chief Law Enforcement Officer, to confirm that they had no information indicating the maker or transferee would use the firearm or device described on the application for other than lawful purposes, and further, that the CLEO had no information that receiving or possessing the firearm or device would place a maker or transferee in violation of state or local law. So prior to 2014, the CLEO would actually have to sign off on that application. Okay, but then there was a push starting in about 2009 to modernize the approach. And in 2016, the ATF did in fact change the process where the chief law enforcement officer would not have to authorize the application and sign off on it, but they would have to be notified of the pending application. So it became a notice-only requirement. So it did streamline the process a little bit. What this rule purports to do is remove the CLEO requirement altogether. Now, ATF proposes to discontinue this notification practice. ATF has no information that the CLEO notification meaningfully aids criminal investigation or serves a significant purpose for local law enforcement. Additionally, ATF does not need the notice for purposes of approving or disapproving firearm transfers. When the CLEO certification requirement was first imposed, ATF relied on local law enforcement to help determine whether a person could lawfully possess NFA firearms. Now, all applications to make or transfer NFA firearms are subject to a thorough background check through the National Instant Criminal Background Check System. ATF makes its own assessment of state and local law to determine whether Specific NFA firearms are lawful in the maker's or transferee's jurisdiction and no longer relies on local law enforcement for that information. So it is possible that the CLEO requirement was in place as a security measure for the Form 1 or Form 4 applications. However, there's also another school. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to Washington Gun Law TV. I'm Washington Gun Law President William Kirk. Thanks for joining us. You know, when the new administration took over and we got a new Department of Justice, and now with a new ATF and a Civil Rights Division and a Second Amendment Division inside the Civil Rights Division over at DOJ, what I'm about to talk to you about is the exact thing we had hoped for. And that is that the United States Department of Justice out there not only fighting to preserve your rights, but to advance your constitutional rights in jurisdictions that previously took it from their citizens. We're going to talk about a fight that the United States Department of Justice has decided to pick with a major metropolitan area and a ban that they have on America's most common long guns. So today, let's spend a few minutes. Let's go through the letter and the response, and we'll get you educated about DOJ picks a fight with Denver. Okay, America, listen, one of the things that we try to do here at Washington Gun Law is try to keep it right down the middle. We're going to call balls and strikes. So there's been times where we've been critical of the Department of Justice. There have been times where we've been very complimentary. Today, we are going to be extremely complimentary because your United States Department of Justice has decided to draft and send a letter to city leadership in Denver, Colorado. Okay. What this letter does is challenge the constitutionality of Denver, Colorado Revised Municipal Code, Chapter 38, Article 4, Section 38-121C. From here on out, we will call it the ordinance due to the length of that citation. This is a municipal ban on the possession of what the city calls assault weapons. We call semi-automatic rifles. The letter from Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon to Mike Johnson, Mayor of Denver, and Michiko Brown, Denver City Attorney, starts as follows. As you know, the ordinance makes it a crime to carry, store, keep, manufacture, sell, or otherwise possess a so-called assault weapon within the city. The Second Amendment guarantees the right of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms for self-defense. Exactly. Arms in common use by law-abiding citizens are protected by the Constitution and may not be categorically banned. The ordinance bans many weapons, including AR-15 style semi-automatic rifles. Law-abiding Americans own and use for lawful purposes literally tens of millions of AR-15 style rifles. Indeed, it is the most popular rifle in America. The city has banned an arm in common use for lawful purposes by law-abiding citizens. Therefore, the ordinance violates the Second Amendment. Which is exactly true, and the equation really is that simple. Now, what does the Department of Justice offer as an off-ramp to this dilemma? Well, the following. This letter is to inform you that as Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Rights Division, I have authorized the filing of a complaint in federal district court against the city and the Denver Police Department. The complaint will allege that the city's ban on AR-15 style firearms violates its citizens' Second Amendment rights by banning constitutionally protected arms. The United States is authorized to bring such an action by 34 United States Code Section 12601. We're going to be focusing on that statute, especially when we get to the city of Denver's response. The Department of Justice then proposes the following. The department will consider deferring the filing of the lawsuit for a short period if the city is willing to enter pre-suit negotiations in an effort to resolve this matter. Although specific provisions are open to discussion, a resolution must, at a minimum, require that the city and Denver police, 1, immediately cease enforcement of the so-called assault weapon ban, 2, acknowledge the unconstitutionality of the so-called assault weapon ban, and 3, agree to enter into a court-enforceable consent decree permanently enjoining the city and Denver police from violating its citizens' constitutional rights through the so-called assault weapon ban or any similar such bans. Okay, pretty clear demands, and we're going to get to the city's response. The Department of Justice concludes this invitation to enter into negotiations as follows. We hope that the city shares our interest in achieving a voluntary resolution of this matter. We ask that you inform us no later than May 5th, 2026, whether the city is interested in entering into pre-suit settlement negotiations. If we do not hear from you by 5 p.m. Eastern Time, May 5th, 2026, the United States may file its complaint without further notice. If the city wishes to enter into pre-suit negotiations, please contact Barry Arrington, Acting Chief of the Division's Second Amendment Section. Okay, so good news. Barry Arrington is on this, and that is a wonderful thing. You guys know how highly I regard him as a Second Amendment advocate. Of course, the city of Denver has until, well, today to actually respond. And have they done so? Oh, yeah, they did right away. And we're going to go through that response because it's a little bit of pearl clutching, and they took a cheap shot at Barry, and I'm going to take exception to that. But this is the city's response from City Attorney Michiko Brown, which states the following. Dear Ms. Dillon, I am writing in response to your letter dated April 28, 2026, whereby you request that the city and county of Denver stop enforcing its assault weapon ban contained in the Denver Revised Municipal Code Section 38-121C, declare the ordinance unconstitutional, and refrain from enacting any similar laws in the future. Your request is baseless, irresponsible, and a clear overreach of the federal government's power.
Yep.
Okay, I see where this is going. They go on to then state, Denver today is the safest it has been in years, recently recording the sharpest drop in homicides of any large city in the country. Violent crime is down and community trust in police is up. This progress shows that Denver has the right strategies in place to protect its residents. Reversing a common sense ban that has worked for 37 years and bringing assault weapons back into the city's neighborhoods is not one of them. Legally speaking, what they're going to do, and this is, again, we talk about this all the time with the jurisdictional bubble, the fact that we do not have a circuit split on a major platform ban. And of course, the city of Denver is quick to hang their hat on that. Notably, all 6 federal appellate courts that have considered assault weapon bans or large capacity magazine prohibitions following Bruin have upheld them, specifically the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 7th, 9th, and DC Circuit. Therefore, even if your bald, unsupported statement that literally tens of millions of AR-15 style rifles are held by private individuals is true, and you have presented no evidence showing it is, your point is irrelevant. And if you don't think that that's petulant enough, I want you to pay attention to the next paragraph where they literally take a personal swipe at Mr. Arrington. Relatedly, you may be aware of the failure of Barry Arrington's 2022 lawsuit in Colorado challenging the state's restriction on large capacity magazines, which he dismissed with prejudice in 2024. According to one of Mr. Arrington's clients, the dismissal occurred because the plaintiffs could not carry their burden of proof under Bruin, specifically according to their press release that they were unable to present critical evidence of the common use of the magazine's Colorado ban. What really happened there, however, is the court had rejected a report done by NSSF for a multitude of reasons, thus leaving the plaintiffs in that case without anything in the record, since the state of Colorado was demanding that you had to establish these were actually in common use. But then the city of Denver goes on to make this claim. Further, your reliance on 34 U.S.C. section 12601 as a basis for your threatened lawsuit is neither compelling nor proper. Congress enacted section 12601 in the wake of the horrific Rodney King beating to provide the federal government with tools to combat excessive force and other kinds of misconduct in state and local police departments. Your effort to use section 12601 to mount a facial challenge to the city's democratically enacted ordinance flies in the face of text, history, and past practice. Wow, does it really? That's a pretty bold allegation. I suppose we should probably just take a look at, I don't know, the text of 34 United States Code section 12601, which states the following. It shall be unlawful for any government authority or any agent thereof or any person acting on behalf of a government authority to engage in a pattern or practice of conduct by law enforcement officers or by officials or employees of any government agency that deprives persons of rights, privileges, or immunities secured and protected by the Constitution or laws of the United States. Okay, but I don't see where the law limits its application to just serious police beatings in Los Angeles. But let's read a little further because there's one more section. Whenever the Attorney General has reasonable cause to believe that a violation of paragraph 1 has occurred, the Attorney General, for or in the name of the United States, may in a civil action obtain appropriate, equitable, and declaratory relief to eliminate the pattern or practice. So it would seem that despite the strong opinion of Denver City Attorney Miko Brown that this is reserved just for these really super egregious cases of police brutality, shockingly, when we look at the language of the statute altogether, no, it seems to fit perfectly with exactly what Assistant Attorney General Dillon is arguing here. And if the city attorney can tell me some case law that has limited the application of section 12601 to only cases of extreme police brutality, our ears are wide open. Okay, so listen, by the time you're watching this video, which is May 5th, the city of Denver has been sitting on this letter for a while, and that's okay. They have already replied to DOJ and basically told DOJ to go pound sand. I guess we got a lawsuit coming and we will keep you apprised of that. I want you to go back in your time machine, however, America, and I want you to ask yourself, did you ever think that you would have a United States Department of Justice that would be doing these types of things on behalf of lawful and responsible gun-owning Americans? Not only are they fighting to preserve our rights in many areas, but here they are fighting to advance the rights of Denver residents to be more consistent with the language of the Second Amendment. We're going to go ahead and link up DOJ's letter down below. We'll link up the City of Denver's response down below so that you won't have to take our word for it. You can just geek out on it for yourself. Now, if you got any questions about this or anything else related to what's left of our Second Amendment rights, you guys should know how to get a hold of Washington gun law by now. But if you don't,
yeah, that's definitely going to embolden them crackers out here. Them gun-toting crackers, they're going to love this. All right, thank you for sharing that, crew. All right, I'm about to wrap this thing up. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Shout out to Fresh, who just came through. Shout out to Crew. Reality, make sure I check him out. Shout out to Claude for coming through. Shout out to, oh my God, I think Sister Sarte Jones came through. Shout out to you for coming through. Shout out to who else is in here besides Crew? Because Crew was in here the whole time. Salute to Crew for staying the whole time. Who else is in here? I'm trying to remember. There was a bunch of people in the very beginning. And then Crew just took over. Cow Dog, appreciate you coming through. Sister Val Hawkins, appreciate you coming through. Big E, appreciate you coming through. Twin, Mac, always a pleasure to have y'all. Who else is in here? Sinister Jones. Sister Val. I think that's everybody. Oh, Kahari. I almost forgot Kahari. Appreciate Kahari for coming through. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? There was one other person. Immortal something. Appreciate you coming through. Immortal Cow, I think. Appreciate you coming through. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? I'm gonna wrap this thing up. Join us tomorrow for. No, I can't do it. I can't do it, crew. I've been on too damn long. I was not expecting to be on this goddamn long. I'll have to do that later on Saturday. I'll hit that link for that. Appreciate y'all tapping in. I'm gonna have to wrap this thing up. Join us tomorrow for Grand Rising with Shabaka and the Chase. And join us Friday for a brand new episode of Front Line Blacc News. So peace, love, light. Yeah, I can't do the 3 minutes. Been on too damn long. Been on 7.5 hours. It's time to wrap this thing up. So make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That's your opinion, crew. Hopefully he come around and he allows you to get back on the platform. I don't know. So join us then, and we'll see y'all then. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment. Sharon Crewman signing out from the Mile High Income and illegal migrant flooded city. Peace.